Welcome back. We have a $150 donation from Elevnution. As I do every GDQ, I need to make sure my donation is during the Halo run. No clever punter story, just waiting to see my least known speedrun for Halo done quick. This is Big Honkin' Burger signing off for now. I'm gonna go ahead and pass it to Kung Fu Fruit Cup over at the interview lounge.
How's it going? Kung Fu Fruit Cup here. I am hanging out with Mermilio, who is getting ready to do his Octopath Traveler run as soon as we fulfill that incentive, guys. So we really want to see this run happen. It is a very, very cool speed run and game overall. So I want to get a little bit of information from Mermilio about it. Hello.
Hello, everybody.
So you are running Tressa in this, which is one of the main 8 characters. So you can start as any character you want out of the main 8 in the game, and then collect as many of the others as you go along. But you'll just be running with Tressa.
Yeah, so the way the single story categories work is you start with whoever category you're running as. So for the run, we'll be doing Tressa. And you can pick whichever of the 8 characters you want in order to beat the game. And it's a little different for every story. But for this one, it's pretty set in stone. We just have like the fastest optimal.
Right, of course, she's
ones.
going to be the fastest. But is she your favorite?
I'm a big fan of Primrose. I'm a sucker for good stories, especially in RPGs. But Tressa is pretty good as well. I know she's like a fan favorite for most people as well.
Yeah, she's adorable. But I do agree that I really like Primrose's story. It's deep. It's definitely deep. So what about people who would want to get into this for the first time? Because it's an RPG that I would say has a bit of a difficulty spike through it, and it's a little bit different from the kinds that we've been seeing lately. So for somebody who wants to start this casually or get into the runs, maybe join the community, what advice do you have for them?
Well, so like if you are trying to get in the run, it's really easy. There's a lot of resources. There's a Discord, the speedrun.com website, a lot of guides and routes for it, and everyone will help you. But I think I agree there is a difficulty curve, and the main way to get past that is to just make sure you understand the battle system. Like throughout the run, we'll be able to manipulate a lot of turn orders and pick whichever character we want to go and do as much damage as possible and survive.
And it sounds like the community's pretty active, isn't that right?
Yeah, there's a lot of people, and for every different character too, that they constantly come out with new route changes and new ideas for it, and it's really active. It's been active ever since it came out. There's the demo that came out, people started speedrunning that, and it just kept going from there.
That's right. The demo it's free, isn't it?
Yeah, the demo is free. I believe it's still on the Switch eShop if people would like to try it out first before buying the full game.
It's essentially like playing the beginning of the game, so you can pick any character.
Yes, there's 4 chapters, and it gives you a few chapter 1s you can pick from, I believe.
Oh, okay, that's awesome. So then I know that you've also been not only playing Octopath, but you like to play an arrangement of different RPGs, like a lot of Mario games, like Paper Mario, Mario and Luigi. What got you into RPGs specifically?
Well, when I was a youngster, my brother was the pro gamer in our family, you could say. So I'd always just play his older games, and so like the first games I played were like SNES RPGs, so like the Mario RPG, Chrono Trigger, and from there, they've always just been my favorite.
Cool. I totally feel that. I'm also the youngest and grew up playing games like that too. That's really fun. Yeah, RPGs are just so much fun in general. But we also want to get a little time in for some social media questions, because we got some good stuff. From @ForestTemples asks, Mermilio, I have to ask this. Octopath Traveler has one of the best soundtracks in not only recent gaming history, but of all time. I did try to learn some on piano. I think it's so good. Did you have any favorite of your tracks for yourself?
I'm a sucker for like guitar, like slow guitar, emotional guitar for music. So I don't know the specific situations that the game plays it, but like after chapter 1, some sad moments, it has this slow moving guitar, and I really like that one. That's definitely my favorite. And other than that, the boss battles are also a good time.
Boss battles are really cool. I like how the battle music also changes depending on the difficulty of the game. That's really cool as well. We also have at Verx IT Mathman I'm sorry if I butchered that. Asks, how different are the speedruns of each path?
The speedruns are, since there is all 8 characters, it's such an open game, there's so many routing possibilities. In general, there's like a set route, like what you want to do, and then just beat all the chapters. But there's so many different ways. Like, I think there's a run for every single character where every character can be used. So there's different combinations for 4. And then, of course, they all have different boss fights with ranging difficulties. So there's a lot of cool different strategies you won't necessarily see in my run, but with like, if you do a Primrose run, you'll be able to see it. And that's like really great for the game, speedrun wise.
I think we've got time for just one more quick question. At Stitch Panda asks, which secondary job is most useful in your speedrun?
I think merchant is probably the best job overall, especially in the speedrun. There's some super secret jobs that you get later on, but for speedrunning purposes, merchant's the best. That's one of the reasons Tressa is so fast, because you have her instantly.
I'd say hired help would be good too.
That's hired help is
the
main thing for damage.
You guys will see if we can get that run in. We are getting very close to fulfilling that incentive, guys, so let's make it happen. All right, I really appreciate talking with you today. Best of luck on the run. We know it's gonna happen.
Thank you.
All right, it looks like we're gonna be heading over to Cent for some more prize information now.
Our Cent's going to be heading over
Or maybe
to you,
he's like right here.
Either way. How are you guys doing?
Hi, we're good.
Oh, that's great. Yeah,
How are you?
Kung Fu, like you were mentioning, we are really close to getting Octopath Traveler into the marathon. We're, I believe, about 55,000 out of the 60,000 we need. Guys, we've already raised
That's like
500
$3 grand in the last 5 minutes.
Oh, yeah, no, of course. Like, we already raised $526,000 for charity, which is amazing, by the way. That's incredible. Yeah, give some applause to that, audience. Come on. That's an incredible pace. It's all going to PCF, an amazing charity. But I want to see that number hit 530, and I want to see all those donations go towards getting Octopath Traveler in the marathon. So Marmillo, we can see that run.
I agree.
That game, that game really hit me right here. Absolutely loved it. And guys, to talk about some prizes that you could win for getting those donations in and getting them in towards Octopath Traveler, I hope. Let me tell you some good stuff. Everything we're talking about now is from now until the end of Twilight Princess, which is our next run. So you're going to need to get those donations in during that run if you want a chance to win any of these amazing prizes. Hold on. I apologize, guys. I forgot to mention, this prize segment has been brought to you all by Donkey Kong sneaking up behind me and making an obnoxious noise? No? Are we, did we not get the guy in the Donkey Kong suit? No. Okay, all right. Apparently it was too expensive. I apologize, guys. We're just going to skip that gag. Let's go to the prizes. So, first up from our friends over at Star Salts, we have this beautiful Wolflink enamel pin. Wolflink is a good doggo. That is fact. This is a good pin. $5 minimum donation from now until the end of Twilight Princess. Make sure to get that in. So from our good friend, Kari Fry, I talked about it earlier. Happen to have a copy of it right here for you. We have the beautiful Banquet of the Wild book. I love Kari's art. It's adorable. And, Banquet of the Wild has all of her wonderful depictions of Breath of the Wild food and characters and locations. Here, let me see if I can open it up to a nice spread for everyone. Hey, here's some fish. Everyone loves fish. Delicious fish. Guys, it's a $5 donation for now until the end of Twilight Princess. And again, I love this. Oh, right, and I almost forgot. The one thing I think is amazing about all of Kari's books are, well, first off, the actual cover is beautiful. Like, I mean, that's so nice. But there's always a little something special on the inside of the cover. In this case, it's going to not be possible to see on stream, but it's a recipe list for Breath of the Wild. So if you ever need a cheat sheet, you can just...
Yeah, so everything in the book relates to all the dishes in the game.
Exactly, yeah.
It shows you how to make them all.
Yeah, and her like depictions of them. It's absolutely beautiful.
That's so cool.
So from our good friend Imsan, we have this lovely Spirit Tracks themed watercolor. You got the whole Spirit Tracks crew here. I'm going to be perfectly honest. Spirit Tracks is, I think, the one Zelda game I skipped out on, and I regret it every time. I keep going back like, I should play this game. I really should play this game. I have yet to play it. I will, I promise one day. Again, this is $5 minimum donation for now until the end of Twilight Princess. I love the style, love the water. This is done in a watercolor, by the way. Watercolor on paper. Looks super cool. I'll make sure to get those donations in. And from our friends over at Studio Pen Pen, speaking of watercolor, we have this beautiful collection of watercolor rupees. You got all the relevant colors of rupees. You know, you got your somewhere here. You got your 1 rupee, your 5 rupee, your 20 rupee, your 50 rupee, your 100 rupee. We don't have silver rupees here. Like I said earlier, we're not opening any secret doors. Unfortunately, the backdrop doesn't pop open to reveal a dungeon or anything. That's, you know, we call it the prize dungeon or something. I don't know what item you'd get in there. I don't really want to know. There are plenty of them.
Yeah, I have a feeling it's not a silver rupee, but I think that collection's really nice.
For sure. So we have this beautiful BlizzCon 2018 loot bag from our own Muffins, part of the GDQ staff. Huge shout outs to her. It comes with all kinds of super fun stuff. It was given away to the attendees at BlizzCon 2018. You know, you get a book, you get a Ravenlord crest magnet from Heroes of the Storm, you get a Diablo figure who's kind of like a little bit opposable, looks super cool. You get some Hearthstone magnets, and you get a World of Warcraft faction keychain. Now, I asked Keys earlier what faction he belonged to. Kung Fu, I'm gonna have to do the same for you. Is it Alliance or Horde? Good answer. All right, thank you very much. We'll go with that.
What do you think? What do you think?
Well, the crowd just screamed for the Horde, so we're going to go with that.
Sure.
For the Horde it is. $10 minimum donation from now until the end of Twilight Princess. Make sure to get those donations in. And guys, we have all kinds of amazing prizes in addition to that. We have beautiful Midna wood burning from She Games, He Games. Absolutely looks great. You're going to want to head over to
お
our
待
trackers
た
to
せ
take
し
a
ました。
$15 minimum donation from now
で
until
す
the end
ね
of Twilight Princess.
ゼルダの
We
伝
also, behind
説
Ramillo,
の
have
トワイ
this
ライトプリン
amazing
セスの
signed
ですね、
copy
カテゴ
of
リー、
StarCraft II Legacy of the Void.
オールダンジ
Signed
ョン
by
ズですね、
some
解
devs,
説を
you know,
していた
maybe
だき
30
ま
or
す。
40
カイザ
of
さん
them.
に、お越し願い
It's
まし
super
た。
cool.
カイザさん、よろしくお願いします。
よろしくお願いします。
Of Twilight Princess. Seriously, that again, when we got that, I was, oh, it's signed by a dev or two.
こ
Okay,
の
that's
ト
cool.
ワプリの
Oh,
場合
like
の
with the
カテ
entire
ゴリー
dev.
っていうのは、例えば
Covered.
どんなのがあるんですかね。
Covered.
そうですね。まあ、一般的に 2% オールダンジョンズと 100% が今走られてる方多いですかね。あと、特定のバグ技を使ってとあるダンジョンを最速でクリアしに行く RTA などがあります。そうですね、それぐらいですかね。
なんか、ね、チャット見てると、カイザーさんご存知の方が。
そうですね。いらっしゃるみたいですね。
完全に待たれてましたねっていう。
まあ、トワイライトプリンセス自体はそんな見てて驚くようなバグがあるか。感覚が麻痺してるんでちょっと紹介しづらいんですが。
Thanks so much, Sent and Kung Fu. This is Yellow Killer B, and you are watching Awesome Games
RTA でゼルダといえば、多分別世界ですからね。
ああ、まあそうですね。
Which is the only US-based nonprofit organization solely dedicated to cancer prevention and
そうですね。すり抜けも行われちゃいますね。
across all populations through cancer prevention. So, coming up next, we have The Legend of Zelda: Twilight Princess by
おとといですか。
SkyBlueAether. I know
ムジュ
y'all
ラの
are
方でも
really
スバさん
excited
に
for that
少
run.
し
Let's give
紹
him a
介
hand.
いただいたようなので、ここでお礼を申し上げたいと思います。ありがとうございました。映像来ましたね。トラブルは事前準備として、ファイルを全部ニューデータにしておく必要があります。フランカージットですね、これは。
Oh, oops, all caps. Okay, cool. So I'm gonna give a countdown. We good? Okay, on go. 3, 2, 1, go.
はい、
グッドラックです。
グッドラックです。はい、まず、このゲームはムービーをスキップできるので、スタートレンジですね、開幕から。で、いきなり悪いことします。本来だったら、このまますぐ進んで、泉の方に進んでいくんですが、 ちょっと大きな岩を持って、柵の近くまで移動するんですが、おっと、置いてアタックするとなぜか抜けると。で、これは安全牌ですね。はい、特定のタイミングで。すでに怪しいことをしてるんですが、成功しましたね。落下しながらリセットすることでタイトル画面のリンクを操作できるようになります。バックインタイムグリッチと呼ばれるバグで、これは風のタクトやスカイボードソーダにも存在しますね。いや、なぜか起きちゃうんですよ。で、落下するとセーブできるようになって、なぜかファイルを開くと、フィルモネの森から始まると。で、このセーブデータなんですが、通常プレイをやったことのある人だったらわかると思うんですが、かかりこ村のエコの奪還イベント、あれをクリアしてある状態になります。でですね、トワイライトプリンセスは、開始30分から1時間で、ほぼ全てのバグが出てきます。画面クーラー。多分会場のテレビだったら見えてると思うんですけど、全然見えてないですね、この洞窟。そうですね、スカウと一緒のバグですね。バグ名も一緒です。後半だいぶ楽できるので大丈夫です。単に敵の速い倒し方を紹介していくだけですね。後半は。さっきからアタック結構話題に上がってるようなんですが、一応アタックが最速の動きになるんですが、しっかりとしたタイミングでやらないとこのゲームアタックの速度が落ちます。はい。ですので、奏者は今滑りましたね。ブレーキスライドと呼ばれる技で、これはスカオからの逆輸入だったかな。
It's a very precise and complex technique of being able to preserve speed while you go up a slope, because the game will alter your speed to be slower if you're going up a slope, or even slower if you're going down a slope very slightly. Because the fastest speed that you can get in this game is when you're rolling over perfectly flat ground.
もう本来だったら僕とだいぶ時間かかってしまうんですが、ここはすでにとあるの件があるので2発で終わってしまいます。
Yeah, it's actually crazy. Like, again, the movement in this game is super complex. As you get further along, it gets a little bit simpler. There's a lot more flat lanes.
ジャンプリリー、その説明は、RTA インディア版3で行われたトワイライトプリンセス HG ですね。はい。結構仕様が違うので、そこら辺は、まず、PC 版はリセットができるという点が一番の違いを生んでますね。
I know, you just want to keep doing it.
So these ghosts are like incredibly finicky. They sometimes will notice you when you're standing right next to them, and sometimes they won't notice you.
ここ、槍追いです。槍追いはだいたい20秒切るぐらいが早いと言われています。足すで13秒台だったかな。
Optimally, you would do goats in what, under 17 seconds? But things like this
あっ
happen.
と、
Is Howard
これ
really gonna do
は
this?
クソな
We've
やけ
named
ど
all of
入
his
っ
goats.
て
He
き
just go right here as Howard.
Yeah.
まあ、ヒデコに入れたと、まあ、25秒。
That's decent. Decent, yeah. A good goat time is around
まあ
18
まあまあ
Like
まあ、
a
普
really
通に
solid
走る
those
時で
18
も
seconds. I
十
think
分
the
でし
best
ょう。
time. Gymnast here has actually tasked the game. And I think that task had like 14 seconds or something.
Yeah, 14 seconds.
I think best
そうですね、ヤギですね。とあるヤギっていう名前がついてますね。
No, 15.
15. Oh man.
で、先ほど説明した
Some random
エ
person
パの
back in
奪
like
還イベン
2009.
トが終了しているので、この時点でアイアンブ
Okay,
ーツ
so
を
we're,
取る
we're
こと
gonna
がで
come
き
up
ま
on
す。
everybody's favorite Zelda
という
character,
ことで、ミニゲーム
Bo the Mayor.
2連チャンで
So
続きます。
his text box here are a little bit glitched out. Because of back in time, some of the flags that get set from back in time actually affect Bo right now. So right now
あ、
he's in the
あ、そうですね、そうですね。
coincides with getting Epona after
ボ
you
ートイントで出てきたような気がする。最近日本版触ってないから、なんとも言えないな。
and talking to you through like a specific cutscene, but Aether has to just trigger all those different text boxes separately. Thankfully, it just works out that you can just wrestle Bo now
Yeah, so
and get the Iron Boots early.
Essentially, like you're
おはよう
having
ご
a
ざい
certain
ま
event with
す。
Bo, but you're
はい。
having it happen
質問
in
は
like
完全なる運ゲーでございま
All
す。
right, rock paper scissors time.
All right,
Yeah,
Sure.
ready, boys? Ready, boys?
B の張り手が入ることを祈りつつ、
All right, ready? On Hymajaina. Ah. Okay.
これは
So this is rock paper scissors. Bo can do like 4 different
汚い
things.
こと
He
が
can
出
like
てしまいました
dodge,
が、
grab you, slap you, or do nothing.
あまり
And
よろ
ideally
し
he
くない動きで
dodges
すね。
or does nothing because then you can
1回
slap
目
him
は
and
だい
then
ぶ弱い
push
は
him
ず
off
なの
in
で、
one
避け
go.
る動きっていう
You
の
have
は
to
そん
match
な
pretty
にさ
quickly
れない
actually
ん
to be
で
able
す
to do
が、
that. You have to match like somewhere between like 12 and 15 times a second.
いきなりされ
Well,
ました
I
ね。
think generally you want to go 13. 14 sometimes can
そう
drop.
ですね、
15 almost always drops
英語
input.
版と日本語版の話でもしないといけない
Depending
が
on the moves that you get is a little bit too slow.
です
This
ね、
right here can happen a lot, where you just constant double. All
あ
right,
り
there
ま
we
す。
go.
結
You
構あ
got
り
the
ます。
side
この
step,
張り
so
手
you
の
should be able to.
応酬。
So if he sidesteps like you saw there, eventually you
で、
can just push him
日
off.
本
But
語
like
版はですね、
sometimes
マ
he'll
ッ
like
プ
sit
グリ
there
ッ
and
ジという
just
バ
slap
グ
you
が
while you're
できな
slapping
い
him for like 10, 15
せ
times
い
in a
で
row. It's
どのカテゴリーも
If you couldn't tell, we reset here a
遅くなっ
lot.
てしまいます。
The RNG can get pretty bad
ま
sometimes.
た、
Especially because it's really early in the run. You want to just try to get good RNG.
ウィ
obviously
ー
we're
版
supposed
だ
to
と
learn beats, but again, because of the back in time, that's what lets us do
ま
this.
た別
Having
のバ
Iron
グが
Boots
使
early
え
is
な
going to
くな
be
って
really
るの
helpful.
で、
Not now, a little
最
later.
速は
Wait
英
for
語
it.
版だったり、ヨーロッパ版、パル版だったりしますね。
It's convenient.
Yeah, it's not just like a backtracking
はい。
measure.
で、
This is really, really important.
で、一回セー
So
ブを
he's
挟
going to be
みま
saving here
す。
actually to set out for
こ
another
こ
trick
に
involving back in time. It's going to take place
バ
in
グ
about
の
30
下準備ですね。
You can do some really crazy things with back in time in this game. It's really nice
は
how
い。
useful
悪
it
い
is.
ことができないんです。
That's more rolling. Coming up, we're going to come up on the first rule
最
section of the
近
game.
あれは
This
あれ
area is
は
kind of
タス技専用だけど、日本語版でも同じ要素が通れるようになったのかな。
little like tech tricks and small time savers that will actually speed
そん
up
な
this
テ
area
キスト
a
差
lot.
もありませんし、
The first one's going to be basically right away.
ね、日本語版と英語版の差は
Yeah, so this is
バ
going
グ
to be
の
kind of like the
差ぐらいにしかなってない
Wolf
で
Link
す。
tutorial area where you're going to be introduced with Midna and you're going to
で、
in a casual
実を
playthrough
言う
teach
と
you what
最
Midna
速
can
は
do, what Midna
ドイツ
jumps,
語版で
and
英語
etc.
版より 5.6 秒ほど速くなってます。
So right here is going to do box break.
ですね、言語でバグが変わる理由はですね、発売日に結構関係していることが多くてですね、確か、英語版は11月の中旬に出たんですが、日本語版は、12月の2日だったと思います。
You gotta remember everything in this game is 7. Ace actually taught me that yesterday. It only saves 3 frames. So the most important 3 frames.
プレイバイの速い理由とはちょっと違うんですが、結局はテキストの差がボイスと、はい、そうですね、修正されてましたね。やりづらそうですね。
Do you have time for a quick announcement?
普段と違う環境なので、ちょっとこれは遅れるかもしれないですね。
So the little Twilight enemies that are in this area can actually be a problem sometimes. It's pretty rare, but like if they hit you a couple times, it can be bad because there are a few tricks coming out that
このゲーム基本的にムービーは全部スキップされていくの
Depending on the
で、
category, in no save quit, which I know is a big meme, but it's a category.
誰
These
と会った
guys
か
are
は
actually really important. Generally, in that
みんな他にお
category, you
願い
have
し
heart
ま
or
す。
less in this area, and there's not really any opportunity to
も
get
うすでに
hearts.
話が
You can actually kill your
開
runners
始
with
1
those
分の時点でめちゃくちゃになっているので、
Here's the
説明できない
first
です。
instance of a dash cancel.
So what a dash
あと、
cancel
オール
is,
ダンジョンは
is
ドイツ
dashing
語
and
版
you
より
cancel
英
it
語版の
immediately
方が
with
早い
some
のか
other
な少し。
animation. So like you can dash and jump off a
英語版
ledge,
使ってま
dash
す
then
から。
bonk, dash then do a B attack. Anything that'll like cancel the
あ、
dash
なるほ
animation
ど。
almost immediately will let you dash again right after that.
Coming up, he's going to try to get a
はい、
tech skip
こ
here.
こもちょっとした小技
This
があっ
tech skip's
て
a little bit weird.
う
You
ま
should have
くい
gotten
き
it
まし
right
た
there.
ね。
Oh no, I fell.
今のところ足場に引っ掛けて
Right
崩
there,
れる足
normally you
を
would fall
壊すん
down,
です
and
が、
then Midna would say, hey, you're an
普
idiot,
通に
and
やる
then
と
you'd have
ミ
to
ド
go
ラの
back
テ
up,
キストが
and
出
she
て
would
き
teach
ま
you, hey,
す。
you can Midna jump and whatever. But going on the very edge of that ledge will allow you to skip the text box, but still give you the tutorial to start into jumping.
You like jump
ち
to
な
the
みに
trigger for the text, but you land on the
今さっき言われたのがミドラに、離れの塔へ行く
at
と。
the very bottom, right after that actually, which you can do again here. You might have
そういう
noticed.
わけで
Whenever you
今
call Midna
離
and
れ
then
の
do some
塔
Midna
へ向
jumps,
かって
you can actually get a one frame. Okay, so we got it
進ん
right
でいっ
there.
てると
After you talk to Midna before doing Midna jumps, if you press A on a certain
い
frame,
う
it's very
感じ
rare
で
to
すね。
on the jump. But you can actually jump immediately without needing to wait for
この
Midna
ゲー
to
ムです
go
ね、
up
テ
to
キ
where
ス
you
ト
need
が
to.
入る前
He
に
just got like 3 of them.
1フレームだけ、
Generally, how we determine if your
操作が
hyper
効く
castle is good
テキ
is
ストがあり
basically
ま
just
す。
how many tech skips did you get, how many first framers did you get, and everything else is kind of irrelevant.
それを
Sorry,
利
segment
用
pretty
し
much
て
just, segment pretty much just consists of first frame jumps.
It's a really good area to show off like
テキストをスキップす
before
ると
like
いう
the
技
actual
が
Twilight
存
cycle.
在しています。
There's one more here.
Oh, I did that too early.
Yeah. Oof.
ちょっと遠かったですね。
Something that sucks about calling Midna early sometimes, and this can, it's not just
この
calling
体
Midna early
力
for
はちょ
certain
っと
things.
怖いかな。
You actually have to wait before you can call her again. You can't like call her again immediately after you
そ
cancel
う
calling
ですね、
her. You have to wait like a second and a half,
2006
which
年の
kind
ゲー
of
ム
sucks. And
に
it
し
can
て
be
は
bad if
だ
you're
い
like in
ぶ
a tight spot
グ
for
ラ
some
フィ
reason.
ックは素晴らしいと思います。
Now we're going to do
あ、
everyone's
ち
favorite
なみ
trick.
に Wii 版とでは結構ロード
That's
差
our
が
second favorite Zelda
出
character.
ま
This
すね。
segment is pretty much just, frame perfect
Wii
stuff.
版の方
There's
はロー
little
ドが
frame
かなり
perfect
早い
stuff
ん
until
で
this
す
point,
が、
because we have sword and shield skip, which is known
や
for
は
being
り
a
バ
really
グのせい
difficult
で
trick
す
to learn.
ね。12
Once you
年、
like have a good
そうで
understanding,
すね、
it's pretty easy.
12年と1ヶ月ぐらい前ですね、発売されたのが。
Basically, before you go into Fair and Twilight, you're supposed to get the Sword and Shield
はい
Horde on Village.
さらに、
But because of
ここ
back
か
in time, we
ら
can't go into
は
Horde
レ
on
クト
Village
し
for the
ま
Sword
す。
and Shield
で
because it's not
今、
the
ミド
correct
ラの
state.
テキスト
And
は
the game
何
doesn't
て言っ
actually
てるか
count
とい
you
う
as
と、
having the Sword and
私は
Shield
剣
on
と
your
盾が
back.
欲しいん
The
でお前
wrong
取ってこい
shield
って言われてるん
and
です
neither
が、
is the Sword or Shield in your inventory, which is what
どう
it's
やら
checking
この
for.
ミドラ目が
So
節穴
Midna
の
tries
よ
to
うな
stop
の
you from getting
で、
Twilight.
持
But
っ
we
て
have
ます
a
すでに。
Bublin here
は
that
い
we。can use to like jump over the trigger. So he's gonna lure the like Bublin all the way over to the Fair and Twilight. That's gonna be a break
持っ
slide
てい
button.
るので、
Gonna
も
lure
う
the Bublin
飛
all
ば
the way
し
over
ま
the trigger.
す。
And then he's going to set the Bublin up
は
in
い。
such a way that he can jump attack the Bublin, send it out flying over the trigger, and then he's gonna jump attack it again
持
while
っ
it's
て
over
い
the
るの
trigger,
で、
and he should hit the
イ
trigger
ベ
for
ン
the
トが
jump
正常には進められない
while avoiding the trigger for a
とい
minute.
うことで、
Yeah, the second jump attack is going to be the first
敵を誘
sighting
導
of
し
a
て、
long jump attack in this game, which is a
本
jump
来
attack that
は
goes
飛び越えられないと
farther
こ
than
ろを
what a
飛び
jump
越え
attack
てい
should
きま
normally
す。
go in this game. Bad boy.
怖い。めちゃくちゃ怖い、これ。
Nice.
Totally got
お
it.
お、一発成功ですね。ソード&シールドスキッ
So
プという
another
ことで、
another problem with that trick
技なん
sometimes is
で
that
すが、
Hugo like he attacks you randomly. Sometimes he can just not attack for like 15 seconds.
今のは
Just
ミ
because
ドラ
then
の
you have to
テ
wait
キ
for the
スト
trick.
が起こ
But
る
also
判
sometimes
定
you
を
just
さ
keep
らに
attacking
超
you
えて
without
他
him being
の
able to push you into the right spot. So that was pretty lucky. I think he got on like the third
イ
or
ベン
fourth
ト
one.
の判定に入った感じです
However, he
ね。
does have a heart, so he's probably gonna have to pick up an extra heart somewhere. Because we do have more tricks actually coming
ち
up
な
that
み
can
に
end up.
今
Well,
の
no, he'll be good.
大
The
きく
tears
ジャ
will
ンプす
then
る技は、
refill, so it's
エネミーロングジャンプアタックと呼ばれる技ですね。
Just want to remind everybody here, this isn't any percent. I especially want to remind you.
そうですね。タイトル画面で落ちてここまで来ました。
So right here is going to learn the minute charge attack. You actually can't kill
もう一回ぐらい見られますかね。
Shadow Beast, whatever. You can't kill these guys.
Twilight Messengers. There you go.
Yeah, you can't kill these guys.
ここチュートリアルです。
The charge attack, and also the charge attack is really good for a specific glitch that's going to be coming up soon. So it's really convenient that we learn it here.
EMS はもうすぐですね。はい。で、ここで影の 界攻撃のチュートリアルを終えて、最強状態になったと。非常に凶悪な技になってます。威力高いです。で、エニパだったら、このフィローネ地方のトワイライトを解放する必要はないんですが、オールダンジョンは、時の神殿に行くためにですね、解放する必要が出てきます。で、再びここに戻ってくるので、敵を倒しただけで雫は回収しません。
He's getting some rupees here.
No, I'm getting a heart.
Oh, okay. If you see him digging in other spots or
はい、
breaking grass,
オールダンジョンズのルールとして、ダンジョンをクリアする順番は問いません。この人悪い技があります。あと、攻撃する直前にですね、センス状態を外すと、今のピコルとの、会話をスキップすることができます。
Right here is like a dash cancel. He uses the ledge there to dash. He dashes and the ledge cancels the dash and dashes again when he lands on the ground.
アプリのトイレタイムですが、最後20分前ぐらいですかね。ちゃんと倒したことを確認して、先へ進んでいきます。はい。あそこに穴があるので、入っていくと、先に進むと。ここもそうですね、虫だけを倒して、先へ進んでいきます。
Coming up, he's going to do one of the biggest tricks in the game, early Master Sword. We're probably just going to let him do it first, and then whoever wants to explain it is going to explain that. But this is the trick that solidifies the GameCube version over. Well, there's one more trick, but this is basically the trick that solidifies the GameCube version over.
いつもの彼のプレイ精度からするとだいぶ落ちているので、もしかしたら ESC タイムを超えるかもしれないです。彼の時刻が3時間56分35でしたっけ？45でしたね。
They made so many like unnecessary precautions to make sure you can't do this trick. Nintendo loves their invisible walls.
ちょっといつもからすると反応が悪いかなって感じがします。はい、ここ EMS と、アーリーマスターソードと呼ばれるバグです。影の飛車をうまく誘導して、あっと、これはクソですね。これはクソと言わざるを得ない。はい。環境が変わるとこうなるんだよな。
Yeah, don't get killed. They're giving me a heart attack. Yeah, I'm gonna just take safety strat here, just for the.
この影の飛車、攻撃方法が縦振りと横振りの2種類あります。はい。ですね。さっきからなぜかダメージ受けてたのは全部縦振りだったからですね。この高くジャンプするスーパージャンプという技が、ヒットボックス、相手の当たり判定が高い位置にあるときだけ起こるんですね。この高い位置でジャンプするタイミングが非常に難しいということで、最初は失敗していましたが、
Yeah, so the technique that he did to jump up on the out-of-bounds wall like that is called a super jump. He abused the fact that the targeting point on the Twilight Messenger actually moved to be vertically above Wolflink, so that when Wolflink
はい。
released the mid
で、
charge,
本
he
来だっ
actually
た
went
ら、
up through that point and was
5位
able
の
to
神
jump out
殿、
of bounds
5の
with it.
鉱山、固定の
In
神
this
殿を
category,
クリアした
especially,
後に
there
来
used
る
to be some other cool instances of
前
that. That
に
kind of, with
来
routing
ること
changes
が
over
で
the
きま
years,
し
that
た。
kind of changed. So this is really the only super jump that we see now, right? In pretty much any category. Well, in 100%, there's another one.
Yeah, there's a couple in that.
こ
But
こからはもう
yeah.
通常プレイと一緒
Who
で、
wants to go to Death Sword skip?
Okay, you know what, Jim? Listen, bud.
誰だっけあれ、スタルキット、
So this is
スタ
just
ルキ
pretty
ットを追いか
straightforward.
けま
Just
すという
gonna
ことですね。
skull kit couple times, and then just get to the Master Sword.
もう、
A
出現
couple
位置は固
minor
定なの
techniques
で、
in here, like
ただ
dash
同じ
canceling,
動きを
couple
するだ
ledge
けで
cancels.
す。
We actually didn't mention ledge canceling or like ledge climb canceling. So if you like climb a ledge, but you're close to if you're close to a wall that's on the ledge, then you can like pop up and have your like climb animation canceled.
That was a little bit too far right. You can make that jump just by dashing down.
So something about wolf movement is that wolf movement is really nice because it's hard to lose time during it. It's like 2 seconds, Jim, right? So it's like 59 frames.
Yeah, 59
あ、
frames.
ちなみに今出
2
てき
seconds
てる
between dashes, and then after you're able
敵
to
は
dash again,
区
you
別です
start
ね。
losing speed
区
again
別はそんなに強くはないんですが、少し
Yeah, Wolflink also has 2 different movement speeds depending
止ま
on
っ
what
た
area
り
you're
してしまう
in.
とす
Like
ぐ
in
追いつ
really
かれて
big
攻
open
撃を受けて
areas
しま
like
うの
Hyrule
で、
Fields,
あ
Wolflink's
んまり
speed is actually about 1.5 times
グズグ
faster
ズして
than
る
in a
と
smaller
体
area
力
like this.
がなくなっちゃいますね。
Right there is a little minor optimization to make sure he like fell from that little ledge when he attacked the Skull Kid in the cutscene.
Yeah, Skull Kid just disappears.
はい、今追ってるスタルキックに攻撃はできません。攻撃しても当たり判定は出てるようなんですが、ダメージ判定は出ません。
For these last 2 cycles, he needs to kill at least one of these puppets, and he wants to do that as quickly as possible. But he only wants to kill one of them because every time that you kill a puppet, there is a lag frame just for dramatic effect.
区別を1対
when
で
you kill
倒
the
すと、
enemy.
スタルキットがさらに区別を呼ぼうとします。その間に、
Just wants to make sure that he doesn't try to attack Skull Kid too early.
攻撃を超えて、
You can only attack
スタ
Skull
ル
Kid
キ
when
ット
he's blowing the whistle.
にダメージを与えていく
Horn,
と
whatever you want to call it.
いった感じですね。
It's really, really easy to get a little bit too eager and attack him early. And if you do that, he teleports away, and you have to wait a whole other cycle. Yeah, it loses a lot of time actually, like surprisingly.
はい、3回攻撃すると奥の扉を開けてくれます。
So now coming up on the Master Sword puzzle, which a very hard puzzle.
Yeah, very difficult.
The most challenging puzzle in the game.
Mm-hmm.
この時点で23分。
This was like the bane of
まあまあ
a lot of people's
まあ
casual
まあ
playthrough.
まあまあ、かな
Okay,
り
dude, you got the best spawn RNG.
失敗した割にはいいタイムではないでしょうか。はい、ここのパズル、左下、上、右、下、左上で最速10手ですね。11手か。
Nothing much going on.
All right, I'm going to get a couple donations in then. We have a $10 donation from Cryptic. Hey guys, really enjoy watching Twilight Princess speedruns. Shout out to my speed friends, Aether, Gymnast, Ace, and Zaylin. Greetings from Switzerland.
結構簡単に覚え
We've
ら
got
れ
a
ます。
$1,000 donation from Tareen. And he says, Tingle, tingle, Kulu Limpa, prevent cancer. These are the magic words that Tingle created himself. I stole them. We've got a $25 donation from Keyblade. This game was a gift from my dad back when I was in high school and was responsible for getting me into the series in general. Thanks for playing such an awesome game for a great cause. We have a $250 donation from Mixer Diagonal Duke. Love the Zelda series, hate cancer. Thank you to all who are spending their time and money to fight it. All right, I'm going to try my best on this one. We've got $15 from Kiera Neko. Hope this run is fair and well, and that you won't get felled in
そうですね、まだ
battle.
ダンジョン一つもクリアしないんですが、こ こで最強武器と。
Planaru D RNG prank on you. I hope you enjoy your donation with Ordona in the middle.
ここも結構長い飛ばせないムービーなんですが、途中から A 連打をしないといけないので、非常に
which is really nice for movement because again we mentioned that
めんどくさいですね。
like wolf movement is really not easy, so it's nice for longer distances that you have to run. Although sometimes it's not worth.
そうですね。まず何を埋め込まれていたのかは知らないんですが、何か無駄ながら手に持ってますね。
A lot of times, especially in dungeons, that transform time just isn't worth it. Especially since generally you're gonna have to transform the wolf to move.
時のカンナでも最初にマスターソードを入手することができるんで、何ら普通のことですね。
What items and just what you need to be able to do in that area if you're going to use one or the other.
It also gives you the ability to warp pretty early on, which is nice. I don't think we'd be able to.
はい。で、早速、狼リンクに変身できる利点を使ってワープしていきます。
Yeah, being able to transform between human and wolf link in Twilight sections is very critical to being able to route the game the way we do in the early parts.
Even though that we can warp whenever we want right now, we can't map warp. Those are two different things. So you can warp by calling Midna and then asking her to warp like Aether just there. Or later on in the game, you can actually open your button with D-pad and then click Z and do a slightly faster warp there. That also has different, I guess, bugs with it that we're going to be exploiting later. Right now, he's just going to go back, like we said earlier, and collecting all.
ほんと暗いな。
All the vessels of light right now. Again, with the strange routing, he's not actually going to collect all of them yet. He's still going to miss a couple, but trust us, this is fast.
そうですね、もう、ついでですね。雫回収についてでマスターソードを取ってる感じですね。
Usually you're supposed to go through a sequence of like one of the monkeys stealing your lantern and then using the lantern to lead you through the mist.
T エリアはカンテラを振り回すことで
because
晴れて
monkeys
い
have
く
like
ので
a randomness factor to it, Jim.
Yeah, the monkeys can like wave their arms around
振り
for
回します。
various amounts of time.
Because I know you guys have to do that in HD, right?
で、潜る。地面に潜る虫が2匹いるんですが、潜る前に倒すことができます。
Oh, oops. Yeah. The reason the monkey.
Forest Temple's ahead.
Oh, yeah. Gotcha.
He got lost for a second.
Yeah, the monkey doesn't appear when we went through there because we haven't cleared the Twilight section yet.
So those bugs right there, he actually ran past them.
もうこの影のシャワー用済みなので
Every
倒し
time you
ます。
encounter them, they burrow down into the ground. But the first time you encounter them, they burrow down to the ground, but there's also a cutscene preceding it. So the cutscene prevents you from being able to attack them before they dig into the ground. So you just kind of kill them when you come back. And you still have to wait for them to like become a tier, but you don't have to dig them out of the ground, which ends up saving more time.
で、最後の虫2匹がいる森の神殿前へと来ました。
But it's really strange. So generally you can't transform back into human when somebody can see you. It's established in the game that
でですね、倒し終わったので、森の神殿に入ります。
For some reason the game just says, "Oh,
so right here he's gonna save."
で、ここでセーブを挟むかな。はい、セーブしますね。
Yeah, so this is another trick using back in time.
はい、悪いことし
Method of
ま
the trick
す。
was kind of found somewhat recently. Let him do it real quick.
ああ、見えねえ。これは決まったかな。決まらん。
There's really no safety strat for back in time with this method of doing it, like we could at the start with the bridge. You have to pull up the item menu on a specific frame. If you get a frame, you have
最
to
近
make an
ですね、
adjustment.
森の神殿の入り口で
Adjustment's really difficult to do.
落下判定できる場所を見つけたので、
Yeah, alright. Now, it's not
こ
over
こ
yet, though.
で
We gotta do
バ
one more
ックイン
thing.
タイムを発動させられるようになったと。
Yeah, so right here he's going to press the start button
この
to
バッ
pull
クイン
up the
タイム
files
中、
while Link
落下しなが
screams
ら
and voids out of bounds.
ファイルセレクト画面を開いて、特定のファイルを開くと、
him into the King Boblin 1 fight, where he's going to skip the
キン
cutscene
グブルーリ
preceding
ン
the
戦
fight
が
and
始
then
まると。
reset the console. What this does is it's going to edit a value in memory that we refer to as the boss flag because it keeps track of whether or not boss cutscenes should play or not. And it's going to set that value up to a number that's very high. But what's really strange about that value is it's also used to count the number of monkeys that you have in Forest Temple. So in the next room after this one, he's just going to randomly get 4 monkeys, despite the fact that he's only going to stay in this one.
There's a reason why Jim is being very vague with values and details about this. This is a very complex.
It's really complicated. It's kind of crazy how complex it is.
It kind of doesn't matter how complex it is. Like, you just do it and you get monkeys.
It's one of the few tricks in this game that you don't really need to understand to be able to do it, which is kind of nice. Like most of the unique tricks, spiders.
If you miss that, it's torture.
Yeah, if you don't kill those spiders, it sucks because you have to wait for them to like turn away from you while you climb the lines.
Yeah, normally at this point in the game, you would have the slingshot to easily take care of them, but because we skipped the first 2 days of Orden, we also skipped the slingshot, and we're not going to be getting it.
Well, fun fact, you actually can get the slingshot even if you skip the first few days of Orden. It's just slower by about, I think, 30 seconds.
猿の数は1匹です。作った数は1匹なのに、なぜか2匹、4匹現れるんですよね。これが、アーリーボスファイト、特にこの場面はアーリーモンキーと呼ばれる僕ですね。代わりにはボスフラグと呼ばれる、フラグが存在しまして、特定のムービーや、キングブリンブリン戦での、ムービーリセットしながらねのムービースキップをするとボスフラグの数値が入力されます。すると、ボス戦のムービーが飛ばされたりします。キングブリン戦でリセットした場合は非常に高い数値が設定されて、アーリーモンキーに必要な、4以上の数値を得ることができます。
Do we have time for a quick donation?
Yes, we do.
We've got $25 from Imp, first time donator here. Aether, your runs inspired me to get into running Twilight Princess, and I'm so hyped to watch today's run. Good luck.
2サイクルのところを1サイクルで倒すことができます。
Yes. Oh, yes. It's really convenient. This item we can actually do the biggest glitch in the game with, which is long jump attacks.
で、Wii 版ではできないバグを持つ、シップのブーメランを入手と。先ほど、エネミーロングジャンプという技を紹介したと思うんですが、ゲイルブーメランロングジャンプアタックという技も存在しまして、これが非常に凶悪になっております。はい。
It's like he should be a wolf, but he should be human. That doesn't have to do with seahorse. Okay, good enough.
Yeah. Anyways, so
when Link is turning and doing a jump attack,
he can get a long jump attack depending on how far away the target is. But as it turns out, the game considers the Gale Boomerang to be a target. So you can just throw the Gale Boomerang out, pull out your sword, and do a jump attack to be able to get a long jump attack exploit, which he's going to perform up here to escape Farron early without having to beat the Forest Temple.
Yeah, there's a few requirements to it, though. You can't just like throw the boomerang wherever you want and then get a long jump off of it. For some reason, the boomerang has to be above, it has to be over a void, or it has to be above a solid surface that's also higher. So this is, he's long jumping uphill. So like the hill in front of him goes up, and then he targets above that hill.
ミドナのテキストが入るんですが、ブーメランジャンプを使っていくことで、飛び越えることができます。
So he got the boomerang, and then he actually saved and quit. This is all dungeons, so he's going to be beating Forest Temple. But there's a route that was kind of figured out a little more recently that you can get the claw shot and go back to Forest Temple, and then you can continue to do a couple things in Forest Temple with the claw shot.
とてつもない技が見つかったおかげで、だいぶ簡単になりました。
Again, it's weird, but saves time. We swear. We timed it all.
はい、よく見ててください。
Magical trick here.
P アタック横ジャン。
There's no gates.
It's like if you bonk into the gate and then you like step up just right, you can just go straight through it. It used to be a really
誰でも
annoying
で
trick
き
to
ま
block,
し
so
た
you
今
have
の技
to
は。
bring Epona there and then use her to clip through it.
Yeah, and if you want to do it as a wolf, you literally just ran into the gate until you eventually clip through.
Yeah, the old clip with just the wolf alone was incredibly precise, so it's really nice that
I remember when TPHD came out, Vanek actually tried that trick for 40 minutes straight to
は
see
い
if it works.
さらにバグは続きます。
So first huge use of iron boots really early on.
そうですね、前は、F を使って柵とリンクが挟まれる感じで、柵とエプナにリンクが挟まれる感じで何回もアタックするというクソみたいな技をやってましたが、
Tricky trick.
Tricky trick.
It's a tricky trick. It's gonna look a little scary.
はい、で、ここですね。うまい、うまい。
You got this.
Early frame, I think?
You got it.
Yeah,
You got it.
should be fine.
諦めないで、そのカメラでもいける。
Nice.
はい、
It's gonna look really
いいで
tight.
す
Watch the
ね。
air
抜け
meter.
ましたね。柱と
Nice, nice.
壁のに挟まれることで、押し出されるピラークリップというところです。アイアンブーツは、開始7分ぐらいで立ってます。今のはギリギリのになります。
And that only works because we have the Master Sword. If Aether still had the Ordnance Sword, he would just get put at the beginning of the water tunnel, and you wouldn't be able to get into Lake Bed early like this.
Yeah, it's like one of 3 reasons that it's crucial to have the Master Sword before coming to Linaire
開
this
始で
early.
追いつくと
If you
思
come
っ
to
たら
Linaire this
全
early,
然
you don't have the Master Sword, you
追い
can't
つか
actually
ねえ
use
な。
this gate because you need to be able to warp out if you come here this early on.
It's incredibly convenient that this all works, by the way.
Their little stylish jump there to save half second.
で、
This
先
room
ほ
also
ど
has some stylish jumps.
説
All
明
of
し
Lake
た
Bed is basically just
ボスフラグのあたりまだ1残ってます。この位置をここの中ボス戦で使います。
Oops, that was too early.
ちょっと早いですね。
Yeah, so there the boomerang wasn't over a plane that was higher than Link's feet, so the long jump attack didn't
ブーランジャンプが出る
This guy's right next to me.
The helmet swords in this room are
理
annoying
由は
because
は
you
み
want
出
to
じ
be
ゃ
able
な
to
い。
target during
条
long
件
jump
は
attacks. So that way you can
ブーメランのあ
reset
る
the camera when you land.
地面
Because you don't want the
が
camera. Like
リン
sometimes
ク
when
の
the
地
camera
面
is
よ
targeting
り
the boomerang after
高
you
い位
jump,
置
the
にあ
camera
る
can
場
make
合
it very
か
spotty.
何もない
So
時に
you want to like try and get the camera
発動
behind
し
Link
ます。
by the time he lands, but it's really easy to like target a helmet sword in there before you land.
And this is a cool trick.
ですからここもシャンデリアの上にかけてジャンプ利用していくと。
Sure. So I'm sure a lot of people watching probably played this game or own the Wii version and are wondering, hey, can I do these cool tricks that Aether's doing? And the answer is no.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the long jump attack unfortunately doesn't work on the Wii version for a really silly reason. It's because whenever you like pull your sword out after
おば
throwing
ち
the
ゃんを
boomerang,
回収しておき
in
ま
order to
す。
pull your sword out on the Wii, you have to like shake your Wii remote, and you can't pull the sword out without also swinging it on the Wii version. So, and whenever you swing your sword after throwing the
こ
Gale
の場
boomerang,
合
it breaks
は
the
脱
target
出用
that
で
you
す
have on the boomerang, which is unfortunately
ね。
essential
このまま
to
だ
do the
と
long jump
脱出ができ
I
ないの
think even
で
in some instances on the Wii version, you can take your
一旦
sword out
外に
without
出るた
slashing
め
and
に
it still breaks the target.
おばちゃんを
So
回収しま
in the
す。
Wii version of this dungeon, you actually do still come here early, and you
お
do
ばちゃんを
some
回収っていうと
insane
人さらいみたいで
RNG-based
すね。
LJs with the helmet swords because you can LJ just with enemies, and it's not fun. I wouldn't recommend it.
Need to call Habrano to get in here and tell us all about that. Habrano's the
そ
main
うで
guy
すね。
who
ブ
likes
ー
to
メ
run
ラ
the
ン
Wii
ジャン
version
プ
of
が
this
でき
game.
ない理由
Big
は
respect to him.
All right, so Aether's actually going to enter into the backside of this mini boss room here in
抜
AGDQ2019.
刀状
He
態に
actually
なら
still
ないから
has
です
remnants
ね。
of the
ウ
boss
ィーバ
flag
ーだと
value that we mentioned earlier, and because that value is
一
set
応
to a
抜
value
刀
of
状
1
態
right
のモ
now,
ー
you
ショ
can
ンはあ
actually
るの
trigger this
で
fight by just looking
メ
up
モ
at the
リを
ceiling
書
and
き
skipping
換える
the
とで
cutscene.
きなくはないん
You're
で
not
す
supposed
が
to trigger this fight until you enter the room
実
from
機
like
で
the
は
main
でき
entrance.
ない
And
で
there's
す
a little
ね。
cutscene that tells the game, hey, he's in this room. And then you can look up at the ceiling and trigger the fight, kind of like with Goma in OT.
なぜか見上げる
But
と
because of that
ボス
flag,
戦が
like
始
Jim
まる
said,
と。
it already thinks you're in the room.
Right here, when the Deku-Toad flies up to the ceiling, he's gonna see up. That lets, I don't know, for whatever reason, that just
で
makes
ここの
the
中
Toad
ボス
fall
戦も
down
結
immediately.
構難
Now
し
he's
く
gonna
て
try to get 10 slashes with
タ
the
イミング
Master
よ
Sword,
く
and that's gonna get a
マ
one
スター
strike.
スド10回攻撃素晴らしいですね。
So that's far more precise than it looks. It takes like a really long
ユ
time
ー
to get good
が
at that.
角 攻撃2フレームし
Clean
かあ
too
りませ
fast,
ん。
you end up like completing a full sword combo, and if you land a fourth hit, it's a really long time before you can land another hit, and then also the toad kind of like just goes back up to
2 フレームよりちょっと長引いてしまうと、相手がひるんでる時間が足りなくなってしまうと。
So he's going to leave the dungeon with Uku, but you actually can't use Uku to get out of the dungeon from a mini boss room, so he's going to save warp first.
はい。で、ここでセーブして、ダンジョンの入り口に戻ります。
So like what Jim mentioned with the water tunnel, obviously he can't get out through that water tunnel. It's really convenient that we have Uku, and not only that, but Uku's going to be really useful for a trick coming up later on. Those
iron weights were RNG manipulation.
もう固定の神殿には用がほぼないので。
And then seemingly uses it once, but has it in his inventory for a while. He's going to use it later.
先にやることをやっておき
Everything
ま
comes
す。
back into play. So coming up, he's going to do one of the most dangerous tricks in the run, and also one of like the least time-saving tricks at the same time.
It's also really cool, and he did just save, so it's not a big deal if it goes wrong. But there's a Bublin or a Bakawa in here in the Twilight, and it's going to call a Kargarok to help him fight Link. But like with most
そうですね。レクトード戦の倒し方は比較的簡単な方には入るとは思います。
Now the problem here is that you're not supposed to be human Link in Twilight, and the Bakawan, when the Bakawan dies, it cuts into and there's a lot of stuff going on at once, so the game just crashes if something goes wrong. But it's really consistent trick. So
not only that, flight patterns are a bit weird, so he does have to improvise a little bit sometimes.
ここ面白い倒し方をします。
That's good. Okay, this is fine.
Yeah, specifically he wants to avoid getting grabbed by the Kargarok
今度
as
こ
human.
こ影の会長から
As long as he gets grabbed, what is this
なっている影の使者
Kirk, yeah.
をですね、下ろさないといけないんですが、
Did I not get it? Oh, I got it.
You got it.
水中に沈めると死ぬ特性を利用して殺します。
So if he crashes his game there, he would have had to reset his console as fast as he possibly could to be able to load the file that he just saved in and then come back and try again.
Yeah, it's random how long it takes the Kargarok to attack you, although there is something you can do to make it a little bit faster usually.
That trick only saves 4 seconds.
お、やりますか。
So this right here is
この
another
壁
cool
抜けられるんですよ。
So if you like the walls there are lined up just right, that way you can use the wall on the right to like push you through the wall on the left if you have a good angle. And this saves like 6 seconds because you can just fly straight to the end instead of needing to like take the curving trail.
It's very similar to Pillar Clip actually. There's a lot of different areas in the
これ
game
で
that are
で
like
すね、
that
普
where
通に
the
進む
walls
より
are
7秒早いです。
a really convenient way that lets you fly out of bounds or walk out of bounds or whatever else.
Yeah, also during this flight, the game's going to try to correct his path to get him back to where, like, the actual collision and polygons are, so he has to kind of fight against that to be able to fly in a straight line to the exit.
ですね、見せ技だった時代もあったんですが、それ以降にですね、簡単に抜ける技が見つかったので、今の技なんですけど、簡単に抜けられるようになったので、みんなやっているという感じですね。
Usually when you fly back in bounds, you don't hit the wall, but like his wing like clipped the wall, and if you fall, that sucks.
He's gonna attempt another text tape over here.
やり方次第です。やり方次第では結構抜ける確率も高いので、
Right now he's just gonna go up and get the portal at Zora's
やっ
domain.
ていきましょ
Up
う。
until
や
then,
りた
there's
い方
not
は
really
ね。
much going on, though.
Yeah, it's pretty slow for a couple
あ、
minutes.
一応僕もエインやってる
I've
時
got
は
a $25 donation from Kona Rican. I'm off to work now, so
攻め
I'll
る
miss
時
the
は
rest
攻
of
め
this
ますか
awesome
ね。
Twilight Princess run. But I'd like to challenge everyone watching to donate even $5 with the donation message of "Awoo" to keep Wolf Link company. All right, I've got
ちょっと僕は一
$50
時
from
版やった
Howard
こと
the
がないん
Goat.
で、この辺がわからないんで申し訳ないです。
And he says, but I wanted to stay outside. Aw. We have a $10 donation from Happy Failer that says, hey, listen. We have $250 from Wolf Linda. Had to donate during one of my favorite Zelda games. Keep up the great work, guys, and show those dungeons who's the
は
boss.
い。で、ゾーラ川のポータルも解放していきます。ゾーラ川じゃない、ここ。ゾーラの里。
just want to say, Aether, I really appreciate your break slides. I really appreciate them. Yeah.
I'm sure Torp does too.
Yeah, Torp.
Shout outs to Torp.
Torp's probably watching this, like critiquing everything. It's like, oh man, he didn't get optimal speed there. Come on. Gotta fix your ESS position, Aether.
Right, so a small little detail about midnight charging, which is actually worth noting. You always attack the first area, which is really nice because with the messengers, oftentimes because they're in that like barrier, you'll attack one and then you'll hit a barrier and then it'll like cancel your attacks on the other. So you kind of have to consider that when attacking them because you have to kill all of them with one attack, otherwise they like revive each other.
When you wait a second. Did I turn around? Also with minute charges, in a couple areas, especially areas with a lot of hills or invisible hills, you can get stopped by like, nothing and just completely fail like a charge. And
Even with just running, like there are a lot of areas where you can just like randomly slip or trip.
Yeah, they actually, fun fact, when they were developing Brawl, they tested out the tripping mechanics. So thanks, Sakurai. Hidden skill, you actually have to you can actually use this hidden skill on a lot of the bosses without learning it, but you cannot use it on Ganondorf without learning it. And if you get to Ganondorf without it, then you kind of just can't beat the game. Yeah. Also, this is a reason that clearing the Twilight saves time. If you clear the Twilight, there's some other perks to clearing the Twilight too. It's not just this. If you clear the Twilight, the wolf was here, and if the wolf was not here, you have to use a Howling Stone somewhere else, which would end up taking like a minute or two, and then you'd have to go get the wolf somewhere else. Yeah, in any percent, it's a little bit different because of the way the routing works there. It actually turns out to be faster to howl. But in other categories, like for example, Save and Quit also clears the Twilight because of that category's routing that makes it faster to get this wolf instead. All right, so back into Forest Temple.
Except this time we have the claw shot.
And the claw shot. This is something that you don't get to see often. So luckily, with the claw shot, we do not have to deal with these spiders a second time. Although actually, you can just knock them off the vines with the boomerang as well.
Yeah, I'm gonna do that just for a safety strat.
はい。で、今から次は、もう今神殿をクリアしていきます。
So this is part of the reason the claw shot getting claw shot early saves time. You can claw shot a few vines.
もうクローショットがあるので、クローショットを駆使して先に進みます。
It's pure time save, basically. It's not like he added extra movement at all. He's just removing movement completely with the claw shot.
Yeah, also one small note about aiming with the claw shot, the boomerang, or really any first-person item. You actually want to press C up and go into first-person mode before you aim with the weapon. Because if you just regularly use the weapon, Link like holds it out in front of him for like a second before the camera finally pans in and allows you to use it.
If you try and aim like while it's out in front of him, you'll just turn Link around or something instead of like actually being able to aim where you want.
Yeah, it's a common thing that you'll see with using the boomerang or using the claw shot, and later on the bow. Right there, he did a cool thing with targeting. Since the boomerang's gonna go straight anyway, he doesn't have to target the first.
そうですね、外回りは結構、初見プレイではみんな活用したのではないでしょうか。
Yeah, unfortunately, we are going to be doing all the dungeons, but we unfortunately can't skip very many boss keys. For the most part, if you try to get out of bounds and behind a boss door in this game, the loading zone just simply won't activate because the game wants you to actually open the door before it activates the loading zone. There is one exception to that that we'll see later, but he's going to have to pretty much collect all the boss keys.
Yeah, it's really interesting that like Jim said, in other Zelda games where you could get behind the boss door and open it, or get behind the boss door and like enter a loading zone. In this game, there are some boss doors that you can get behind, and if you have the boss key, you can open the door from behind. You just can't access the loading zone any other way.
It's not just boss doors either.
A lot of loading zones are actually only triggered from opening the door that you need to get to it.
So shout outs to myself in this strat. Took a lot of timing.
So usually for a while you'd long jump attack across this area with the boomerang. With the claw shot.
And that skips having to collect the last 4 monkeys in Forest Temple, which saves a lot of time.
Yeah, getting those monkeys it takes a lot of backtracking and just a lot of really, really boring cutscenes.
Also with the long jump attack, you also risk avoiding on those.
It's safer and zero risk pretty much.
Okay. So this is Diababa. The first phase is pretty straightforward, but he's going to actually save 2 of the bombs at the end of the first phase. He's going to
は
pull
い
2
ま
bombs
ず
to
は
him.
本
And
大
he's
会に
going
の
to
で
juggle these
2
bombs
体
in
の
the second
触手を
phase.
倒
So
し
that way
ま
he can
す。
avoid needing to wait for Ook to bring bombs to him in the second phase. It can take anywhere from like 40 to 50
2体の
seconds or
触
something
手を
for Ook
倒しきる
to come out in the
前
second
に
phase. So he's just
ちょっ
gonna
と悪い
like
ことをし
juggle the
て
bombs with the boomerang. Whenever the boomerang hits the bomb, or okay, whenever the bomb is in a
ちょっ
boomerang,
と
the
悪いこ
boomerang,
とをして
like Gale, the timer stops and resets. So he's gonna do a lot of precise targets
爆弾
to
虫を2
keep
匹
all
引
the
き寄せ
bombs
ておき
basically
ま
at the
す。
start of their timer.
This
さあ
strat
決まるか。
it takes a while to learn actually. Like for example, I still haven't learned this.
There's a
strat.
lot of
は
really
い
small
本
things
体
that you have
登
to
場
think about with it.
と。
But it looks really cool
Yeah.
when done well. So
With the gyro aiming in the HD version, it's a little bit easier, but still, again, a very precise trick.
Yeah, so he's going to try to target with the Gale Boomerang so that the bomb at the top of the Gale hits Diababa, but this other one still stays in the Gale Boomerang and doesn't explode. Then he's going to throw it away to not make it explode while he hits Diababa, and then throw it again to deal the second explosion.
All right, and then he's going to ending blow to finish off
で
Diababa.
こうとどめさせるより回転切りで倒した方が早いです。
Nice, he got it. He got the put away.
あら、とどめさ普通に刺した。
So usually Link is supposed to have the sword and shield out here, but he put it away.
Yeah.
So Link's gonna put the sword and shield
は
away
い
with
今
that
のが
Link's
ウ
sword
ーク
and
レ
shield
スと言われる技で、
It's gonna be a
本
little
来であ
fun
れ
here.
ば、最後の触手から攻撃を受けてから、猿が、先ほどの中ボスですね。先ほどの中ボスが、爆弾虫を引き連れてくるんですが、
That's not the only time we can do
も
that.
う最初の段階から
One dungeon down.
Can't wait to see that in the cringe compilation.
爆弾を引き寄せておくことで、ああいうことができるようになります。
So, a couple things with, actually, we won't see this that much now, but
おはようご
heart
ざい
pieces
ます。
are, he's gonna be collecting a lot of heart pieces, and later on in the game, there's gonna be some creative ways where he can pick up heart pieces. So just keep your eyes open for that. So there's nothing really going on over here.
If you cut a lot of running, he's gonna be heading to Elden next.
もうだいぶ回
Alright,
数
we got a
は
few donations here. We
終わ
have
ったかな。
$5
3割
from
払いは
Kanye
終わり
who
ました
says,
ね、もう。
"Awoo." We have $5 from Aylesworth who says, "Awoo." We have a $5 anonymous donation that says, "Awoo." We have a $50 donation from Fang15 that says,
そうで
"Keep
す
up the
ね。
good
ブーメランを殴ってだと、
We've got
ブ
a
ーメランに乗
$15
ってる
donation
間
from
は
Captain
爆弾のカウン
Tempest
トが
that
リセ
says,
ットされ
"Ask
ま
and you
す。
shall receive." We have like 100 more of those.
Really quickly,
はい、
Aether has a bonus.
で、
He
ハ
got
ー
it
ト
from
の
back
器
in time
は
earlier. And it's a little bit faster here to grab
確
Epona
か
and then
彼の自
just
己部で
run
は
out of
回収
force.
して
He
いま
doesn't
せ
have
ん
to do。any LJ since now he has force
安全牌で
completed.
す。
It's kind of like beating Deku in Ocarina of Time. Now he doesn't have to skip. What's his name? Pokey?
Pokey.
Yeah. Don't say it is. Don't, don't say it.
そうですね。TGQ 今、日本人に優しくないですね。ゼルダの時間帯は。非常に辛いものがあります。解説するによっても。
Alright, so up here is actually gonna do a long jump attack.
当初の予
He's gonna do a long
定
jump attack
予知でしたから
using a
ね。
void, but he's using the void that's out of bounds. He's gonna throw the boomerang in such a way that it curves to the right. Well, the boomerang always curves to the right, but it's gonna curve to the right and curve out of bounds. And then while it's over the void out of bounds, he's gonna jump. And this works because pretty much anywhere out of bounds underneath every map, there is a void.
Right there, he's skipping a trigger for the mailman. Normally, when you hit that, the mailman's gonna run up and be like, "Hey, here's a letter." But we're not gonna see that, hopefully, and run it off.
はい、今のところはですね、ポストマンが出てくる判定だったんですが、
So in any percent of this category,
また
you
飛
would
び
see
越え
a
ま
trick
した。
here, 33 minutes in, called Gorge Void.
It's everyone's favorite.
And it's a frame perfect trick that actually saves over a minute, or about a minute. If you miss,
はい。
if you miss it, you lose
基本
about a
的に
minute.
ブーメラン投げて
I just want to
人
mention
が
that、if you find earliest snow peak, which
ム
there's
ー
a
ビー
pay
の
spin
判
on,
定スキップを
there's a
して
bounty
るもの
for
だ
it,
と思
which
って
gets
く
rid
だ
of
さい。
Gorge Void. So if any of you like glitch hunting, then that's up for grabs.
What's it at? Like $100 now?
Yeah, 150, I think.
はい。2%だったら怖く
Yeah, so
鬼
that's
門
one
な
of
ん
the
です
nice
が、
things about
ゴー
running
ル
all
ダンジョ
dungeons
ンなん
instead
で、
of 80%. Although obviously the category is a bit
鬼
longer,
門
so
で
you
も
can
何で
consider
もない
that,
ですね。
but you don't have a frame perfect trick 30 minutes in that saves a minute. And it saves a minute because, so right here, after this cutscene, he's going to be forced to warp away. But between this cutscene right here and the cutscene of him being forced away right here. He could have.
Oh,
Okay,
he got the bite.
okay. So he did a B attack there instead of a jump attack.
お、決めていく。1フレーム
You
を決め
actually
て
do
い
a
く。
jump attack and you void out, and then that respawns you in the area, and then you can get over the gorge, and then go to Kakariko without being forced to warp away. And if you're forced to warp away, you have to run back, which wastes a whole minute.
動き徐々に良くなってますね。緊張してたのかな。
bring over there, so this ends up just being faster than doing the whole any percent
はい。
shenanigans.
で、ここは
And yeah, this is where he gets the map warping with the D-pad.
あれです。
That's like I said before. That's going to be very important later on.
普通に進んでいきます。普通に足を修復します。
Is that Minna's actually on your back in your shadow?
Wait, what?
You didn't know that?
No.
What? You too?
Okay, now I can't make fun of you because you didn't know some stuff earlier. Over here, he's gonna go for another tech skip. There's a one frame input that you can jump out of the trigger for a minute text. Saves like, what, 3-4 seconds, something like that. Again, with the trend of one frame tricks to save a few seconds to a few minutes. There you go, nice. Coming up is probably, I'd say, most TP runners' favorite Twilight segment. It's definitely the most exciting one. It's also the short, or not the shortest, but the most well-balanced in terms of time.
キングブルームとの戦闘イベントが入る判定がありますので、慎重に移動して抜けます。
Yeah, this is because of getting the iron boots earlier on, right?
Yeah, if you get the iron boots, then that trigger spawns in. Thankfully, he doesn't have to avoid it anymore, so he's good.
もうこれでなんか、積むっていう現象はあんまりなくなったかな。
When I was talking about before how you can get stop and like trip over during your B attacks, this is probably the most notorious area for that. You can lose a lot of time to those strategies if that happens to you. It's not RNG, you can do some stuff to prevent that from happening to you, but it is still very annoying. So he's going to pick up this vessel here, and normally, casually, you're going to go to the Sanctum and use Midna to jump up to the top and watch a cutscene, light some torches, watch another cutscene, and then go down to the basement. But instead, Aether's going to head over to the graveyard right away. Because he has the Master Sword, he's going to be able to do a trick, or like a little clip in there that's going to save a good amount of time.
Yeah, this is the first of like 3 times in this Twilight that you transform into human just because it's faster to do a trick.
Yeah, there's also a bug in the graveyard, so we have to come here anyway.
Yep, yeah. Normally you would come out this way originally. So
ここはなぜかトワイライトの世界だと、お隣に横飛びをするとなぜか抜けられる。
These bugs are a little annoying. There's some pretty consistent strats to get all 3 of them very quickly, but
oh, that's
nice. I've actually never seen that version of the strat.
普通の世界だと、あそこで横にしてもただ乗るだけです。
Unlike with Fair and Twilight. And for some reason, this cutscene trigger. Oh, right, it's because it's different entrance. Okay, so you get this cutscene for the graveyard twice because you're entering the graveyard from different entrances. Are you gonna be doing keys long jumps either?
Oh yeah, heck yeah.
So the task actually long jumps keys in some places to save time because long jumps give you such large amounts of speed.
He's gonna get this minute spot now because if you don't get this now, it actually doesn't show up anywhere. And he's just gonna use that for a strat later to get some rupees.
Yeah, there's a silver rupee in that bell.
Right here's a cool strat that I think it was found by SVA. That basically if you hit the wall there in that way and then just
ここを横にアタックしてから注目すると虫がなぜかすぐ下に落ちてくると。これ見つけたら日本人ですね。
million ways to mess up every bug, and it's annoying because like you have to go through each little bug and you have to do it like hundreds of times just to figure out what can go wrong and what not to mess up. And it all looks really straightforward, but like it takes such a long time to figure it all out with every bug.
Yeah, in this small like 7-minute segment, I think has probably one of the most like well contributed, like in terms of strats in any other segment in the game. Like so many TP runners have just looked for strats to do everything in here faster. So I remember back like when I first started running the game, for example, people were doing this, like, barely sub 8, but now, you know, getting well under sub 7 is common.
なくはないんですが、
So when he actually
何ら RTA には使えない技ですね。
He got the bug that's upstairs off the wall because the bug is on the wall, and that just gets the bug off the wall before actually needing to go upstairs.
一瞬海外勢も使えるんじゃねっていう感じで盛り上がりはあったんですが、
the loading zones in here are a little bit weird.
1秒遅か
On
っ
these
た
roofs,
と
he's going to be dash canceling again. It's actually just faster to dash cancel up these than to just dash normally. It saves a deceptively large amount of time.
Also, something sometimes he'll
1
be
秒
doing, which is
なんか1秒だか2秒だか
is
遅か
be
ったんですよ
attacking
ね
to get down a ledge. There are a couple of reasons to do it. Right there, he did it because like dashing. When you dash close to a ledge, you need to be holding a direction on the control stick to dash. And if you hold that direction on the control stick too long, when you're close to the ledge, you'll actually just get a full jump off of it and go too far. So you can just do a B attack to just like fall down the ledge. And this can save time for a couple different reasons. One of them is that
温泉できることがあったら思ったより技ですけれども
sooner than if you were to like run towards the ledge and jump off normally while running at full
や
speed.
ってることは結構面白いんですけど
Yeah, so right here, after he collects this tier, he has to wait a little bit before he actually goes into the loading zone, because if he activates the tier, but then the tier doesn't make Wolflink glow with that bluish aura, then he doesn't actually collect the tier. So he has to make sure that that happens before he exits the zone.
So coming up here, he's actually
本
going
来
to
であれ
do
ば
one
虫を追っか
of
けて小屋
the
の中に
largest
入
time
るんで
saves in
す
the
が
segment, which is burning house skip. He's
先に
transforming into human and then
虫
doing
を
an
追っかけ
LGA
るのでは
here.
なく
That's
待ち
going
伏
to
せ
put
し
him
ます
around the trigger to activate this bug for
待
going
ち
in the
伏せ
house.
して先に
He's
倒す
then going to kill the bug before it goes inside of the house, and it's
す
going
る
to
と
load both states,
小屋が
the
壊れ
before
ます
burnt and after burnt states of the house on top of each other, and that's going to let him get all three of those tiers without watching any of the cutscenes.
Yeah, you're supposed to trigger the cutscene of that bug, and the bug goes
虫を
into the
倒
house
す
into the crawl
と
space during a
小屋
cutscene.
が壊れる
And
という
then
謎
afterwards,
の
we'll
現象
fall
が
into
起
the
き
crawl
ます
space, and then light the house on fire, and it blows up and kills the bugs.
Yeah, it takes, I think it saves like, what, 25 seconds?
Saves a lot, yeah.
Yeah.
This is the most annoying bug in this Twilight.
Yeah. Well, actually, no. I'd say the last bug is more annoying than this one.
Or it used to be annoying. You can just sit, you can like just
おっ
attack.
と
So certain bugs,
お
like
ー
when
素
you
晴ら
attack
しい
them
反
a
応
certain way, you can cause them like move to the left, move to the right, move whatever. And with that bug, if you like attack it and you push it just into the
5
corner
ルピー
barely,
や10ル
it'll
ピー
like only
な
like
どの、1ルピー以外のでかい
the
ルピー
electricity
は
on
で
the
すね
bugs, like you can make it go
セ
away
ー
if you
ブする
attack
ご
them
と
in
に
certain ways.
I appreciate that.
ロードするごとに
Appreciate
敵
it.
出現するんで
Yeah,
す
you
が
might have also seen Aether jump
ジ
attack
ャン
into
プ中な
rupees
ど
at
の
certain points
空
as
中で
well.
ね
That's
取
because
る
if
と
you're
そ
in
の
the air
敵
long
と
enough,
追
when you
っかけ
collect
ずに
a rupee that's greater than a green rupee, the game will actually attempt to give you a cutscene for that
敵と
rupee
スキップがで
amount.
きる
But
と
if you're in the air for long enough, the cutscene will actually get canceled, and so you won't have to go through the text of like, you got a blue rupee.
Right here is actually a quick climb. It's right there. He just climbed really close to the wall and canceled the climbing animation.
Yeah, I was gonna say if you see Aether stopping really stupidly, it's because he's trying to break slide. He's trying to be a cool kid. He's trying to impress all of you. I hope you appreciate that. Right there, you can
まあ
actually get
こ
that
の
bug.
虫
Actually,
も
I'm pretty
スチー
sure
ムを
most
売ろう
bugs
と
in
す
the
るん
game
です
that
が
dig down, you can get before they dig, and
ねも
collect that
う
tier a little bit earlier. If
先に
you
倒せま
miss
す
that though, and the bug actually digs down in the ground, it takes forever to kill them.
Yeah, the bug has like an invincibility period in the ground where you just can't get them.
And then when they come out of the ground, they have another invincibility period. Over here, he's gonna try to kill these shadow beasts really quickly. It's not too precise, but there is a steam cycle that he does have to hit. Generally, it's pretty common to be too fast for it, and things like this happen. So now he has to wait for the other shadow beast to run up to him. That's good. Yeah. This should still be fine.
Yeah, sometimes the messengers, if you're like directly behind them, they just can't see you.
It's been a decent Elden so far. Okay, cool. Yep, nice. That's the steam cycle that you're looking for.
Yeah, if the steam was venting out of the wall like this one is here, it actually knocks you off the wall when you try to do that.
Although
Hi.
that one right there, you can actually just,
も
like,
う
jump off
残
to
り
the right
1
for
で
just
す
to avoid,
ね
even if it's active.
Aether has the best strat for this.
もう
I still need to learn that.
何ら
It's really common for runners to lose a lot of time to that
これ
move
の
right
こと以
there.
外は変わったことのない
The way it moves around is
通
really
常
weird.
プレイを
depending
早
on-
くやったみたいな感じですね。
Literally
後
just
半
be
も
attack.
Okay, listen. I didn't think about that.
まあ小屋が一瞬で壊れるのはさすがにびっくりすると思われますが、その他は普通で
Right there, he
す。
was going for a one-frame B attack to get just like a little funny effect. It's a little bit slower, but it would have been pretty funny.
Yeah, so the only reason that we actually cleared the Elden Twilight is so that we could
ちょっと
have the meteorite spawn up here that falls down. Because we need this meteorite to break the ice at the top of Zora's domain to be able to activate
さ
the
あ、ここ
Nehru
から、
Twilight.
If you get
ちょっ
into
とした
Twilight Princess
技
running,
を
you're gonna
学び
find
ま
that
す
there's a lot
ね。
of things in this game. We do entire areas basically just to put, basically most of the speedrun is putting
はい。
the
で、
Linearu part of the game
噴
in the
火の
correct state to just finish the game.
石が
A lot
落
of
ちて
things that
く
we
る
do
と。
in this game are only for that. And if somehow you
こ
can
の
figure out how
石を
to get to certain dungeons
石じゃな
without
い岩
Linearu being in the correct state, then you
真
would
っ
save
青
so
な
much
の
time.
で
Here's a 5
凍っ
second
てる場所
frame
に
perfect
持ってい
side
き
hop.
ます。
This is one so far that saves the most.
Nice.
Okay, cool.
So he transformed the human there when he warped the rock. That just let him slide up there, and then now he's gonna go sink under into the water. That's gonna skip a cutscene with the Rutella ghost, like the Queen Zora ghost, and that saves a good amount of time. But he's gonna have to skip that cutscene
で、
again.
今のは、まあ、さらっとやってましたが、
The human like makes a wolf sound there.
本来であれば、
Oh, woo.
本来、地上から見ると、ルテラとの会話が起きます。
So Linearu Twilight is
All right, get comfy. It's
Yeah.
gonna be long.
I mean, long and lots of just wolf movement.
yeah. Anybody got a pillow, blanket?
で、
Anybody? Unfortunate.
Yeah, this is probably this is the longest Twilight, and it's also like the most comfy, I guess.
Yeah, this Twilight section wouldn't be that bad, but there's one bug in Hyrule Castletown that just takes so long to run over
はい、
and get because
こ
the
こ
game
もま
wants you
た、
to
普
go
通
to
に、
Castletown in this Twilight so that you can get a warp portal
なんだっ
in
け、
front of Castletown.
ラネールの
There are
虫、
still
いや、
a
ラ
lot
ネ
of
ールの
strats
トワイライト
in
の
this,
解
it's
放
just,
に
you know.
向けてムチ
Yeah,
ア
it's mostly just
ス
little
静か
optimizations
発
of
動
each
していきま
individual
す。
bug. And there's like 2 harder strats that save a nice amount of time.
You also have to kill a good amount of messengers. There's another messenger fight in this dungeon, or not dungeon, this Twilight as well. Sorry, it's all dungeons. I'm just thinking dungeons.
ちょっとここ、
We have a $25 donation from Zaf who says, I hope Door of Time clip is nice to you.
影の人倒すには
Good luck on the
コ
run.
ツが必要ですが、うまく倒しましたね。
Yeah, we'll talk about that in a bit, but that's a fairly new skip.
A skip found by our savior.
Yeah, there was a new member of the Twilight Princess community named Mr. Men, and he's found a lot of tricks that have greatly improved the quality of both the speedrun for the original version and the HD
ここら辺
version.
特
So
に
huge
解
shout
説
out
する
to
技がないです。
The best part about that too is that he looked into stuff that like people had tried years ago and then just somehow got it to work suddenly.
Like really quickly too. So
Yeah.
it seemed.
何か聞きたいことがあれ
So
ば、
right here, he's gonna do the similar thing he did before. So
ゲ
if
ー
you
ムに
remember,
関することであれ
he
ば
just
何
did
で
the
も
cutscene here
答えようとは
by
思い
going
ます
under
が
the。water, and he's gonna do the same thing. Although out of like once he goes through the loading zone, he's gonna be setting up to do a side hop out of the waterfall, and it's kind of tight, but it's pretty easy. It saves like.
はい、今のところもですね、普通に行くと先ほどと同じように、テキストが出てきてしまうので、
That's
Yeah,
early.
that was early. Yeah,
Ah.
that's okay.
Not a big deal, because he has the claw shot, so he can just claw shot up there.
あ
Normally
今
in
の
like
技は
any
です
percent, for
ね、
example, you wouldn't have claw shot equipped, so it would lose a little bit more time to fail this, but in all dungeons, it's not a big deal.
Yeah, so for some reason you can just like side hop out of that
3
waterfall.
フレームでこの上の足場に乗ることができるんですが、ちょっと遅れてしまいましたね。
And only 3 of those frames get you the side hop that we need right now.
Coming
そ
up
の
are
特設
the best
は
bugs in the game.
Is there
知
everyone
らないな。
These bugs, you can
知らな
either
か
kill
っ
them
た
both
な。
instantly, or like SBA, you could lose.
Oh, that
or-
was really
that
nice.
was really
That
good.
was really nice.
だいぶここのハスの
So he got a
ハ
pretty
セリア
fast.
にいる
He
2
got a
匹
pretty
の
fast bug
虫
there.
は
You can actually get faster. You can kill
かなり
both
ク
bugs
ソみ
with
たい
one
な動きを
attack,
することが多
or
いんで
they
す
could just
が、
be dodging
今
you
日は
for
調子
you
が良
know
かった
40
ですね
seconds, a minute, 2 minutes, however long.
Wow, only 1 rupee. Guess he used up all the RNG on the bugs.
Yeah.
RNG counter is now at 0.
Donate more for better RNG.
And now we have to go all the way out of the way for 1 bug.
Yeah, right now he's pretty much taking like 2 or 3 minutes just to go to Hyrule Castle for 1 bug.
Yeah, if you guys want to take a nap, if you want to get a snacks, you know, this is the time to do it.
How about some donations?
Oh, that'd be great.
We have $100 from Ed Von Stein, who says, "Ow!" We have $250 from Jaeger, who says, "Good to see this awesome game being run on AGQ. Donating to fight cancer. Oh, and ow!"
はい、ここ、川の流れに逆らうので、
We have
動きづらいんです
$5
が、
from that one cat in
うまく動
Castletown
き
who
ました
says,
ね。
meow. And we have $10 from Fernando134 who says, "You already talked to me. Meow." We have $25 from Vicarious Vice, who says, "Hey, SkyBlueAether, Wolflink has some words of advice for this run. Arf, arf, awoo, worf. I hope you got all that. All of Hyrule is counting on you."
Thank you for the good luck.
We've got $10 from Scruffy Wolf. "I hope our host isn't going to get dog tired of all this howling. It would suck to have a rough throat." Then they say, "I'm so sorry." Thank you for being such a great host and good sport. Good luck, SkyBlue. We've got $5 from Police. "No awoo, $350 fine."
そうですね。
We've got $250 from the Bear God.
ここは結構移
Wait,
動
just
が
kidding, I
長い
wouldn't
で
do
すね。
that.
There's some dashing sections in this game where you can just hold up and tap A. So, like during long dashing sections, I sometimes just use my nose to press A and then like go on Twitter or something.
そうですね。ほとんど通常ですね。もう何らおかしなバグはないですね。
Give the cats some love. We'll be seeing them later. So coming up in the Hyrule, he needs 1 bug here, and the only reason the game forces you to come here is for that portal in front of Hyrule Castle.
スマブラ X と見たことがある人も結構多いかと思われます。
What you're going to see here when he moves into this area is actually going to be dash canceling the entire time. Wolf
ダッシュキャンセルという技を用います。
in this area that actually just alternating
城下
between
町で
dash
すと
and attack, dash and attack is fast.
ダッシュがすぐ速度が落ちてしまいます。スピードを維持するためにダッシュした直後に B アタックを入れることで速度をある程度維持すると。
Because you want the bug to fall down on the ground as quickly as possible. So Aether's going to be trying to manipulate the bug to do that.
Yeah, nice.
Oh, oops.
Yeah, there's it's kind of hard to tell when you can pick up a tier. Generally, when the tier is all the way white, like in the center, you can pick it up, but there's still
風卓のガノンもかっこいいですね。
where it's at. Generally, you're going to want to pick up the tiers before they start moving, though, because you can get juked.
どの作のガノンが強いんですかね。
You really don't have much control over it. Just kind of want to hope it doesn't land in the water.
神トラだったりするのかなとは若干思っ
But
た
whenever
よ
a tier
う
lands
に
in the
は
water,
す
it
る
takes
ん
like
で
an
す
extra
が。
second and a half to actually become a tier.
Good climb.
Yeah, so the bridge there actually goes up and down with the water, and if it goes up, then it kind of gets stuck on the ledge for a moment.
You can actually kind of predict that. B attack is dead,
そ
but
う
B
で
attack
す
is
ね。
forward.
You can just move left or right too.
Yeah.
神トラは多そうです
Oh,
ね。
yeah, 'cause
結
it doesn't.
構
Okay.
So this first bug is actually going to go right
周りのものに
past.
も
And it's faster because it kind of rubber bands. Like when you go past the bug, it speeds up and then catches up to
手を
you.
取られ
And
ま
it's
すし
faster to
ね
kill。this first bug and then kill the second one after it pulled ahead of you.
You also don't have to target onto the bugs to kill them. It just makes it a lot easier. It pretty much just guarantees that you're going to hit them for the most part.
Yeah, if you're within targeting range, then you just dash.
神トラも明日だっけ明後日だっけ
So right there was actually deceptively faster than what you're supposed to do. It can go in a mostly straight line.
古いカテゴリ
Yeah,
ー
then
であ
right
り
here
ます
we're
の
going
で、ぜ
to
ひそち
collect
ら
the
も
final bug and then act like we
見ていただ
accidentally
ける
bonked
と
on the ledge even though it was intentional.
Oh no.
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 Oh,
no.
man.
Wow.
Now you can't go to the end of the river.
残念がってます
And
が、
you can't go
ワ
back
ン
to
ツで
Sora's
す。
domain now.
明らかに壁に向かってました
So
ね。
conveniently when you bonk there, the game actually puts you right next to the last bug that we're gonna need before the boss.
Yeah, that bug can
ちょ
sometimes.
っと小ネタなんですが、ドイツ語版にハイラルレイクではなくて、ドイツ語版となので、ドイツ語で表示されると、ここ、ハイラル C になるんですよね。英語で上の C になってる。クソどうでもいいことですね。はい、影の巨大虫戦です。まず、おっと、一回普通にひるませます。
Basically, what he's going to try to do is So normally, this bug will attack you.
You can move back and keep the camera forward.
Yeah. Normally, this bug will attack you and then
で、
fly
視野
away
と
and then
し
come
て、
back and you will be able to hit him. But Aether is going to
虫を誘導し
cancel
ま
the
す。
attack and then
誘
try to
導し
jump
たとこ
again.
ろにあった。
Unfortunately, there he missed
く
it.
れ
It's
た
not
か
that
っ
big of a
たけど、
deal.
今よ
He
け
has
られ
another
た。
opportunity, and normally it's
け
just
ど
the
ま
same
あ、すぐ
as
来てくれた
the
から、
normal fight if you don't get that strategy.
まあ、
Yeah. It saves if
十
you
分で
get
しょう。
both of them at 15 seconds.
はい、今度こそうまくいくかな。
There's also actually
視
another
野
minor
と
time
し
save.
て、
There's like a 3-second time save after he kills the bug, which we'll see in a moment. He's going
巨
to
大
get on
虫
the
が
bug
来
and
た
then
とこ
midnet
ろを
charge. Okay, so he got the second ray
うま
grab.
くい
Cool.
きま
The
した
quick
ね。
grab. So he's gonna get on the bug. He's
一
gonna
回ア
do
タ
a
ッ
minute
クして
charge,
す
and
ぐ
then he's
に
gonna
倒
attempt
す
to
と。
walk off
で、
and
この
bonk the
巨
second
大
bug.
虫、
Okay, cool, like that. And
左
bonking the
足、
second bug actually just
左
cancels
足
the animation of him like going between all
右
six
足
legs
の
and hitting them.
右前足から攻撃するとなぜか一撃で死にます。
That was a pretty good linear attack.
All right, now we have the golden net.
Ooh.
Yeah, there's.
All right, so the twilights are done.
Yeah, no more bug collecting. Don't worry.
Yeah, for a lot of people, that was their least favorite part of this game. So if you're waiting for this to be done, well, come back. Welcome back.
All right, we're approaching the best boss in the game. So
he's gonna do a couple things before he goes back to Lake Bed Temple. He's gonna need some bombs, and to do that, he's gonna visit Aiza.
はいで、この後、
I just want to remind you, this isn't any
そういうのはですね、
It's not any percent.
固定の神殿のボスを倒しに行くんですが、
I mean, technically, it's kind of an 80% run.
80% run.
固定の神殿、水の難境なので、
Yeah, so right
当
here, he's
然
gonna jump off. And if you jump off with a weird angle here, it's actually possible to like void out. And it's also possible to jump off and like
水
land
中
on
と
the
の
ground there.
戦いになるん
Then
で
you
す
take
が、
severe acid damage and die. So you have to
さすがに息が続かないと。
I mean, in all dungeons, he would live, but
いくら勇者でも現在の状況だと息が続かない
It's not 8%.
という状態なので、
get in this room. It's not.
酸素ボンベを
So
取り
the
に行き
reason
ま
I say
す。
that is because up above, right in front of Aether, is a howling stone. That's where you would normally howl to get ending
酸素ボンベを取り
blow
に
in
行きま
80%.
す。
But since we already have ending blow, he can just go ahead and talk to Aiza right away.
Yeah, there have been a ton of times where like all of us have like gone and used a howling stone when we didn't need to, and
Yeah.
like wasted like a minute or whatever. Not
Earlier,
let this run.
yeah, earlier during practice, like all three of us were just like, Aether is not 80%. He went right up to the statue almost.
そうですね、酸素ボンベ使うのが現役です。2% でも酸素ボンベ使った方が早いですね。
All right, so he has Uku still from Lake Bed, remember earlier? And with Aiza's actually going to give you bombs because she wants to use bombs to clear the blockages on the river, so she can bring her boat down the river. But you can use Uku to steal the bomb bag. So that's what he's going to do. And then he's going to empty out his bomb bag and put water bombs in it. If you try and open a chest with water bombs in it, while
こ
you
の
have
キャラクタ
normal
ー
bombs in
自
the
ら
bomb bag, it'll just give you
あの岩を壊してよと画面奥に見える岩を壊してと言われるんです
Have fun
が
with those, Aiza.
そんなことをお構いなしにリンクはおばちゃんの息子を使ってですね脱出します。すると
Unfortunately, because of that, there are a few things that are actually going to get rid of your bombs.
Yeah, you
So
sadly don't get to keep them.
爆弾袋を持って
if he
ここ
saves
に
and
来る
quits,
と。
bombs are gone. If he saves actually, or I think it's if you just open, if you like open the pause menu
It's
at all.
really weird. It's really
Yeah,
weird.
if you open the pause menu at all, you unequip your bombs, and then if you save and quit, then your bombs are gone.
そうですね、解決ですね、完
Yeah,
全
dying
に。
gets rid of it, and
もう勇者なのに
Yeah, so he's going to
人
put them
の
all
も
in
のを
this
盗むという。
waterfall, and it's a really nice way of getting rid of them because you can only put 3 bombs out at once, but if you put a bomb into the water, it like kind of goes into the water, then it like
はい、
shrinks.
でですね、通常の爆弾は水の中に沈めると すぐに消えます。それを利用して爆弾を捨てて水中爆弾を入手すると。水中爆弾は水中に入ってもすぐにアクティブズ爆発します。
Actually, at the end of lake bed, you lose Uku, and losing Uku also messes with the lent bomb bag.
このままですと、この仮パクしたボンブ袋、セーブや、ワープしてしまうと、ボスを倒した後の、ホワイトワープに入ってしまいます。消えてしまいますので、正規のボンブ袋を一つもらいに行きます。
for whatever reason, so it saves you a lot of time, even when in other areas of the game German loses time.
Also, the whole water bomb thing is important for a few reasons. One, you can't hold this rock without work underwater.
Well, you can, but it's...
Okay, well, you can.
There's a trick you can do to skip
water bombs for this bomb bag, but
このゴロン族は優秀ですね。はい。で、ここ面白いバグ、ロケットリンクというバグを発動して、一気に、水面に出ます。
So back to lake bed. Now they have a permanent bomb bag, and he's gonna go kill Morphle. Hopefully. Here. Alright, so here's the only boss key we can actually skip. And we can skip it because the loading zone isn't tied to the boss door. You like go open the boss door and then you drop it. So he's gonna do some shenanigans to clip in, get on the bridge here and then clip into it. And then get into the room that's under the bridge.
固定の地に戻ったのでボスを倒しに行きます。はい。で、怪しい動きをしながらめり込んで、爆中半壊でさらにめり込むと。すると、なぜかボス部屋に入れると。
So Aether's thinking down here with iron boots, you actually have barely enough time to
何も見えねえ。
The customer's gonna actually refill his air, and then he can start the Morphle fight. Air management is really important here, and the water bomb is gonna help.
ちなみに、シフトの位置少しずれるとですね、ボス部屋の中に入る直前に挟まれる判定が出て、失敗になってしまいます。はい、ここ。早速酸素ベリーが減っていますが、水中爆弾を出しながらアイアンブーツを抜くことで、なんと爆弾を持ったまま泳ぐことができます。
But if the eye is really far away from Morphle, so like really close, it takes longer to go back. So it's nice that happened. So with the water bombs, you can also use them to refill your air meter. You can not just shoot up to the top of the water. And he's going to be using that here to refill his air meter because the only other way again was the cutscene at the start.
Yeah, in case it wasn't obvious, we didn't get the Zora armor, so that's why we're dealing with the air meter here.
There's a Zora armor in this game?
Yeah.
はい。で、ここで A で投げるって出てるんですが、A を押すとなぜか酸素ボンベのゲージが消えると。
Because he's going to use unequip iron boots after doing a full combo. He's going to pull up the item wheel, unequip iron boots, then put them back on. Now, if you don't put iron boots on and then force unequip them after hitting her, she shoots you really high up into the air,
これを
and
利
then you
用
can't
し
make
て
it
で
back
すね、
out.
息継ぎをしてい
You
く
need
わ
to
け
get
な
bottom
ん
with
で
the
す
full
よ。
water bomb.
Yeah, it's also very important here that he doesn't rocket link like he did earlier with the Goron.
そのタイミングが怖くないか。
There's a really,
これ
really,
は
really slight chance that you can
こ
land on
の
a
オ
pillar
クタイ
and
ル
save
結構
yourself.
運ゲーが絡まってきて、運が悪いと爆弾が足りなくなって死んじゃうっていうこともあるんですが、だいぶいい動きをしてくれましたね。おっと、これはまずいんじゃないか。ギリ間に合うか。ギリ間に合いますね、これは。
Wrong way. Okay, so
you only gotta hit it one more time.
後ろ盛り上がってますね、ソファの敵は。これは大丈夫か。いきましたね、なんとか。倒せましたね。
Okay, he got sucked in. That's actually fine. Okay. He has a lot of hearts and he has a lot of air.
I'm not used to this.
焦ってますね。焦ってます。こう、食われると、すぐに上に行けるんだけど、こ これはまずいんじゃないか。これはまずいんじゃないか。これもギリギリ間に合いますね。
That really blows.
That was a really weird pattern.
That really blows.
これは悲しい。先ほど僕が申し上げた通り、セーブしてるのからすると、ボン袋が消えます。ボン袋が消える影響で、
So he has to go back and get some more water bombs. So he's going to clear the bomb bag out. He's going to clear his bomb bag out and open a different water bomb chest. This wastes a lot of time, but this isn't as bad as you may think it is.
やはりこういうマラソンでは、ああいうところは緊張しますね。はい。
So in this pool of water, he's going to clear
仕方
his
が
bomb
ないの
bags.
で、
It's
こ
a
れ
little bit slower than
作りま
just
す。
like a
水爆弾
waterfall,
を。
but oh my god, still not too bad.
Yeah, this wastes like 5 minutes or something. It's ridiculous.
I mean, you almost PB'd with this, with
Yeah.
this last time, so.
Alright, he's just gonna be emptying his
は
bombs
い。
and going to get water
入り
bombs.
口に15個、
Alright,
水中
we
爆
do
弾
have
があ
some
るので、
donations here.
それを集
We
中
have
10個だった。
$5 from Jakers. Hey, Aether, good luck, and I can't wait for
そう
Temple
で
of
すね。
Time.
セーブするか、ワープゾーンに入るか、
$50 donation from
あと
Zero
はゲームオーバー
Tryon.
になるっていうのを一
Consider
つ言い
this a
忘れてましたね。
$350 fine
言
payment
い
for
忘れてた
our
ので、ゲームオーバーになっても、開爆したボン袋は消えてしまいます。
I've got $5 from Matt the Bat.
で、
Personally, my favorite
先ほど
Zelda
セー
game
ブ
was
リセットした理
always
由
Link's
は、
Awakening.
エントランスに早く戻るためですね。
But Twilight Princess is really good too. Good luck on the run, and donation goes to announcer's choice.
結構痛いミスですね、これは。
Which is actually coming up, Mega Man Unlimited Yoku Man stage. We've got $100 from Silk Road Zaka, first time live watcher, first time donator. Love Twilight Princess. Love to see this run, and we'll donate another 50 rubies if the crowd howls like a wolf. All right, 3, 2, 1. Perfect. Thank you so much. We're going to spec those rupees.
これで5分から8分ぐらいのロスですから。辛いですね。
One of the most common barriers to running this game. Basically, the whole first half of this game is insane, and it's very hard to learn any of the tricks, any of the bosses. So even getting the second try is still very impressive.
もうドネートは55万超えてるんですね。今回は第一段階が強い。
Okay, so right there, unlike the first time, I didn't give him much time to pull the water bomb.
All right, hopefully I get the regrab this time.
That's really unlucky because okay, so when you take the iron boots off after doing the attacks and you
オクタイールに関
pull
しては
Morpheal,
ですね、
you can go for
サ
a
ーソー
regrab. You
ド
can
や
like Claw Strider again
北
immediately,
と
and it looked like he was
カー
gonna
ルの
get
剣
it. She was
関
had a
係な
good
く、
like swimming pattern and all, but
ジャンプリーをすると第一段階が強制的に解除されます。
she was also really low. She was like going down.
That's why I said like even if you missed it, like you couldn't back down. But
強制的に第2段階に移行します。いや、眠いと頭が働きませんね。
Same thing.
ここ、先ほど説明し忘れてましたが、アイアンブーツを履いた状態で捕まった後に、本来であれば振り落とされるモーションが入るんですが、アイアンブーツをすぐに脱ぐと、なぜかそのモーションが解除されると。辛いですね、これは。さあ、向かってきてくれるか。向かってきてくれて、届かない。これはどうしようもないな。これは向かってきますね。さあ、ここは確実に決めて倒しましょう。
Nice.
Okay,
All right,
that's
cool.
what's supposed to happen the first time. It's really unlucky. Like
やっと倒
sometimes
し
you
ま
get
した
too
ね
much about
よ
that.
かったよかった
So, if you couldn't tell,
い
that
や
boss
ー
is
さす
Rhythm.
がにマラソ
She
ン
can do
で
a
こ
lot
れ
of
はきつい
different
で
weird
す
patterns that you
ね
kind of just have to react to or just know what to do in certain situations. You can actually kill Morphle with only using one water bomb, but that's incredibly difficult. Yeah. So it's most
結構
common to
やっ
get
てる
to
ことは
for
単
like a
純
good
なんです
Morphle,
が
and more than that is just whatever ends up happening.
その酸素ゲージの残り具合プレイヤーの方も焦ってしまうという
Yeah, there's nothing really like this boss for the rest of the run.
どちらかといえばプレイの精度よりも緊張の方に勝てるかどうかという
Yeah, I mean, except
敵ではありましたね
yeah, Blizzard's like the thing. Blizzard's coming up next, but yeah.
Just gonna have to remember to get bombs later.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, we know where the bombs are.
But we got a few bomb
Well,
locations.
you got city bombs.
そうですね自己ベからもそんな 10分ぐらいですか10分ぐらいなので厳しいかなちょっと予定時間はオーバーするかもしれないですね
The only way he can get in is by doing a clip with the spinner item, which he'll be getting in the Arbiter's Grounds. So he has to beat Arbiter's Grounds before he can go back to Goron Mines.
For a while, that was actually a barrier to getting EMS back when it was like kind of required in the run to beat Goron Mines, but then they found ways to get past Goron Mines, and eventually, I don't know who.
もうだいぶ押してますからね
Hey, let me just spin
そもそもが
someone did it, and they found out that you can get back in the Goron Mines with the Master Sword that way.
This is everyone's favorite music track here.
Yeah, this entire segment can just.
はい予定は予定ですから
Excellent. We have $150 from K2 Ace. Nice run so far, SkyBlueAether. Losing to Morphle was rough, but I'm sure you'll be able to
今
claw
の
your way
で
back
5
on
分
track.
から
You got this.
5分から10分の間だと思うんですけど
We've
ね
got $105
普
from
通に
Loopy Squid.
やる
What
と
better way to celebrate a birthday with the
やっ
joy
ぱ
of
り
giving to charity? Really enjoying the Twilight
リ
Princess
セ
run
ット
so
する人が
far.
多いです
Keep
から
on
そ
being
んな
awesome, and I wish everyone watching a good year
何分ロスかと
2019.
聞かれると答えづらいですね
We have a $25 anonymous donation. What does a wolf say when everything doesn't go right?
少なくとも5分以上はロスしてます間違いなく
We've got a $10 donation from JRP. What sound does a wolf make? Quack.
で、なぜか弱っているミドナを助けるために今からハイラル町にいるはずのゼルダに会いに行きま
Thank you
す
so much. No
Didn't
comment.
cat.
No. He's gonna talk to a different cat.
はい、今のところの猫、完全に運ゲーでございます。運によっては猫に話しかけてしまうというかなりの
Here's a letter for you. It says, I am slowing down your
RTA においては強敵の猫です。
Nice.
Alright, guys, everyone get ready for your meows.
This cat looks incredibly cranky.
RTA インジャパンの場合は多分内容の借りる時間にあまり余裕がないからっていうのもあるとは思うんですが
in this segment is hard, but when we get to the top of the tower, we're gonna have to make an early win cycle.
Yeah, there's a few like smaller optimizations for this segment that could be a little scary.
The first half of the segment, that was basically just running simulator. That's it.
しかし何も見えねえな
Also, we get more ropes in this segment. These ropes are awful.
Ropes in Zelda games never seem to
はい、
go correctly.
ここ強そうなゴロン族がいますが実を言うと無能です
They just, like,
どれぐらい無能かというと自分の頭に、周りにある壺を投げられても一発では気づきませんそれぐらい無能のゴロンです
fighting a Poe. basically, you just have to have your sense on and then do a certain amount of damage. The small pose are a little bit different than the big pose that we're going to be seeing later, but this is one of 5 pose souls that are required to beat the game, but later on,
そうですね。日本は会場の問題もありますし。
Alright, so you can actually, since you're not supposed to have the Master Sword yet, obviously, so, and you're supposed to get the Master Sword after this point. And you can use, if you transform with human here, and you get stuck in the water, you actually can't get out. Because you're not able to climb ledges here, as human.
Alright, good. The web decided to burn today.
Yeah, that web is, that web is weird. This web, though, he's just going to transform back into human.
本来だったら今のね、獣の棒をここまで持ってくる必要があるんですが、ピンクに変身できるそんなのは関係ないと。
Yeah, Wolflink will like look at the key that's behind him and like won't climb up on the ledge if he can detect those keys.
So coming up is a small little strat with this Bublin. So he's going to quick spin his arrow, force the Bublin to walk back. That's going to let him hit the Bublin into the water, which will instantly kill it.
回転アタックで矢を弾いてから相手が離れたところを水没させると。
I think even if you make it past this rope, he can still hit you.
He can higher up. It's like the enemy team's Hanzo. It's always 100% accurate.
非常にこの螺旋階段はめんどくさいです。このロープ張ってが構いやらしいところにありまして、なかなか難しいところではあります。うまいですね。
Essentially, you just target the Bublin and then just jump towards them.
They're a little bit risky though because if you do it at the wrong distance away, oh here's Widow.
Here's Widowmaker. Never hits.
No shots. If you do the LJ from the wrong distance away, you can actually bonk behind or in front of the Bublin and fall all the way down.
So right here, he's actually racing
はい、ここ、うまく移動すると最速の周期で、風の周期でいけるんですが、ちょっとこれは厳しいですね。行きましたか。うまいですね。
The bridge is weird, yeah. Like sometimes you can actually like just clip straight through.
あんな動き安定してできるといいんですけどね、なかなか安定するのは難しいですね。
Now we're off to Snow Peak. So this is in the Japanese version of this game. They patched this thing up called Map Glitch, and basically it's going to deload all the loading zones in Snow Peak.
次に行くダンジョンが先ほどおっしゃっていたハートが必要なハートが必要なダンジョンです。今なんか、ジャパニーズバージョンがうんたらかんたらといったのは、マップグリッチの話ですね。
But Aether just opened its item menu really quick to get rid of that, so he can open up his map immediately. And speaking of the map, he's gonna do that again.
Okay, yeah. So for map glitch, you essentially just pull up the map and call Midna at the same time, and then from the map you activate warps and you go to warp away, but calling Midna cancels the warp. But it still starts
はい、
like
で、マップグリッチのやり方なんですが、プレイヤーの方を見るとわかるんですが、明らかに何か別のものを握ってますね。はい、コントローラーのプラグを抜いて、中磁気の右と Z を押しっぱにして再び差し込むと、マップグリッチが発動します。マップグリッチの、落ちる理由としては、ワープ判定を無理やりキャンセルしているため起きます。どのような現象が起きるかというと、マップの移動判定がなくなります。で、移動判定がなくなるので、本来登れないんですが、雪山に遭難することなく、雪山を登ることができると。これは日本版の GC ができないだけで、日本版の Wii でも Wii だとできます。
Okay, so since he has loading zones deactivated because of map glitch, he can't enter the next area because if he tries to like dig into the loading zone for the next area, it'll actually soft lock. So he's going to use conveniently place this songstone right here.
マップの判定がないので、普通に進むと済むので、呼び戻します。別のイベントは起こせるので、そちらのイベントを起こしてですね、普通のマップに戻します。
Like you can just walk out of songstone areas. So a lot of runners early on
ちなみにここマップグリッジしたままこの穴を掘ると上がってくるモーションが終わって動かなくなるのはちょっとシュールな絵面になります。
A weird thing about that howl stone, like how we said before in other categories, you would howl at a different howling stone to get the ending blow for that category since you don't clear the twilight. We don't howl at that howl stone twice because even though the wolf for that area shows up in a convenient spot, the wolf actually
ここですね。
doesn't show up even if you howl twice.
雪山の頂上なので霧がすごいと。霧がすごい中、スノーボードで進みます。ちなみに、今のロングジャンプアタックですが、復帰地点の更新が行えます。
So he's going to have to do this next little sequence kind of like semi-blind, where it's going to be difficult to see where he's going.
復帰地点を更新して、とあるイベント判定を飛び越えるという状態ですね。失敗すると、あれです。先ほどのトグレの前に再び復帰してしまいます。ちなみに重鎮の名前はドサンコフって言います。
Yeah, there's a couple good visual cues for this trick. So like once you get the hang of it, it's not too difficult. But if you're ace and you're on good pace.
攻めてないですね今回は。仕方がないですね。一発勝負なんで。
Yeah, speed-wise, it's fastest to stay in the air here to keep your maximum speed, and you can keep yourself in the air longer if you do spin attack.
There's an invisible icicle up here. Like, so even though like the area doesn't fully load if you don't kill the messengers. So there's some rupees that usually spawn up here. They don't spawn unless you kill the messengers. Right here are the kind of scary jumps, but we have good cues.
さて、この白い霧の中、プレイヤーは自分の記録を頼りに先へ進みます。
Yeah, so usually some rupees spawn in this area, but they don't spawn unless you kill the messengers.
かなり難易度上がりますね。この霧が晴れてない状態と、で霧が晴れてる状態の差は結構でかいですね。
Doesn't everything still load anyway?
Yeah, and there's like almost no mist to hinder you. Yeah. It's a lot easier in the HD version.
He went for a little tech skip there to skip this in the text. It doesn't save that much time, so it just looks really cool.
普段だったら完全に霧は晴れてるんですけどね。イベントをスキップした関係で霧が全く晴れない状態でスノーボードをすると。
Alright, so Snow Peak is incredibly broken. It's one of the longer, nice break slide. It's one of the longer dungeons, usually, casually at least. But you can just do stuff kind of like this. So he's just going to long jump across this because of the big layer.
はい、ロングジャンプアタックで、向こう敵に渡って、こうすり抜けます。
Over here, he's going to do a long jump attack, or a double long jump attack, sorry, to get across this gap to get the small key. Nice.
Alright, cool. And you're supposed to have the ball and chain there to like
ね、ロングジャンプアタックを使って小さな針を入手していきます。
Even though you can open the door from behind, if it needs a key, you still need that key.
Yes.
So coming on, Pater is going to be using this key to open a small key door from behind.
All right, so in this room, the floor doesn't exist sometimes over here, so bye-bye.
There's actually a lot of cool ways you can clip through that floor.
Alright, so you're supposed to use these cannonballs in front of him to blow up the freezer.
今さらっと言いましたが、床も抜けてましたね。
But with the wolf, you can kind of just clip behind this.
欠陥住宅、まあ廃墟なんて欠陥ですね、そりゃ。廃墟が欠陥じゃないわけがないと。
places here.
Also, this freezer is really
はい
weird. Like his
こ
hitbox
こ
kind
も
of like changes depending upon which entrance to the room that you use.
敵と扉や敵に押し出されることによって扉の向こう側に行くことができます。トワイライトプリンセスは、時岡やムジェラと違ってマップ上に移動判定は残ってません。扉を開けるとかの、コードが必要です。
And hitting his tail here is actually pretty difficult. You have to be directly behind him basically to hit him. And even if you're like slightly off, like you'll just miss his armor.
The tail's hitbox is so small.
はい。
Also, there's a bomb strat there.
ハンマー
because
ナ
I
ッ
had
クも
to empty my entire bomb bag because of dying to Morpheus.
簡単に
I had to
倒しまし
save
た。
bombs.
Are you gonna save
まあ
before
強く
doing
ない
the
敵なん
bombs?
ですね。
There's a backup bomb bag in Snow Peak, and then I will save if it comes to that.
Okay. You got this though.
So he's got the ball and chain here. He's gonna leave this room immediately
は
and
い。
then
で、
get hit by the freezer.
チェーンハンマーを入手
Can't
と。
really avoid it unless he had Uku.
で、ここからちょっと難しい。体力を、削りながら、己の体力を削りながら
But yeah, so
進み
he's
ま
gonna break
す。
this wall over here and then he's gonna do a trick called a bomb boost.
Bomb boosting in this game usually isn't that helpful, but it just
はい、ここ、難しい技が
like bomb boosting
来
usually
ま
doesn't give you that
す。
much height or distance, but for this one instance, it works out well.
Yeah, so he's using the iron boots as a visual cue to be able to do this boost. Very good.
一発で成功させるのは素晴らしいですね。
Especially with water bombs, since water bombs have a lot of different
爆弾の
effects and
ダ
details
メー
on them,
ジ
it's way harder to see how
と
many
飛ん
flashes.
だ、飛んだ高さを利用して無理やり上になりま
Yeah,
す。
This is a scary dungeon to do.
Yeah, this movement here is not easy at all, definitely.
Right here, he's just gonna get this claw shot target in case he fails the next long
非
jump.
常に爆弾に余裕がない
So
中
in
で
case
ああ
he
いう技を
falls
決める
anywhere
の
else,
は
it's
難しいです
quickly.
ね。
Now he's gonna stand in a specific spot, aim, and get an LJ onto this little platform here and jump.
And then I have to
いい
wait.
ですね。
So a really common theme that you're gonna see later on is that
When Link grabs a
yeah,
ledge,
grabbing ledges in this game are RNG. You can either grab
本
with
来
one
であ
hand
れ
or
ば
two
大
hands.
砲で
And pretty much every single
フリザードを倒す必要があるんですが、ロングジャンプアタックが使えるおかげで倒す必要もないと。
if you have bomb arrows in this room is actually really cool because you can just kill these before they like fall.
That's something you really only see in glitchless.
この体力だったら大丈夫かな。死ぬことはあんまり考えにくいか
These
な。
things can actually also drop red rupees,
はい。
which would be really nice.
で、
Again, we need rupees for sitting in the sky.
プレイしたことがある人にはわかるでしょうが、このフリザホスという敵、めちゃくちゃ強いです。
So the hearts I have right now are the only ones I can use.
Yeah, you're intended to get hearts by having a bottle and using.
多分雑魚敵の中で一番強いです。
But since we're skipping all of that and we don't even have a bottle in the first place,
yeah,
that's not really a thing that's gonna happen.
Yeah.
So he has the bedroom key. You need this obviously to.
This is the boss.
Get to the boss, yes. And normally this dungeon is looking for a bunch of stuff that isn't the bedroom key. Like you get some cheese, you get like goat horns or something, and then eventually you come to this room and you get the boss key. But we just skipped all of that.
Also, Yetta's just inside the freezer because we never got rid of the freezer.
So every time I think of Blizzard, I think of Ace being on the pace 3 runs in a row and dying to her.
はい。で、ボスペアですね。ボスは、先ほどフリザと合体した獣人のマトーニャさんです。はい、マトーニャさん、ついに完全合体してフリザというボスに変化します。第1形態は、チェーンハンマー7回ぶつけることで終わります。振りが速くなってからは、ある程度敵の動きを予測してチェーンハンマーを投げていきます。安牌かけるために、あれですね、注目して倒してますね。
likely to despawn before he's able to get them here. But he does have enough health to do what he needs to in the second phase. The second phase is like the really tricky part. You're supposed to hit her 3 times with the ball and chain. Although between each hit, she's supposed to reset and do another cycle. Although you can trap her between yourself and the wall.
あれ、そんなタイム遅くなく、遅いわけではなさそうやな。
music. I was about to say the same
The
thing.
music tracks in this game for the bosses
は
are
い。
amazing.
フリザー
Nothing
ニャ
beats
戦も
Zant Ook phase though.
Gotta get that.
面白い倒し
We'll
方
stop
が
here.
多々ありま
Spot.
す。本来であれば3ターンかか
Everyone
る
does
と
this
ころを
slightly differently. So
Good.
無理やり
Hit it once. Hit it twice.
1回、2回、
All right, cool. We got it through.
3回と。
So right there, he had invincibility frames from getting hit once, and what that let him do is get himself into
素晴らしいですね。
hit, basically a good position between Blizzetta and the wall. The
これを見つけた人はよくワンサイクルのうちに複数回投げるっていうことを思いついたなといつも思います。
Pretty consistent, but it is still like an easy strat to fail.
Alright, no spoilers, but there is something really cool you can do with the ball and chain after this cutscene.
This
Well, there's something you can do during the cutscene.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Well, first you have the most important trick in the game right now.
I gotta get this.
そうですね。ノックバック、本来もっとノックバックするところ
Serious
を
time, serious time.
Scorch Void 2.0.
The return of Gorge Void.
敵の攻撃を利用して標柱の間に入ってボコボコにするという技
Yeah,
で
there's
す。
like a random one frame backflip you can do there where like you backflip forward.
Yeah, if you've ever seen
はい、今草根がついたのやつですね。今のムービーとムービーの境目で1フレームだけ、操作できるんですが、爆中をすると、今のところで爆中をすると、なぜか前に進み始めると
Okay. I didn't hear what you said. Look into the eyes.
いう技ですね。
Who need mirror? Who need mirror? Oh, come here, guys. Come here, guys. Come here.
はい、ハートはたくさん落とされます。
So the ball and chain actually has a hitbox similar to the boomerang.
Yeah. So you can collect things with that ball and chain.
はい、チェーンハンマーを使うと、なぜかハートの像をすぐに回収できる。
has to take its time to come back to you, whereas the ball and chain, you instantly get the heart piece once it hits it.
So about in August of last year, Mr. Man, of course, found a
はい、これで、3つ目ですよね。3つ目のダンジョンがクリアしました。
and the old method actually was a run killer, but now it's
はい、あとはほぼダンジョンクリアですね。もう、ダンジョンクリアしていくだけですね。
The next segment is mostly just running. So.
Yeah, there's a couple minor things, but
yeah,
nothing too exciting.
All right, I'll just jump in with a couple donations then. We have $25 from the Ultimate Stooges. Hey, Aether, Stooges here from the back couch. Even though Morpheal wasn't what you wanted, just know you got a whole crowd behind you cheering you on. Don't forget to have
は
fun.
い、ここから、
Smiley face.
ここへ
Smiles in the chat.
向かいます。
We have $50 from Silk Road Zaka. Here are my another 50 rubies. And with these, I want to greet the sound guys and thank you all for this awesome event. Thank you. We have $15 from
いやー、
Catman.
非常にです
Fetch
ね。
quest takes on a whole different meaning in Twilight Princess.
本来の4時の時間帯から帰ってきてたのに眠いですね、もう。
We have $25 from Kyle. Had to donate during Twilight Princess. Great run, Aether. This run is mid-gnarly.
thank you.
We have $10 from the Postman 8. Wait up, doggy. I've got over 1,000 letters for you saying, ah woo.
All of Aether's fan mail is just going to be, awoo.
We have $5 from Pikastroph. We need more cats in Zelda games. Meow. Good luck to Aether on the run.
Thank you. Shout outs to Fino.
で、ケルト方面に行くために
We've
は
got
ですね、
$500
砂漠方
from
面に
Justin Buff. Twilight Princess is a favorite game.
行
Yeah, you can clap
く
for
ため
that.
にはですね、トビーという大砲屋から大砲屋に飛ばしてもらう必要があります。
Loving the couch commentary.
で、トビーの弱みを持っているラフレルというおじじさんから手紙をもらって、砂漠地方へ飛ばしてもらいます。突然これだっていびきが聞こえてくる可能性もある。それは否定できないですね。 その場合は、ね、配信の管理者さんは僕を部屋から追い出すでしょう。チャットルームからね、追い出すでしょう。で、ここ、食料機回避のためにですね、カメラを引いて、若干の加速を狙っていきます。
Running in an optimal path is something that you just kind of learn to do. And thankfully you have a map here, so you could really just look at an optimal run and get what you're supposed to do here. Little fun fact, I guess, like with most Zelda games, the archers here and like the people or the bubblins on the watchtowers, actually their sight is worse at night, so you can get closer. I think it's actually possible to get by here without getting seen at all at night, but you can't during the day, so you just trigger the cutscene. I think you have to go like really out of the way. You have to go pretty far right at night. You're basically like right next to him at night when everyone can see you. So coming up here, Aether has the ball and chain early. You're not supposed to have the ball and chain before Arbiter's grounds. So he's actually going to skip getting the pour and use the ball and chain to break this post. You can break the post with the ball and chain, oddly, but you can't break the... So this next strike, he's going to actually roll past.
あそこの見張り台はチェーンハンマーで壊せるんですが、今のあそこを人でも抜けられるんですね。狼でしか抜けられないものだと思ってました。はい、ですね、本来であればあそこは、近くにいるイノシシを捕まえて突っ込ませるのが正規のやり方なんですが、爆狩りではそういうこともしないと。まあ隙間ありますからね、あそこには。隙間を作る方が悪いんですから。But it also disables the void out trigger, so Aether's going to be able to just jump slash out of bounds here. で、ここ、マップグリッジを発動して、イベント判定に向かって、ジャンプリー。ジャンプリーをするとイベントが起こって、イベントが起こります。で、キングブルブリン戦なんですが、最初にジャンプクイックを当てると複数の攻撃が入るようになっていきます。そうですね、初めて出会いましたね。で、なんか文句つけられてますし、角が両方とも折れてますね。あの角は一体いつ折れたんでしょうかね。さすがに剣だけで折れるとは思えませんし。
Also, shoutouts to the Twilight Princess 90% task. You can find it on YouTube. It's a pretty cool task.
Thank you for that, Jay.
はい。で、砂漠のダンジョン。
There is a new 2-minute time saver the task can use, but I'm not going to do a 2.5-hour task just for that.
Alright.
砂漠の処刑場ですね。RT ジャパンっていうと HD か、トワイライトプリンセスの HD とはやり方が違います。
There's actually a couple ways to get through this room. This way,
ここちょっと面白いことができるかな。うまいですね。砂に落ちる直前に、アタックを入れることができるんですね。すぐに足が取られてしまうんですが、着地した瞬間になるのかな。着地した瞬間に A アタックをやると、A を入れるとアタックができると。
Yeah, as we said earlier, you get the fastest rolling speed whenever you're rolling on flat ground, and the stairs are just considered to be just planes of flat ground that all just get higher, whereas the slope.
全く見えねえ。
Alright, so now Aether's gonna do a rupee slide.
Oh yeah.
Skip the post.
Yeah, we're gonna.
We'll see you guys in 9 hours. No, it's more
は
than
い。
that,
で、
right?
これからちょっと面白い技をやります。
Okay, so you can skip all of these poses with a rupee slide. And Aether mentioned this earlier in his interview, but with a rupee slide, when you're like holding an item from a chest, you kind of like link rocks back and forth very, very slightly. And if you pick up a rupee in this room and you have just the right angle and positioning and you're moving in the right direction, you can slide through the gate up here while holding the rupee, but it takes an obnoxious amount of time. So we're just gonna collect the pose.
So
Most of them.
I can't pronounce his name, so I'm just not gonna say it. You guys can look it up. But,
さあ、何発で
did a
成
low
功
percent
する
run,
か。
I think the week before GDQ, where during his low percent run, he ran every other category. So any percent, no save quit, all dungeons, and 100% in the time, like in between just the different slides that you have to do. That's how long low percent takes.
はい。
So this is post skip. This is the newer method. It's really nice.
And by post skip, we mean skipping the first post.
Yeah.
ブーメランを投げて、
There was a Poe in the first room that
おっ
you.
と、
that
これは
everyone wants you to kill,
まずいぞ。
but he's gonna skip killing it.
Yeah, the game wants you to get the poscent to
は
start
い
off。this section, but you can actually get a
ポ
cent from
ー
any of
4
the
匹体
pose. So
が
instead of
先
getting
ほ
it from
ど
the first pose, we're going to
初部隊の火を
go
奪
to
っ
the
てい
fourth
きま
pose
した
early to
が、
get the cent.
4体が奪っていきましたが、うまいですね。はい、フォースキップと
It's
言われ
really
る
easy, but it's
技
also
で
really
す。
finicky just because of the sand. Like, if you get a slightly different long jump attack, if your angle is slightly different or whatever, it just sucks to move around in the sand.
Yeah, it's actually pretty specific. There's a lot of different setups for that. Personally, I think us three, we all use Aether's method. Some other people use
はい、スタルホスも結構簡単に倒せます。チェーンハンマーを2回ぶつけただけで倒せます。
So this is the same every time, luckily.
So coming up, he's actually going to do the fourth Poe first. This Poe is the RNG Poe. It's kind of like
そうですね、本来ここはチェーンハンマーないです
Meg in
ね。
Ocarina of Time, where the Poe splits off into 4, and then you have to figure out which one's the real one. Thankfully, in this one, the Poe just glows, and the time that it takes for the Poe to become vulnerable is just random. There's a way to manipulate part of it, but you can't do all of it. So,
Yeah, so
はい
right here,
こ
the
こは
post is going to fly around and around. That was the best RNG, so that's good.
長女のベスのあれですね、オマージュですね。時岡の。
Yeah. The back Poe is the hardest one to RNG manip.
回ってくれるのを待っています。
I know one
I
of them.
did, but I don't.
I know one of them. I don't know the rest. I just kind of eat it, like eat the time loss.
All right, yeah, so this is the bad RNG.
ちょっと悪い乱数引いちゃいましたね。
Of which Poe is the correct one. Right there, he wanted the correct Poe to be the one next
は
to
い、
the
で
door. That would have
この
saved
部
him
屋
time. Not a big deal.
ポーを最初に倒したんですが、この
So coming up, he's just going to
最初に倒したポ
sniff the Poe for itself. I don't really know what a ghost would smell
ー、はい、
like.
部屋から出る前にしっかりと匂いを覚えておき
You
ま
only need
す
the。post scent to dig. You just need it to dig in a specific spot, and that's it.
Yeah, there's like 2 spots where if you don't have the scent, you can't dig.
And he's gonna push this. He's gonna push this block 4 times.
No more, no less.
He's gonna push it 4 times.
Shout out to Torp.
And Linkus and whoever else failed that. But
あ、鼻をするのは若干癖になってます。別に風邪とかそういうことではないです。ありがとうございます。
And then come back through that room to get the third Poe. And he doesn't want to have to do Poe 1 skip again, so that's just gonna save him a little bit of time.
Yeah, it might seem kind of out of the way to do that. Like, why don't we go get the third Poe first? Because we're already right there. But we actually need a small key because we need to open up a door from behind.
なんか鼻が詰まった感じと生唾を飲まないとあんまり長いこと
So this
喋って
room,
ら
you
れない
actually
んですよ
have like
ね。
the bubble and the rat that in here hit you off this rotating room switch, which kind of saves time, which is nice. But obviously it depends on if they attack you or not.
はい、
There's kind of
こ
like a
の
setup
敵
for, like,
ビブド
going
ですね。
back to
ビ
the
ブド
room, but
も
it's pretty risky.
So Reded's pretty consistent.
チェーンハンマーで
That's
ボコ
really
ボコ
good
にでき
here.
ると。
Most of our rupee routing is designed around getting rupees.
そういえば水一滴も飲んでねえな。
So Aether should have he's 70. So Aether's gonna have enough from pretty much random rupees and Rededs to get to the 100 he needs before he gets 200 rupee later on in the game. For the full 300 that he needs to enter City in the Sky.
This Poe can be a little annoying because there's like 2 bubbles in here that try to.
はい、2体目のポーですね。1回アタックして
As long as they're
周り
not
にい
flying
る
around, it's generally okay.
バブルを倒すと。
How did he kill the second? Wait, did he even target the second one?
No, it was in the way.
Nice. There's also first frame jazzes that you can do out of these cutscenes. They're really difficult. They save a little bit of time, but they're really difficult because not only do you have to know what angle Link is going to be facing during the cutscene to dash all, you also have to
そうですね、折り返しですね、ほとんど。
So most people don't even go for them.
折り返しってなんですが、ダンジョンはまだ3つしかクリアしていません。ダンジョンはすべて9つであります。
Like at least the RTA run, you can lose like a minute 40 if you get like none of it.
So like we said before, he's going to go back to Po 3. Po 3 is a pretty strange room. This used to be one of the harder rooms in the game when you had to come in from the other side. Now that you come in from behind, the pose, or not the pose, excuse me, the redeads don't really notice you. So Aether can do a pretty simple strat to get through that room really quickly. Even so, there's going to be some small enemies in that room that are going to give him a little bit of trouble.
2つ目のポーの魂を回収と。
He would have to do post skip again to be able to get back up here.
Which now with this method isn't that big of a deal, but it does lose time.
Yeah, still think you just want to avoid some dash cancels there.
So I'm about 10 rupees short right now, and there are about 3 different ways I can get rupees. There's one before City in the Sky. I can get a 5 rupee before the boss key, and there's a lot of different ways to get.
Well, there's 40 rupees in here to kill the other one he did.
I think Fires is just faster.
で、ですね。ちょっと今の動き怖かったんじゃないか。反応してないか。
So these little kids are really annoying. They can actually hit you out of mid-air when you're trying to hit the Poe, and just really waste a lot of time. You can get rupees from them though if you get good RNG, but which unfortunately Aether didn't get the best RNG with those, but it's not a big deal.
はい、3つ目の魂を回収しました。あと1つどこにあるんだろうな。あと1つどっかにあるとは思うんですが、ちょっとまだ回収してないので先に進めるはずがないですね。
Just assumes that you can't get to the other 3 without the first one.
Yeah.
あと1つないんですよね。3つ目です。はい。3つの魂を揃えると何も起こらないはずもなく、はい。先に進めるようになると。おそらくあと1つは仲間が共食いしてしまったんじゃないでしょうか。
Where you would find Uku and a whole bunch of other puzzles to get through the dungeon, but you can actually clip behind this pillar.
ここ、柱の間を抜けることができる。
Okay, that was scary because Aether went for a quick climb there. That quick climb can actually make you void out, so it's kind of scary to go for. But you can get the boss key early this way, and then just continue on to the rest of the.
3本の矢とも言いますしね。違うか。
Here's gonna go for a very stylish strat.
なんか面白い技をやろうとしてましたけど。あれも確かに短縮にはなるんですがね。あれ失敗すると積むんですよ。悪い失敗の仕方をすると。ああ、なるほどね。トライフォースね、確かに。
How many bombs do you have?
Yeah, just to be safe, I'm just gonna do the ball and chain here.
I was gonna say.
トライフォース4つあることになっちゃうけど。まあいいか。あ、これは爆弾の節約ですね。
Unfortunate. Yeah, so for stall forces, you have to kill them once, or you have to knock them down, where they like kind of fall apart, and then you have to destroy their bodies before you actually can get rid of them. Coming up, he's gonna fight Death Sword.
He's not skipping it.
Okay.
Alright, so Death Sword can be skipped, but it's basically a task-only trick. Unfortunately, because it's really cool.
はい。
Unless you're samurai.
誰だったっけこう。
I don't think we're gonna go.
ゴベラの剣ですね。ゴベラの剣、日本語版だと、英語版だと、デスソードっていう名前がついてる中国戦になります。
It's very similar to EMS earlier, except it's much more difficult.
So instead, he's gonna do a quick version of this fight, which is pretty fast.
まず最初に狼リンクでセンスで本体を攻撃します。すると、センスを使わなくても本体が見えるようになると。で、ここ、チェーンハンマーを生かします。1、2、3とぶつけて、剣の連撃をつなげていくと。
So I was expecting him to quick spin there and then wait for him to come back and then start the ball and chain, but Aether did a slightly faster version of that where he just slashes him and then immediately goes into the ball and chain. You can't just continue with the ball and chain because I think it does too much damage.
さっきからチャット欄で盛り上がってるスピナーをここで入手できるようになると。
Come back up, so instead Aether switches to you doing sword slashes to eventually get a one cycle. If you go a little bit too fast or too slow, however, you'll just miss a hit and then you'll have to wait another cycle to beat the boss.
All right, so save warping here is the same thing you did after the boomerang, just get out of the dungeon faster. Or get back to the start of the dungeon faster. We're not leaving the dungeon.
Doesn't have to do any of the puzzles after Spinner with the Spinner, because he already has the boss key.
Yeah, there's no more dungeons that we're going to leave after entering. Like we did with Lake Bed and Forest.
Yeah, any save quits in dungeons from now on are just speed related.
Shout out to the Moldarm here.
So... A little inside joke is that
で、ここからも、ボスレアの限りと、アイテムが手に入ったので、もうボスレアに向かいます。
I lost like 10 seconds doing that. Adding to, you know, the list of dumb voids that TP runners experience all the time.
Alright, so right now he's just going to Stalwart.
Yeah, nothing really to talk about here.
All right, we have a $15 donation from the Crank Machine. I'm glad the Yetis made peace with their heart. I'm sure they'll just wolf down all that soup they made.
スピナーが歯車になって歯車を回すと。
this game every day until midnight.
スピナーは、一般的には遅いですね。そんな移動速度も出ないと。
I don't know that you should have said that.
You know,
now people will donate with puns just to spite you.
Exactly.
スピナーの移動速度はアタックのどれくらいなんですかね。歩くよりは若干速いぐらいですね、スピード。
So on the task, you're actually able to skip this boss, which is pretty cool.
Again, Gymnast here found that.
Near Christmas, right?
Yeah, Christmas 5 a.m. I was tasked with this game because what else are you gonna do?
Who needs family?
It's an insanely precise trick. It's multi-part.
It's not the most precise trick in the game, though. Surprisingly, I don't think any of us really would get into that, but that is something that you guys should check out on like Gymnast YouTube. It's a really insane trick. Uses a lot of different tech skills.
Alright, so fighting this boss normally, he has two phases.
ボス戦です。
And on the first phase, you need to hit his spine 3 times. That can be a little annoying the second and third hit because lots of
ラジガン突戦ですね。なんか別のゲームではラスボスだとか言われてますが、まあそんなに強い敵ではありません。
The first hit's always free.
Second hit, it gets a little bit harder. Third hit, it's when it gets serious.
Alright, cool. Nice. So there's a nice opening that he could go through there. And with the third one, there's actually going to be a wall that spawns around his spine, a wall of skeletons. He's going to try and go behind the wall, find a skeleton to ricochet off of. Okay, and then hit the spine from behind, just like that. That was
3回背骨を攻撃すると、はい、このように
It's not over yet, though. He has to do another trick.
倒れます。
This next trick was actually found by accident by one of our friends Thursday.
これは死にましたね。目の光がなくなったってことは、お亡くなりになりましたね。
What that's going to do is put Link into a position where he's going to be able to knock down Stallard early, and then
いやー弱い。なんて弱いボスなんだ。
Yeah, there's a lot of ways. There are a lot of kind of like setups people have for this trick, but essentially you're just getting on the spinner at a certain time during Stallard's attack, so that way you can catch up to him before he stops attacking and then starts like going up the spiral center.
A nice backup strat for it was found by Aether himself. The break slide.
So if he fails it, you get to see his awesome backup.
あと
This saves about 25 seconds if he gets it.
なぜか頭だけで復活していると。 はい、ここから、短縮技です。はい、人によるんですが、数回アタックして、うまいタイミングで乗ると、すぐにあいつを落とせるんですが、なんか面白い技を使ってますね。ブレークスライドを使って、ブレークスライドを使って、うまいことああいうことができるんですね。で、このハラジガンと第2形態、ダメージが入る瞬間になって回転技を連発すると、このように簡単にはめ殺せます。
Although sometimes like a clockwise spin actually doesn't hit as many times as the counterclockwise spin on certain enemies.
ちなみにですね、このボス、とても凶悪なバグがありまして、第一段階、破壊した背骨が、崩れる瞬間にリンクが、マップ中央にいると、マップの下に潜ってしまうという凶悪なバグが残っています。で、ここだけなぜか、スピナーの速度が上がっています。
Coming up here, he's just going to fight some shadow beasts. He's going to get a warp portal to Palace of Twilight, but he's not actually going to activate the like mirror chamber thing that you're normally supposed to do. You can actually just skip doing that and warp away.
Yeah, so you're supposed to go up this like spinner track, and then at the top there's like a spinner slot, and you use that to warp away. But you can just zoom in on the map and then activate warp portals and warp away. It's a really weird bypass, but it's nice that it works.
Yeah, when he says zooming in on the map, that's because Minna will say, Minna has like a text trigger that says,
はい、ここの影の視野、最多の5体出てきます。
and that doesn't go away until you do this. But if you
で、ここの影の視野を倒すんですね。ちょっとワープの仕方が特殊になりまして、一旦マップを拡大してからじゃないとワープができないと。
Strangely enough, in 100%, you actually do. You
い
actually
う状態になってい
I'm
ま
not sure how
す。
it works in the current route, but a few routes ago, it actually like ended up being 1 second faster to do that over zooming in every single time. But in the shorter categories like this one, then you're just gonna, it just saves way more time to zoom in each time. You don't have that many warps to do.
So this is really weird kind of
は
like
い、ちょ
random
っと
clip
ここ
here
も
that
変わ
you
った技を使っ
can do
て、
out of bounds, which is going to use to get to Goron
先の
mines
方へ
faster
進み
than
ます。
intended.
8から、つっかけつかまりジャンプディギ、いや、端から乗って、アタックジャンプディギをすると、なぜか、ここに行けると。壁抜けしてここに行けると。
On the other side of the elevator is a Goron, and not only a Goron but an invisible wall. You can actually get past that
は
Goron
い、
by
で、こ
just
こから
using
悪い
the
ことし
spinner.
ま
So
す。
that's
さら
gonna
に。
save a little bit of time versus having to go all the way around.
このエレベーターを使うと、
Don Goro to let him into
頂上に行けるんです
Yeah,
が、
so the cutscene with this guy is messed up.
ゴ
Just
ロン
like
が
with
塞が
Bo
っ
at
て
the
るの
start,
で、
because
ゴ
you're
ロン
trying
が
to
塞い
go
で
in
る
really
の
weird.
で、
All
ス
this
ピナー
a
を使
lot
って
of
抜ける
sequences
と。
or events were done out of order, so it's a bit glitchy.
Yeah, it's really funny that, you know.
でですね、ゴロン鉱山入る前にマスターソードを
So
入
after
手
talking
し
to
て
him,
し
he's
まう
actually
と、
going to go to the loading zone. He's
歩
not
い
going to go through it. He's going to long
て
jump
で
over
は
it, and then void out. And
ゴロ
that's
ン鉱山
slightly
に
faster than leaving and
入ることはできま
He
せん。
does, however, have to like redo the spinner
で
thing to
す
get past
が
Goron because he's going to respawn on the elevator.
He
で
does
す
this
が
because he needs to reload the area. After he says yes to the Goron, normally you would wrestle him, but since that,
ですがですよ、
like whole sequence is kind of broken, instead
この
reloading
ス
the
ピ
area
ナーと
kind
い
of
う
just
アイテ
skips
ムがある
wrestling him,
と、
and then Aether can head on into the temple. So he's going to use the spinner here to go past the invisible wall, and he's good.
判定を抜けられます。なぜかスピナーがあると抜けられま
So
す。
Goron Mines at the beginning is one of the only areas in the game where you're going to see the use of invincibility frames to get past objects. So coming up, he's going to intentionally hit the fire. If he walks into the fire rather than rolls into the fire, he'll
は
just
い
be。knocked
で、
back.
2つ目のダンジョンになってるはずのゴロン鉱山が、
Yeah, it happened to me. If you walk perfectly
5
straight
つ目
into
の
it,
ダンジョンと、
Okay, yeah, yeah. And then over here, yeah, he's going to dodge that fireball. If you don't aim fast
はい、
enough
今
there,
敵の
or
攻
if you're in the
撃を
wrong
避け
position,
つつ
it's kind of weird.
あっ
That's what I was
と
talking about.
Yeah, you aimed a little bit too far to the right.
Oh, gotcha.
It has to be like directly above the platform thing.
Alright, so that's not a big deal. Okay, there's some
ちょっ
hearts
と
here.
体力が
Unlike
怖い
Smoke
ことに
Age,
な
there's
ってま
actual
す
hearts
ね。
Wait for the cycle.
マグマの中に落ちるとハートは2つ持っていかれてしまうので、できれば落ちたくなかったんですけれども、ちょっとこれは厳しいですね。
Just wait for the boomerang to kill it.
Nice. Okay. So that LJ is
はい、
not as easy as it looks.
はい、
So he's gonna take off the boots here, and then
今話にありましたが、ゾーラの服を着て溶岩に落ちるとですね、まず溶岩のダメージがハート2つ分。はい、でゾーラの服を着たまま、火などの弱点属性にぶつかると、10倍のダメージ。2×10 は20。ハートの最大数は20。要するに、どんな状態であっても即死です。
And into this room, he's going to be completing it a little bit differently than you would casually. Instead of rolling all the way down, Aether's going to be side hopping off of this ledge and then getting right onto these platforms. When he gets to the other side, he's going to kill this lizard and then pull the chain for this block. Now, when he pulls the chain for this block, because of the spacing in between the block and the wall,
はい、ここちょっと面白い技やります。
clip into the wall and then just roll past it instead of having to go all the way around.
数回引いてですね、間に向かってアタックを始めると、リンクが少しずつ前進を始めます。ちょっとこれは抜けられなかったですね。あと、炎以外にも攻撃弱点があるので、あんまりいいですね。抜けましたね、これは。
So coming up is these little magnets, and I know Aether would really appreciate
playing on the Wii
version right now with these magnets.
Yeah, so sorry. Like on the Wii version, you can, after you jump into the electromagnetic field, you can like take off the iron boots, force equip the iron boots by like pausing, and then you'll still maintain like full speed walking, but you'll also get pulled onto the wall. So you can run around the walls and ceilings at full speed.
You can't roll or anything, but still like walking, you walk like almost twice.
はい、ここの神殿じゃない、ダンジョン、ボス部屋の鍵を作るためには3つの鍵を集める必要があります。で、これが、1つ目ですね。はい。
Uku popping her head out, but we're just gonna leave her there.
Yeah, we don't need Uku. Yeah, you don't need the iron boots there. You can just roll over.
All right, now we sleep.
The most riveting room in the entire dungeon.
But it's a good room for donations.
It is a fantastic room for that.
Excellent. We have $5 from Anonymous.
ボス部屋の壁抜けは、このゲームボスキーをボス狩りをスキップできるダンジョンは、これの神殿だけですね。
We've got $50 from Dan Salvato, who says, "What does a breath of the wild sound like? Maybe something like."
ちなみにこれ Wii1 限定のバグがあって。引っ張られてる途中で無理やりアイアンブーツを脱ぐと宙吊りのままリンクが普通に走れたりします。
We have $25 from Captain Cathers. Had to donate for my favorite Zelda game. Hey Twitch chat, don't forget you can donate your Twitch Prime sub to help the fight against cancer. Thanks.
That was half the dungeon right there, that room.
Yeah. And speaking of that donation, have you guys heard of Twitch Prime? Because if you haven't, let me tell you about it. Now, if anybody you know has an Amazon Prime account, you can link that Amazon Prime account to your Twitch account, and you can sub to GDQ and give money to charity, absolutely free of charge for you.
Oh my gosh, tell me more.
You can find out more by just looking up Twitch Prime on Google. I'll have all the details for you right there.
You also get how many cool emotes?
You get, I have no clue how many. A lot. There's a
今
lot.
ものすごい勢いでサブスクライブされてますね、
There's
本
just
家
some。more magnet stuff here. In this next room, you're. This is the room I'm thinking of, right? Yeah. Okay. You're not supposed to have the claw shot here yet. So we're actually going to use the claw shot to hit a switch that we're not supposed to.
そうですね。固定の神殿以外はボス鍵を開けないとボスの部屋に入れません。
So a common thing in this dungeon is
非常に眠いです。眠いです。眠すぎて寝るんじゃないかっていうぐらい眠いです。そうですね、本家15万人いってますね。こちらも、まあ、10分の1程度ですが、程度って言っちゃダメだよな。もう1000人超えてるんだもんな、配信で。相当すごいよな。はい。1500人が今、日本のリスンをご覧になっていらっしゃいますね。
Which just makes the rolling in here pretty difficult.
Also, in this game, the collision doesn't seem to be properly represented by the textures.
計算ができない。
And this is one of the first things that's really noticeable in this run. Like a lot of these corners can extend outwards.
なんと計算ができないことが露呈してしまった。
It's really common in this game to bonk
は
on
い、今の鍵2つ目ですね。ボス部屋の鍵2つ目を入手しましたと。
Over here, he's actually going to throw his boomerang over the door frame and skip getting the second key and go straight to the mini boss.
And then he's going to two-cycle it.
Yeah, hopefully.
ボス部屋の鍵はこれで3分の2ですね。何らおかしなことは起きていないと。
It looks really cool. I actually saw it like yesterday when he did it.
Ah, ちょっとこれ面白い倒し方をするんですけど、あんま成功したことがないんですけどね。一回やると、失敗しましたね。うまくすると、今の溶岩にジャンプするのが、このダンゴロスという中ボスがですね、足場に引っかかって2回目のダメージが入るという技があるんですが、ちょっと失敗してしまいましたね。確かに剣にダメージが入らないから、このボスは初見だとちょっと苦労しますよね。
Yeah, it's very useful.
Not to be confused with bow at the start of the game.
This game has a lot of bows. You got bow, you have the bow.
はい、ちょっとした構造です。剣を振った直後は、会話判定がなくなるので、その間にアタックを数回入れます。
Yeah, so even though Aether skipped the second key shard before he fought the mini boss, he actually doesn't need that. The only required key shard is the third one. He just got the first one because otherwise the first Goron Elder wouldn't let him leave the room.
はい。で、2% では絶対手に入れない、勇者の弓ですね。この勇者の弓、まあ、あると非常に便利なアイテムで、爆弾矢を作れることができると。非常にこの爆弾矢というのが凶悪的に強いです。いいエイムですね。はい。で、3つ目のボス部屋の鍵ですね。これで3つの鍵を合体させて、ボス部屋の鍵が完成したと。何らおかしなことは起きてません。
Really just depends. It's kind of preference. All the different strats that you can do here are pretty evenly fast.
Yeah, for the moment, he's pretty much just backtracking through quite a few rooms.
Well, we do have a $100 anonymous donation that says the runner doesn't like puns.
いや、さっき手に入れてましたよね、2つ目。 なんか小さな書きって出てた気もしなくはないんですが、あれは多分2つ目の書きです。
$40 from Hey Quiggles. I'm sending positive vibes to the runner and everyone at AGDQ. Also, I'm not apologizing. We have a $250 donation from Anonymous that just says, moo. Getting all the animals in here. We have $250 from
爆弾屋はめちゃめちゃ強いですね。
Love watching it destroyed even more. Good luck with the rest of the run.
So over here, since he has a claw shot early, he'll be able to skip this whole
はい、クローショットがあるので、ここに来て、橋の隙間にね、ジャンプすれば、橋を落とすことなく、先に進めると。数えられることはできても割り算はできませんからね。15万割る1500をやって10っていう答えを出しちゃうのが致命的すぎる。爆弾屋はですね、先ほどっつっても2時間ほど前になるんですが、剣を10回入れて倒すレクトード、あいつを逃げ切で倒すことができます。めちゃくちゃ強いです。さっき言ったのは多分義理じゃない、双子の兄貴じゃないですかね。ちょっと弟と兄弟化してますけど、早かったかな。殴られそうになったけど、T1セーフ。
So the Master Sword actually does do more damage to what's his name, Virus, but you still have to do 3 phases. The only difference is with the Master Sword you can do 1 hit each phase instead of doing, I think it's like 3 or something.
ちょっと弟あれですね、暴れ回ってますね。あとこれは痛いミスをしてしまったが、そうですね、このボスは剣の威力関係なしに3回ジャンプリートをしてダメージを与えないといけないと。今のもですね、普通にジャンプリーとどめを刺すのではなくて、アタックからの突きをやった方が若干の加速にはなります。
Alright, we have a $20 donation from Kayuzo Hashi. Twilight Princess was my first Zelda game and therefore
でですね、私ちょっと薬の方を飲まないといけない体質でございまして、少しの間抜けたいと思うんですが、担当者さん大丈夫ですかね。
はい、どうぞ。
すいません、ありがとうございます。
はい。モデレーターの方変わりまして、90番と申します。よろしくお願いします。ちょっとカイザーさんが外れるということなので、少しだけつなぎますね。とは言っても私、トワイライトプリンセスというかゼルダはやったことがないのですが。ちょっとあれですけど、次のセットアップブロックさんのオクトパストラベラーの方はもう達成しているので、確定ですね。すいません、私もすっげえ眠いです。めっちゃ眠いです。
So coming up, Aether's going to be getting the 200 rupees to complete his 300 rupee set for, or well, I mean, get close to completing his 300 rupee set to enter the city in the sky.
Earlier on, you might have noticed he called Midna here when he was in Elden Twilight, and that's just so he can Midna jump here. You can get up here without calling Midna, but it's a kind of risky strat where you use a bomb arrow and the boomerang from like down below, and you set a bunch of seemingly random targets, and then like you bomb arrow the bell at a certain time, and then the boomerang like flies in such a roundabout way that it goes over the roof and then brings the rupee back down to you. But if you mess it up, it can be really bad because you only get one chance of really getting it. And then if you're 200 rupees short, it's incredibly difficult, or it's incredibly time-consuming, I should say, to go out of your way to get those extra 200 rupees that you need, which we actually need right now, so you wouldn't really have much extra time to try and make them up.
I mean, if you really didn't trust yourself with this, there are 200 rupees that Aether didn't get in Snow Peak, so you could optionally get those 200 rupees instead. It's just a lot faster to get the one in Kakarei coins.
Also, that clip right there saves like an hour and a half.
Yeah.
And the
今日本は午前の8時ですね。朝です。
In any percent, you can entirely skip Temple of Time, and even in all dungeons, you would still have to do, if you couldn't do that clip, you'd have to do like a side quest after getting the Dominion Rod in Temple of Time to like restore power to the Dominion Rod, which is just really tedious. So it's really nice that that can work. You just kind of like link up in a certain spot, and then you transform, and like it puts links the box directly between the stars.
地味というか、さりげなく抜けてましたけど、やっぱりあれもグリッチだったんですね。
Like a few days, I think, everyone kind of thought that clip didn't work anymore because in the HD version of the game, they introduced instantly transforming with like a button that's on like the gamepad, and everyone was just trying to do that and couldn't get the clip. And then I think Vanek went and just did the trick the way we normally would in the GameCube version and got it within like 2 tries.
Yeah, if you just call Midna normally in the HD version instead of like using the quick transform on the gamepad, it has a much higher chance of working.
Mm-hmm.
This guy, hard worker.
So City in the Sky is a pretty technical dungeon that we're gonna be getting into right now. Aether, I don't know, Aether is pretty good at this dungeon, so you'll be seeing a lot of cool little strats everywhere.
Also, I forgot, I need to equip Iron Boots here because the shortage of bombs. There's actually a water bomb chest at the beginning of City that you can get.
Yep.
It's actually one of the only water bomb chests in the game. Water bomb chests are water bombs in general are pretty hard to come by. The game intends for you to get water bombs and bomb chews from the bomb shop, but because of some sequence breaks that we did earlier, you can't do that.
You can actually you can try and buy bombs from Barnes after beating Goron Mines, but they don't go into your bomb bag for whatever reason.
Mm-hmm. Does it still take your rupees?
Yes, it does. So he's running a fraud.
Eek. So this cutscene is fairly long.
All right, we have $10 from Zot. Hey, Aether, Jim, Zelu, and Ace. Thinks that I can't be there to support on the back couch with all of the other amazing people back there, but just know I'm rooting for you guys from work. Keep up the good work and have a howling time. We have $50 from Sonic the Hedgehog. So glad to see this being run this year. Twilight Princess has been my favorite Zelda game since its release, and this category is a nice balance of tricks and glitches while still showing most of the game. Good luck, and ow!
All right, so you probably could have gotten by without getting these water bombs, but in Temple of Time, there are a lot of uses for bombs, so we kind of need, like, it was a better idea to get them.
I mean, yeah, he would have had, at best,
How many did, oh, he only had 4? Okay.
Yeah, so you would have, at best, had 3 bombs for the rest of the game, and you want a lot more, but after Temple of Time, you want at least, what?
You need 2 for Zan, at least.
Do you need 4?
2 for Zan.
No,
you don't need any.
I'm saying 4 is what you would want for Palace of Twilight to end. If you see Aether kind of messing about with his item menu, so the items in this game are displayed on a wheel. Normally in Zelda games are just on a menu in just a line, but the items move every single time you get a new item on this wheel, and it's really hard to move between the items, and especially the more items you have, the harder it is to specifically get the item that you want.
All right, so he just did a trick here, which
kind of work.
It should.
Yeah,
should be fine.
Wait, let's listen to make sure. Yeah, you're good.
Yeah, sounds good. So right there, this is a trick that Dragonbane actually found. Dragonbane has done a lot of work on this game.
そうですね。この後、11日、ゼルダの風のタクト HD100% 6時間ですね。
which for some reason is off by default. And if you
で、13日が、神トラのローパーセントのワンヒット KO があります。
So you just avoid hitting the trigger by
と
transforming
まあ
into the wolf.
スケジュールに目を移していたらまた抜けたみたいですね。
Until like almost his back legs are on it.
It's just a little interesting method to see, like, or interesting way just the hitboxes in the game work. Also, that's like the only time you're ever going to see Wolf Link in this dungeon, unless you're doing 100%, where there's a couple poses.
今回ゼルダのランダマイザーはないのかな？ない。多分ないですね。
Except for Palace of Twilight are pretty exclusively human.
Also, you may have noticed it's not a huge, it doesn't make a huge difference, but the dungeon is kind of on like a cycle with the wind, so. And it carries over between rooms. So, like the cycle he got in the start kind of determines when the wind was going to blow when he goes across that bridge and another bridge later on. Also, going back across this bridge, he's actually going to, just something that seems kind of weird, he's going to avoid a trigger for a cutscene where Argarok, the boss of the dungeon, flies in and breaks the bridge. And this does two things. One, it just saves time because you get to skip watching the cutscene. But also, when the bridge breaks, your save location is actually changed. Okay, cool. Nice. Yes, that maintains a save position, or like your save warp location. So when he saves now, he'll be put back near the small key chest that he just got. Because of the fact that he got the small key but did not trigger the cutscene of Argarok breaking the bridge, it thinks he's still over there. That was almost.
Yeah, that was almost.
Yeah, so basically he just hasn't set the flag for the game to say, hey, you've broken this bridge, you've gotten into this much progress in the dungeon, and there's not really any other point in the dungeon that sets that. So later on when he saves quits,
すいません、ただいま戻りました。
あ、お帰りなさい。
はい、ありがとうございます。はい、すいません。まあ、非常に悪いタイミングで抜けたんですけれども、かなり可愛い。チャット欄の方で解説が入ってますね。まあ、基本的にチャット欄で言ってる通り、いろんな判定抜けてたりはします。はい。
There are a bunch of enemies here that can really mess up your day.
Especially in the next room.
はい、ありがとうございます。で、まあ、ここの、天空都市というダンジョンはですね、非常に穴が多いと。穴が多いんで、ブーメランジャンプもし放題と。
You can LJ across this gap here, but it's just safer to jump. Yeah. And this keys, like there's a keys behind them, which sometimes can really mess you up. And there are some faster setups for like strats in that room. We can do more LJs at once than just one.
はい、すいません、ありがとうございます。まあ、簡単に言うと落下判定のところですね。落下判定するところにブーメランを投げると、ロングジャンプアタックができると。いうところですね。
Alright, so these Ukus are very finicky to pick up. Like, really hard to pick up.
そうですね、ここはロングジャンプアタックのせいでかなり攻略順がめちゃくちゃになってます。
If you jump immediately, you make it too fast, and then like you just kind of fall back down to the bottom. And then in this room, there's a trick with one of these where you can kind of like grab a ledge. If you're familiar with like using the Deku Leaf in the Wind Waker, it's kind of the same thing where like you can just fly around and you can cancel it to grab a ledge. Although it's far more precise than something like that. It's not too precise, but it's still a little annoying.
はい、ここちょっとした技です。一番頂上のところからうまいことジャンプするとこの足場に乗れると。
It's mostly because of the fact that you have to claw shot so much stuff.
なんて名前がついてたかな。なんか、おばちゃんなんたらっていう技がついてたと思うんですけど、忘れました。
Honestly, I feel like it's way more likely to get all one-handed grabs than all two-handed. I don't think I've ever once seen anybody get all two-handed.
Okay.
The task does.
Okay, Jim.
いいですね。今の1フレームの間にアイアンブレッドを吐くことができました。
Okay, so we got a free perfect thing, which lets him avoid needing to drop down now. But if he sets this up just right, you barely are able to close.
初めて見た。成功するとは聞いてたんですが。はい。で、ここ、1ドットだけ、クローショットがかかる判定が出ます。
It's really precise.
You only have a few pixels to do this.
深いですね。まあ、1ドットですからね、かなり難しいものはあるかと。
Okay, cool, nice. Okay, all right.
いいですね。危ない。
So two things that can actually happen there is if you're in a slightly rough position, you can actually void out when you try to claw shot that in between the door and the ledge above it.
いやー、こういうマラソンイベントで2回できるのは素晴らしいです。
The aerial foe can hit you out of the sky, or like you can land.
さすがといったところです。
Can hit you through the gate. So there's a lot of really dumb, not RNG based, but like really rare things that can happen to you.
で、先ほどですね、僕が帰ってきたあたりで、ここの判定を、橋が越えるムービーをスキップした影響でですね、ロード後のリスポーン位置が、小さな鍵からになってます。小さな鍵が入ってた、宝箱の中が柄になってます。まあ、基本的に任天堂が、ムービーをスキップさせないようにさせたんですよが、それがアウトとなって速くなってます。
We started implementing that into all dungeons.
Aren't bomb arrows in there also like a thing?
Yeah, you also have bomb arrows.
Like you can like bomb arrow the cage at the start and just warp over there.
So this is the fan that wasn't triggered when we were explaining the trigger that we skipped over. In the what was that? Okay, that was really strange.
I tried L sliding.
A two-handed grab. What?
Two-handed grab. We're gonna clap for every two-handed grab.
All right. I've never
は
seen
い。
what it just
で、
happened
こ
before.
こ微妙に、ツタにかかる位置があるので、ツタにかけて下に降ります。ここも、ロングジャンプアタックを使って上に行くと。
Yeah, it's usually like sometimes like very rarely someone will just randomly void out for seemingly
今の拍手は何だったんでしょう。ちょっと僕にも分からなかったですね。
Yeah, when Adam got his world record recently, or before he got world record, yeah, he voided out in some weird place.
Oh yeah, in Castle.
In Harrow Castle, yeah.
あそこがケツカマにするのは珍しいんですけどね。
Yeah, essentially the previous world record like had some Lizalfos in Harrow Castle push him out of bounds while he had a bomb in his hand and he lost like 25 seconds because of it. Alright, so he doesn't actually have to turn these fans on. If you're above the grabbable ledge,
そうですね。なんか捕まったのがどうのこうのとは言ってましたが。
ledges. Still one-handed grabs.
No two-handed grabs.
And then another really cool long jump attack here.
はい、ここ。ダブルロングジャンプアタックです。いいですね。
So coming up, having really good claw shot aim is really important in this room. You have to be very quick to get the fastest cycle possible here.
Yeah, some of these fans are already spinning when you enter, but some of them don't spin until after you hit a switch. And one of the top that you want to make a fast cycle on is already spinning from when you enter.
So you're going to see Aether later on in this tower, and you've probably seen it before. He presses the L button to target, and that's just going to let him pull out his claw shot and start aiming a little bit faster. But at the beginning of this area, you don't really do it just because you end up targeting the aerial foes and your aim becomes a little bit slower. But now he's going to start doing it again.
うまくいくと次行ってすぐに次のやつに乗れます。うまいですね。 非常に見た目以上に難易度が高いです。今の技は。
Yeah, it's actually a lot easier in the HD version with the gyro aiming.
So coming up is Rob Shot, named after Rob West. He's going to. And normally you would.
この部屋は非常に RTA では難関とされてますね。海外でもかなりの回数を重ねて練習しています。
Instead, Aether's going to stand in a specific location to claw shot straight up to the vines.
この分だとクリアタイムはどれぐらいになるのかな。
Oh, he got a dead pixel.
これは珍しい現象が起きましたね。たまにあるんですよ。ツタの端っこを掴んでしまうと、リンクがツタを掴む時にクローショットを打つ体勢になってるっていうことが。
No more clapping.
So coming up in this Argrok fight, normally it's pretty standard what you do here. So Aether's just gonna hang out on the outside of this fight. That's gonna prevent Argrok from doing his attack where he kind of just like runs along the ground.
RT におけるナルドブロヤ戦は結構な作業芸です。
Really careful not to claw shot too early here. If you do, you can actually soft block the game.
まあこいつの弱点は何と言っても重くなってしまったところですよね。自ら鎧を着て。はい、で2段階目はすぐに、柱に飛び乗ることによって飛び立つ前にやつに捕まれると。
Yeah, I have no clue how that works.
You were pretty low there.
Yeah, if you're too low, you can't re-grab Argrok, and then he just flies around the arena again, which is really slow.
And you also have to claw shot higher up onto the pillars to be able to grab him, unless you wait for him to like fly down to you again.
はい。で、弱点に自ら気づいて鎧をすべて飛びましたね。
Aether's actually going to void out immediately. What that's going to do is basically set up the position he wants everything to be in. And then he's going to climb up not as high as he can onto the pillars, but as high as he needs to be to essentially get some fast cycles. These little skips for the flame.
英語版だと P ハットって表記されるんで、プロペラのみでしたっけ？
So first is the void out.
日本語版だとややこしい名前がついてるんですよね。P ハットでいいじゃないかとは思うんですけど。
The faster you are, the faster Argrok will like start doing his flame attack. Although it is possible to be too fast and have him start breathing his flames at you when you're on the pillar that he was just on, and if that happens, that's really bad.
はい、ここ、
Although it can also happen if you're too slow as well. So like there's a balance.
ナルドブレアは一定の高さまで下がってしまうと火を吐くのを途中でやめます。で、途中でやめた時にリンクが結構な上の位置にいると、火を吐き終えた状態と一緒な状態になってすぐに攻撃できるようになります。そうですね。トアプリだけですね。そういう名前がついてるのは。
Just waiting for Argrok to start to attack him. Usually using an audio cue.
どこぞの攻略本も P ハットって表現してるっていうのは聞いたことがあるんですけど。
So he has iron boots on the whole time there. When he has iron boots on, he's going down. If Aether doesn't claw shot Argrok fast enough, he'll be too low, and then Argrok will reset his pattern. So now on this third hit, Argrok will normally shoot his flames one way and then stop and then shoot the other way, and you have to claw shot around.
3サイクル目に関しては少し相手も知恵を使ってきて火を2回吐くことを思いつきます。 しかし2回目同じことをされて背中を取られます。残念なことに。ただこれ初見プレイの時は非常に有効な手でして、 いつの間にか、あ、ペラプラの上でしたっけ？
One cycle on the first phase was scary.
ああ、も
We have $250 from
う、ほん
Dickar
と
who says, loving
やや
this
こしい
Zelda
名
run.
前。
And we have
賢かったんです
$50
が、
from Lunk Angry Face says,
そんなもん、
Lunk smash
ランナーに
cancer.
関しては関係なかったと。
We have a $500 anonymous donation that says, had to donate for such an important cause, and I'm glad I got the chance to do so during my favorite game. Here's to hustling the cancer away.
直接的すぎませんか？
We've got a $500 donation from Sazka. Who says, keep up the good work and
はい、
shout out to the
これ
GDQ
で
Discord.
これで、6つ目のダンジョンが終わったんですね。あれ、これ、なかなかいいタイムが出るんじゃないか。
Which was actually mentioned earlier from one of the donators. You used to have to go through the second half of the dungeon with like a statue, but you can now just kind of just roll clip or just roll clip. What am I talking? You can just roll through a
自分の自己描がですね。あ、はい、すいません。最初に落ちたのは、第2段階に入った時に最初に落ちることで、ナルドブレアが空中浮遊、空中を飛び割るのを少し抑えることができます。
And you actually end up falling into the water, so that saves like 20 seconds right there.
So he's gonna go back to Ordon here, and he's gonna do
そうですね。もうだいぶハートの器は集まったのでいらないという判断でしょうね。
Aether's gonna get into a semi-specific spot onto this tree branch, or not the branch, the tree root, and then LJ onto a little piece of the tree, or I guess the wall up there. I don't know what to call that. That you can
ロ
actually
ス
reach,
分も
and
結
then the
構
bomb
取
is
り
gonna
戻し
hit
てるよ
him
うな
and
感
let
じ
him
は
stay
す
up
る
here.
んですけれども。
Second bomb boost that we use.
そうですね。このままいくと4時間2、3分で
Okay.
クリアできそうな感じ
Alright,
が
so
し
now he's
ま
just
す。
gonna traverse through this area a little bit, and then do an LJ to get back to stage.
まあ、飛び割るのをやめさせることができるっていうと、なんか若干、相当早くなったんじゃないかっていう気もしますけど、実際3秒ぐらいしか変わらないっていう。
Oh, he didn't get the heartbeat.
あ、ここのダメージ考えてませんでした。
Alright, you're good. Okay, so Sacred Grove the second time is a little bit different, but it's still the same concept. You just need to find the Skull Kid 3 times and then attack him. And then the second phase is still the same, attacking him 3 times. Although it is faster to actually just stay as human for the first couple times because you attack him with the bow.
失礼とですね、先日、月曜日ですね、月曜日にちょっとここで小技が見つかりまして、だいぶ難易度の高い技で、おそらくやらないと思うんですけど、やったらすげえな。あ、で、今逃げてるスタルティットにも先ほど言った通り判定がありません。
We have $250 from Xenojin. No better time to donate than in my favorite game series. Lost my dad in 2017 and then my mom in 2018 to cancer. So this is for them. Forget cancer. We have $250 from GFX Ambassador. Instead of Princess Christmas, the family agreed to donate to charity for each member. I gave him a rain check to wait for Zelda Run on AGDQ. Thanks to all involved.
別の奏者とワンコントローラー2プレイをやってたような気がします。2P プレイか。
I'm pretty sure we both hate cancer way more. So keep the puns coming.
I can agree with that.
We have $50 from
はい、
Tippy.
で、今の
Had to donate during Twilight Princess.
道を戻ったのにも意味がありまして、
Love the run and the awesome commentary from the
ロー
couch.
ドゾーンを
Also, do not forget to
2回くぐることによって、ここの扉が開いています。
Glad you guys are helping me out. We've got $5 from Hill Art. Wait, he doesn't like puns? Well, that's rough.
I'm gonna go crazy sitting here.
We've got $250 from Beat223. Thanks all for this amazing event. Lots of Twilight love from the Netherlands. We've got $50 from DJ Buff Walrus. This is donate for Nick, who introduced me to speedrunning. You're a good man and a great older brother. Make sure your name is immortalized in the GDQ archives. If this comic gets read, I will donate an additional $50. Let's save those frames, lads.
ここ結構苦労した方もいらっしゃるかもしれませんが、
We have $100 from Bits of Wolf. Thank
リンクを少し前に出してから、そのまま弓を構えるとカメラがそのままの位置になりますので、上下させるだけで、あいつに当たると。近すぎましたね、元の位置が。いい判断です。これ、オクタイールで死んでなかったら事故がありましたね。そのレベルの走りですね。
We got $15 from Hero.Maximus. My dad had brain cancer a few years ago and he won his fight after 4 years. I hope no one has to feel the pain he felt. Good luck with the run and save the animals.
Alright, so right here he's just gonna put the Master Sword back in the sheath because we don't already need the Master Sword.
Alright guys, we're starting Child 2.
さあ、残り3ダンジョンです。
Okay, we're a child now.
3時間が経とうとしております。
Okay,
this is one of the more annoying messenger fights, but not too bad. Just because there's lots of keys here that can kind of just, I don't know, they're annoying. They're keys, so they're annoying, so. Alright, cool. The messengers were nice too. Alright, so it's like another minute before we enter Temple.
はい。最後のポータルですね。最後のポータル開放になります。
Do we have time for a little bit longer donation?
Yep. Yeah.
Well, I have $5 from Joe Rosa. He says, when I met Jimmy, he introduced me to Ocarina of Time. Twilight Princess was one of the last games I got to play with my best friend. We waited right after Thanksgiving dinner for Black Friday to get our Wii. I ended up getting sick, but he still stayed in line while I was in the car. Cancer ended up getting him sometimes later, and I can't stop thinking about him. But I thank everyone for helping someone somewhere keeping their best friend alive and defending off cancer. Thanks, Joe.
Alright, so Temple of Time is... It's either people's most favorite dungeon in all dungeons or least favorite. I really like Temple of Time personally.
It's the best dungeon.
Yeah. So Aether's breaking that pot for just for some arrows. You need a lot in this dungeon.
No, he just really hates that pot.
Oh, yeah. So this dungeon has a lot of rolling up slopes. Thankfully, unlike Goron Mines, the rolling up slopes isn't also involving lag, so it's a bit easier.
はい。で、
Also, we actually have a way to kind of.
そうですね。
You can skip Uku, getting Uku up here.
No, that's I feel like it's been known, but no one really does that. Or well, no one really did it before because of new stuff that comes into play later on in this dungeon. But for now, we gotta climb all the way up. So Temple of Time is basically just this big tower. So Aether's starting at the bottom right now. He's gonna climb all the way to the top to get the Dominion Rod. So a couple of these rooms, he's gonna be doing skips for these gates.
はい、ここ
so if
ち
he
ょっとした
crawls
小
out
技
as
や
close as
り
he
ま
can
す。
to the gate, and then drops down and does a jump
わ
slash,
からんよ
he'll
う
be
を
able
作りまし
to
たね。
land on top of the gate or land right past the
う
gate.
ん、ちょっと今はエイムする位置が雑だったかな。はい、あそこ、ジャンプリリをすることによって、柵の上に乗れます。
Also, the Alphas can kind of mess with you. Alright, cool. So getting off the gate is sometimes can be annoying if you land in a certain spot, because like you try and roll off, but like you just
今のは非常にうまい。
too close to the edge of the gate to just end up full speed.
This room's pretty interesting, or not this room. So I'm just not gonna say that Ace talk.
Right now he's rolling. You just equip the spinner. He's gonna get on the spinner track up here.
Yep. Oh, he's spinning. He's spinning. Yes.
There he goes.
He got off the spinner. Oh.
All right, so these little spike traps here are kind of on a cycle. And actually, if you're too slow getting up here, or too fast, you can end up running into them and falling off. And it's annoying because you have to run all the way back up. Also, sometimes if you're too fast, like if you just barely are too fast, you can end up having them knock the statue off as well. And you kind of have to reset the room. So this right here is a trick to skip a statue. You just have to jump attack like right as the cutscene starts, and then the platform goes up, and you just jump attack off the ledge before it goes back down.
Nice. It's actually possible to get that trick without the cutscene. It's just a lot easier. So you'll often see people trying to be early than to be late.
この爆弾が非常に凶悪な。
One bomb arrow, it's nice. Although like it can be weird sometimes. Like
ここにいるアンモス、一撃で倒せます。
Yeah, I think it has to hit the ground behind them or something. It does.
ちょっとすいません、水飲みますね。
Shoot the bomb right at it and it works. It's weird.
No, like there'll be one instance of that in this run. Okay, luckily these little spikes are in like a decent spot where you can kind of just run right through. You don't have to go too far out of the way to avoid them.
So this switch changes the direction of these walls. Normally you would go to the other side, go to that circle, and then shoot an arrow at it, but Aether's just going to claw shot right through this gate and continue on his way.
壁を貫通して、黒ショットが引っかかると。
You can use bomb arrows for this switch up here, but if you waste too many bomb arrows, it's good to just use normal arrows. The nice thing about bomb arrows is that you can kind of shoot roughly near it. You don't need to be as precise. You can save like a second or two off of aiming.
For the most part, though, you want to save bomb arrows to use against just like killing enemies, especially Dinofosses. With Dinofosses and Lizardfosses, if you just sit there with a bomb arrow like Aether just did right there and wait for them to hit you, then they'll blow up the bomb and kill themselves and every enemy around them pretty much.
The camera there is really weird sometimes, and it makes your movement like inverted.
Okay, this next room was the room that I was going to talk about before. There's actually a lot of different ways to get up this room. I think Aether's just going to do a kind of specific claw shot. It's not too precise, but like there's strats to get on this railing and then use the railing to get on the claw shot. You know, there's a lot of different cool strats like over the years to get through this room quickly. When he gets up there, he's going to be getting the boss key early. Normally, you would wait until to get the boss key. Just ends up being faster to do it right now.
ちょっとしたショットカット技があったんですが、やりませんでしたね。今の天秤の動くムービーをスキップする技が存在したんですが。
Because like you used to have to back hop with a statue like across the scales really quickly and not leave too much room between those backflips. Otherwise, you'd end up like the scales would become uneven, and you'd have to use the other statues.
Yeah, and you would also need a really weird angle. So fun fact about these Armoses, you can actually kill them with the claw shot. So if you go behind them and then use the claw shot, that actually like
ブーメランじゃない、爆弾矢でアーモスを倒すの失敗しましたけど。
That's the last one that we're going to see. Or no. We'll see a couple more, but that's the last one where you would really do that.
部屋の中心から、部屋の中心から入って、すぐに、爆弾矢を撃つことによって、確実に
I think it's a little annoying sometimes as well. Is that Link will, if you're near a switch and you try to play something on a switch, but you're not quite facing it, Link will like auto adjust to put it on the switch.
Okay, so you put this down and here's the boss key.
So you're not supposed to get this until after the Dominion run.
So coming up is some pretty straightforward rooms.
Yeah, he's actually
health, but it's all good.
Yeah, that's the only thing to really like think about Dream. But the rooms are pretty much done the intended way.
I mean, except for one of them.
even if Aether does end up accidentally dying, in Twilight Princess, you actually just respawn at the beginning of the room that you die in, so he wouldn't really be losing that much time if he did.
Unfortunately, though, in Temple Time, the rooms are kind of big, so.
なんか今変な声が聞こえましたね。なんか敵が相手攻撃に引っかかってるような音がしてるのは気のせいでしょうか？なんか引っかかってませんか
？Electric fence instead of putting down a like a pot or something.
These little spiders can be annoying when trying to climb this ledge. Okay, cool. There it is.
Yeah, Aether doesn't want any more rupees. So if
はい、ハートをね、回収してね、中ボス戦へ向かいます。中ボス非常に強くてですね、鎧をまとってるんですよ。めちゃくちゃ強いんですよね。これ完全にこれは強い人のなりで格好をしてます。あれ、もう第一段階終わったんですか。まあ、どうやら動きやすそうなこっちの方が強そうなんでね。本当に強い。本当に強くなっちゃった。あら。ちょっとこれは体力がなさすぎですね。敗因は体力のなさですね。道場の師範代でもやってそうな感じのなりわいはしていたのに。
So it's pretty consistent as long as you like set it up correctly and you time your rolls properly and all. But it can still take anywhere from like a minute.
たった4撃で死んでしまうとは。
On the shorter end, closer to like 30 seconds if done pretty well. Even if it takes like, let's say 3 minutes, it still saves like a minute and a half.
はい、この後、オールダンジョン史上一番難しい技が来ます。ドミニオンロットっていう名前になってますね。コピーロット。はい。で、この技がですね、やることは簡単なんですが、非常に成功率が低いです。はい。まあ簡単に言うとですね、ゾーンに押し出されて、扉の向こうに行く。言ってることは非常に簡単なんですが、なかなか成功しない。一発で決まれば、大体5分ぐらい。おー、来ましたね。一発で決まれば大体5分ぐらいの短縮にはなるんですけど。
We got $50 from Obaka. Man, I really want to watch this whole 4-hour Twilight Princess run, but I'm kind of in the mid something. Best of luck on the rest of the run. So grateful to see it being done for the benefit of charity.
All right, cool. So that was really fast. That was really fast.
Alright, so coming up is Armagoma, and Armagoma is a great.
いやー、お上手ですね。僕はあの技を5分間失敗したため。自己ベが4時間を切れないという悲しい結末に陥りましたが、これ弓矢を構えてると結構な確率で攻撃してこない気がするんですよね。気がするだけなんですが。
Oh, okay.
Alright, so we need to wait for that like 2 more times. And then she'll be dead, right? Could probably hit another like donation or 2 during this.
Alright, I've got $25 from
ちなみにこのボス
I hate
何
fighters.
のネタにすることが
Another
ないぐらい弱い。
$25 if you kill Armagoma stupid fast.
Unfortunately, that's not our control.
I think this will still qualify.
What is this?
ボスの名前がですね、
She's going for a walk. She's got to get, you know.
なんというかっていうと、シェルドゴーマっていうんですけど、まあ簡単に言ったら殻にこもったゴーマっていう名前みたいな感じなんですけど、明らかに柔らかい部分を露出させ、挙句腹を見せる。
Maybe if we dab, she'll stop.
All right, ready? Oh, she did it. It works.
やっぱなんか弓矢構えてるとなかなか落ちてこない感じはしますね。
I mean, if she does that again, you can probably lose like 5 or 6
はい、
times.
腹を見せ、なぜか振り上げてる石像の前に落ちてくると。
So you can actually kill these.
唯一めんどくさいのはこの妖精ゴーマを大量に出してくるところなんですが、それも3回目になると、ああ、そういうことをしてくるんだなとプレイヤーが学ぶので、本当にあんまり強くないボスです。
Collectively.
She's gonna stop right here, calling it. Just kidding, got it. Okay.
The third one was the best one. All right, that was
はい、これ3回殴ったら終わりなんで、終わりですね。倒した音楽も流れて、ウィンクが剣を収めて、変な顔をすると。はい。なんと目玉だけが、自ら雲か。妖精ゴマを引き連れて逃げるんですが、なんかもう、雑魚だったと。
just put it away really quickly here. Yeah.
Yeah. Unfortunate.
All right. That was a special boss.
We have a $25 donation from Napa the Incorrigible. I'm a doggo named Napa, and I'm very curious about all the howls coming from the TV.
結構単なる雑魚なんですけどね。本当に単なる雑魚です。
defeat cancer if you do. Okay, 3, 2, 1. Thanks, Napa.
All right, so we've got one more dungeon before Hyrule Castle.
ただただ、あれですね、RTA 的には早く止まってくれというのを祈るだけのゲームですね。
80% speedrun pretty much because doing speedruns for after 3 Hearts and Palace of Twilight is very difficult.
I know even Tass almost died there.
はい、これで7つのダンジョンが終わって、最後も残すは2つとなりました。非常に長い RTA でしたが、もう残る2つは皆さん知っての通り、影の宮殿とハイライト城です。
Oh no.
You all owe a lot of money in donations. I paid mine. Where's yours? Thank you so much. We've got $25 from Sorry Anasaurus. Killed her faster than I could have done it, so here's the $25. What was that about no RNG? We've got $50 from Snarky
これワンチャン4時間切るかもしれないな。というか切るんじゃないか。
We've got $15 from Relkin. I don't have much money to donate, but after losing my mother a couple of years ago, I'd like to do my part in ridding the world of this awful disease, even if it's just $15. Great Twilight Princess run, great show all around.
Thank you.
I've got $10 from some kind of 160. You Argo rocked that fight. Woo, keep it up.
All right, so coming up, Aether's gonna what? Oh, okay.
そうですね。固定の神殿のボスしっかり倒せてたら自己ベースですね、この人。 素晴らしい走りを見せてくれてます
Aether's
ね、
going
後半は。
to be doing a couple strats here. So you're gonna have to fight a lot of Xanheads in this dungeon, and he'll be using a couple ways to kill the Xanheads faster. Generally, after you do like a couple hits, they disappear and you have to hit them again. But if you B-attack them in a certain way or do different like charge attacks, you can double hit them and kill them in one cycle.
Yeah, so pretty much every room in the first half of this dungeon is get a small key to progress to the next room.
Yeah, the rooms are mostly done the intended way, aside from like a few long jump attacks, some optimized fights on like Xanheads. The only random issue we need to deal with is Xanheads spawning. So like this Xanhead spawn was random because it spawned like 4 different locations. Phantom Xant locations, spawn locations, they're random. Although Aether's going to use audio to try and locate those.
このファントムザンとかいうやつじゃない。固定の死ねですね。ちょっとボス戦でミスっちゃいまして、一回死んじゃったんですよね。でしかも普通のボス戦のやり方ではないんで、別のアイテムを取らないといけなかったので、結構5分ぐらいロスっちゃいましたね。
So Phantom Xant you can kill and you can actually one cycle him, but it's task only because it's pretty much I'm pretty sure it's frame perfect.
はい。
And then
でここ
like if you don't do that, it's usually like a 3 cycle fight.
2時間半ぐらい前に来たアーリーボスファイトというバグが早速起きてるんですが。
Like the fight starts during the cutscene, and then it doesn't start, and then you start the fight
落
again.
ちただけで何も加速にはならない。
So here, Aether's going to stab once and then quick spin twice.
Yeah, if he does a full combo, then Xant's going to go back into
いいで
a
す
phase
ね。
where he just teleports around.
ファントムザントは回転技を最初2回ぶつけたぶつけるのを2回繰り返して最後回転技を3回ぶつけると3サイクルで倒せます。
I don't think we've explained L sliding. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, so L sliding, essentially, when you claw shot something, you can just hold L to go into third person, and then you can just use the control stick to move around. It's very subtle, it's very slow movement. It's not as much as like the Wind Waker, which also has L sliding, but it's enough to save some time. And it actually has a use more than just saving time. You avoid spawning some enemies up here in the next room.
目がしばしばしてきてる。目薬を手元に置かなかったら見てたな。
Pretty much this dungeon. All you do is you go down the dungeon, you get some small keys.
ですね、今の時のスフィアマスターって言います。影の世界の象徴であるソルを持っているのがスフィアマスターです。
Slide while in third person and claw shotting the soul to the right, and it should slide over a trigger that spawns some enemies and avoid them spawning.
Yeah, you got it there.
Yeah. So usually there'd be some Twilight Vermin that spawn there, and it's just a little annoying because like they can hit the soul out of your hand while you jump down. Pretty much the worst thing that can happen in the first part of this dungeon is the soul falling out of your hand while bringing it back, while like jumping over anything. It can be really bad.
If you found a way to dupe souls, you wouldn't have to go to the right hallway.
で、ミドナから2つスフィアじゃない、ソルを集めると、ここにいる仲間を元に戻せるかもしれないと、残党の魔力から。と言われているので、今度は東側にあるソルを取りに行きます。
Nice. This is usually like the scariest room, or the room where stuff can go wrong most often.
Especially when coming back the opposite way.
Yes, like the keys can get you off platforms. The Xanhead spawns in a random spot. If you mess up your quick spins and it spawns on a platform, you can like grab the ledge. There can just be a lot of little silly things that can happen in here.
Shout outs to Ace's 90% world record. Sorry, no more bully.
Alright, so yeah. That wasn't that bad.
はい、このファントムザントも改善で3撃で、ファントムザントじゃないこいつはザントアイ。ザントアイも、改善で3撃で倒すことができます。
So in this room, he's actually going to throw the boomerang. And throwing the boomerang is going to kind of like reset these messengers. So they chase after Link as soon as he like jumps off the ledge up there. But
はい。
they chase after Link
こ
as
こ
soon as
も
he
ね、
jumps
家
off
具
the
の
ledge.
シャワー出てくる
And
ので、
then once you get near them, they would stop like
しっかり
running
倒し
towards
てい
you
きま
because
す。
they're close to you and they're going to try to attack. But with the boomerang, with the way you throw the boomerang, it like goes forward and then it comes back. And on its way back, it like curves back around those messengers and it kind of like resets them so that they're no longer aggroed onto you. Or at least not trying to attack you. So they recognize that they have to run over to you.
That was fast.
いいですね。VV が入る前にここかけられるのがでかいですね。
Is Aether Spider-Man?
Can you get Spidey shot?
Oh, right there.
You like barely get that claw shot without aiming.
So right over here, you have a couple options of what you can do. You can either do an LJ like Aether's trying right now, or you can just get a little bit closer to the wall and claw shot all the way over to the other side.
Yep.
And then now he's going to do another Zant fight. It's exactly the same as the first one.
Yeah, again, using audio to try and like listen where Zant is. It's only really an issue for the first spawn. So if he gets like a front spawn again, he doesn't really need to listen, but...
はい。2体目のファントムザント戦ですね。やることはさっきと変わりません。ついて回転切りを2回。ついて回転切りを2回。あと、これは4サイクルですね。4サイクルの場合は、通常切りを3回入れるか、普通に3回、3回攻撃して、次のパターンに移行させます。
Okay, just like before, he's going to be taking the soul back. Taking the soul back on this side is, I would say, significantly harder. The last
そうですね。ゲームチューブ版はクイック回転切りを対応してます。
It's easy to do it correctly, but like something can go wrong.
Yeah, also about Phantoms, and if you hit him too many times, he'll just start spawning really, really fast, and you can't hit him as well.
ここ、ソルを台座に置いてからアタックをすることで、浮き上がってくる足場の上に乗ると。
We do have $25 from Napa the Incorrigible, who says, here's the other $25 for an excellent howl.
Oh yeah, these next two runs just backtracking, so you can probably do a couple more of those.
Excellent. We have $300 from Cassini 2K4. While watching this Twilight
ここだ
Princess
け
run, I decided
スフィアマスターの登場ムービーが出る前にそれを所定の財団のところに置くことができます。
Had to make my first time donating during the Twilight Princess run. By far my most played childhood game. Loving the couch commentary. Keep it up, Aether.
Thank you.
We've got $250. Says, "Ow! Is it even possible to outdo all the puns rolling in? Maybe not, but I hope everybody keeps trying. If we hear a solid Bokoblin pun, I'll donate another $100. Meanwhile, hey couch, how are we doing?"
You know what? I like that one. I like that one.
And everybody keep howling louder. I Zant hear you. Very nice. We've got an anonymous $30 donation. Roses are red, violets are blue. Let's give one more long ow.
そうですね。説明してなかったんですが、引っ張ってる途中に、注目してスティックを入力すると。
Oh man. Oh wait. Oh wait. It still works. You can't actually skip it, unfortunately, but we just like side hopping off after putting the soul in.
Now it's time for Butter Sword.
注目して、 ピックを入力すると少しだけ滑ります。
Go butter up Zant. Butter or bagels.
なんか随分と珍しいシーンを見れた気がします、今。
Torp would be proud.
Torp would not be proud.
いや、ムービースキップ自体はあそこは起きないはずなので、単に落ちながらでもムービーが見られるよっていうことをしようと思ったら、落ちるのが若干早くて、ああいう風になってしまったと。ですから、これやばくねっつって、またあそこに収める必要があるぞっていうことを言ってたんですけど、そんな必要はなかったと。
It's definitely more consistent though, because you don't have to deal with like the random head spawns or Zant as much.
Yeah, but because it's
いいですね、これ一発で入ってますよ。両方とも一発で入ってますよ。
Okay, cool. Less random for more skill, basically.
Thankfully, those little guys can't climb up these stairs.
Thankfully.
Thankfully.
Alright, gonna get a heart from this guy.
Because, you know, he definitely needs a lot more hearts.
And on his way back here, when he goes back
はい、
to
ここもロングジャンプアタックを使って時間の短縮を狙っていきます。綺麗に全員倒しましたね。今のは理想的と言える動きです。この部屋は非常にうまくいってますね。
Thanks.
So you can do an LJ here if there's electing not to do it because it's a little.
ここもロングジャンプアタックで短縮を狙えるんですが、失敗した時にリスクがでかすぎて、今のはなんか、いつもと違う行動を取ったのでやめましたね。リスク回避ですね。
Sometimes when you target a wall, so what we do with I don't think we actually really explained what we do. So when you target a wall,
で、この部屋、いやらしいんですけど、ボス部屋の鍵があるんですよね、ここの部屋に。部屋っていうほどじゃないんですけど、テラスですね、どちらかといえば。
But sometimes the boomerang actually goes inbounds, and instead of curving outwards, it curves inwards. And then if you try and jump attack when it goes inwards, it's obviously not going to be over the void, it's going to be over the ground that you're standing on, or whatever ground. And then you just don't long jump. You can do the same thing here with a single target, but this long jump is far more precise, and if you feel it, it wastes far more time.
はい。で、ここにいる残党愛を倒したら、落ちます。
That one Zant head by itself to spawn these three Zant heads over here, and if he quickly claw shots to get to get the boss, then he can fall down and kill those three Zant heads on a pretty quick cycle.
ボス鍵を取りに行きます。
Hit at least 2 of those on the way back down.
Oh, oops. Oof. I think this will still work.
Yeah, you should still be fine.
Be good. It's really your first 2 that matter.
The Card Rocks.
Yeah, you're good.
I might get 2, yeah, I'm not gonna get 3.
Yeah, you're not gonna get all. Yeah. Look at the trumpets. Just birds with trumpets for heads.
この影の会長は結構いやらしくてですね、場所をずらしてくるんですよね。嫌なタイミングで。これは遅れたことが幸いしてダメージを受けるだけですね。
Fairly difficult. It's pretty precise what he's going to have to do. Basically, Aether's going to be using a lot of LJs to get to the top of the room as fast as possible, because at the top of the room, starting now, there's a platform that's moving back and forth.
はい、ここのアーリープラットフォームと呼ばれる技があります。ここでミドナを呼ばなかったらかなり難易度が上がります。ミドナを呼ぶと少しだけ上の上の足場の動きが少し止まってその間に影の視野が落ちてくるというトリックがあります。ミドナを呼ぶ時間が非常にロスにつながりやすいので、
Back in the old days, we
やらないっ
didn't
ていう
LJ
人
for
が
this
多
at
い
all.
ですけ
You
ど、
just have to roll really, really quickly and have really fast targets to get this.
これはうまくいきま
Oh
した
my
ね。
god,
ジャ
how
ン
is
プリ
that?
が必要かな。
Giving me heart attacks.
Oh my gosh.
出てこない。
You can just kind of double target and then like jump attack the head from across the other platforms, but it's not worth doing. Like, I'm not gonna-
It saves very little amount of time.
yeah.
Alright, so now he's gonna do one more LJ to get to this next door a little bit faster. So he's gonna target somewhere on the door frame.
はい、ここもね、足場動いてる時間がもったいないんで、ジャンプ、ロングジャンプアタックで
So this next room,
移動していきます。
Killing all the messengers, yeah.
He's gonna be doing a lot of quick spins.
Nothing too special about this.
Looks pretty cool though.
はい、ここの手前の、
We have
影の飛車も倒さないと、次の影の飛車がつかないので、
we're on the same page. Alright. We have $5 from
倒していき
Kipling.
ます
If everyone watching donated
あ
$5,
とは
we
もうタイ
smash
ミング
1.5
測っ
million in
て
no
回
time.
転リリーを
We have
どんどんぶつけていくだ
$10
け
from
です。
Luce. I enjoy the GDQ events twice a year. Thank you all for the
まあ
great
基本
content.
的には
Twilight Princess is one of my
全
favorite
部
games
倒れ
of
た
all
時の
time, so I
音を
figured this
頼
is the
りに
perfect time to
ジャンプ
donate.
リリーすれ
You
ば
rock. P.S.
あ、違う、回転リリーをすれば全部倒せます。
So this fight is probably one of the coolest.
Wii 版とGC 版どっちが速いのって言われると GC 版の方が速いですね。Wii 版はこのブーメランロングジャンプアタックっていうのができないので、それのせいで相当遅くなっちゃいます。
Zant does copy a lot of bosses. So the first one he's going to copy is the Ababa, and you don't have to do any shenanigans with bombs or anything, but this fight can waste a little bit of time just because of the energy involved.
いよいよみんなのアイドルが来ました。
Some of them are pretty much all set.
What's interesting about these fights is that when you're attacking Zant, it only really matters that you get the fourth hit of a combo on him. The first three, like, basically don't matter at all for most.
偽物のボス。
So he's always
あ、
gonna
違う、
spawn.
偽物の王。
Then ideally after this first cycle, he wants him to spawn in the
残
center
党
again.
ですね。
Ooh, only 2 hops there.
Oh, nice. Okay. Center
まあ、
spawn.
偽物っていうんであんまり強くないです、本当に。
2 or 3 hops is
Okay.
just fine.
The second phase is the one that matters the most, though.
強いというよりはめんどくさいですね。
We'll explain it.
じゃあ、ここ実を言うと、2サイクルで倒すのが普通なんですが、1サイクルで
So
倒
he's
すこ
going
と
for
も
a
で
one
きま
cycle
す。
there. If you just time
た
him
だ、今のはうまくいってたように
you're
見
able
え
to
たけ
kill
ど、
him
うま
away
くい
from
かなか
the
ったで
teleport
す
around the end,
ね。
which can save this.
Okay, so the next phase is going to be the lake bed phase. So just like Morphil, he's going to be in a tank underwater, and he doesn't have the Zora armor. But instead, this fight is a lot easier with it. He does need 2 bombs here to refill his air during the fight, but it's nothing like Morphil, and this fight's completely consistent.
Yeah, it's entirely predictive. So like after the first hit, Zan's gonna spawn 4 heads all around the center of the room, and some people kind of think it's random which head he spawns in, but he always spawns in.
基本的にオクタイル戦とは変わらないんですが、オクタイル戦よりはだいぶ楽になってます。
He always spawns in the head that is farthest from you. So you just kind of distance yourself away from one of the heads. Then after a certain point, when you know it's already picked which head he's in, you start swimming towards him.
Also, you're going to see Aether doing a very... instead of just doing forward stabs, Aether does a weird slash combo for... to hit Zant. That's just because that type of combo hits Zant faster, or hits enemies in general a lot
ザン
faster.
トの頭の部分が4つでつくんですが、リンクから一番遠い部分に、ザントが出現します。それさえ分かっていれば、もう簡単にこいつを倒すことができます。ですね、ここの英語の理由はですね、本来であればゾーラの服があって、溺れる心配がないんですが、ゾーラの服がないので、酸素を回復する必要があります。で、その酸素の回復方法っていうのが、爆弾を出しながらアイアンブーツを脱ぐことで、泳ぎながら爆弾を持った状態が作り出せます。で、その爆弾を 離すとなぜか酸素ゲージがなくなると。で、その酸素ゲージがなくなるっていうことは、カウントも元に戻るということなので、酸素の呼吸がずっと続くということになります。そうです。このためだけにハンマーが必要なんです。このボスをスキップする方法が見つかると、日本版がめちゃくちゃ速くなります。日本版が遅い理由の一つが雪山に行かなければならないという、その雪山に行く方法を手っ取り早くできるのが海外版ということですね。その雪山すら必要になくなったら、日本版も行く必要がなくなるので、早くなります、日本版めちゃくちゃ。そうなるとね、多分日本人の奏者も増えてくるんじゃないでしょうか。まあ、おそらくですけれども、その、水中爆弾の話なんですが、投げた瞬間に一瞬地上判定が出てるんだと思います。これは僕の見解なんで、他の人が違うって言ったら多分違う可能性はあります。
Should I not skip it for the meme?
No. Skip it. I was kind of like, it's good for donations here.
Oh, okay, I got you.
爆弾を投げることっていうのは水中でできないんですよね、泳ぎながら。水中でアイアンブーツを履きながら投げるっていうのは、できないんですよね。アイアンブーツで投げることはできるけど、アイアンブーツを履いてない状態ではできません。で、雪山は、マップグリッチと呼ばれるバグがですね、日本版のゲームキューブ版だとできないんですよね。そのマップグリッチっていうのは、マップのイベントの、マップの移動判定を消すバグ技なので、本来であれば、雪山で遭難する危険性のある、危険じゃない、遭難するんですが、遭難することを無理やり回避することができるんです。はい、最終ダンジョンですね。
But will Aether get the bonk?
This area is really laggy.
Very.
あれこれ自己弁に肉薄してるんじゃないですか。
Alright, this is like a 2-minute cutscene.
Yep, have fun.
朝早い段階から4時間近くも喋ってるんで、ちょっと言葉足らずなところも出てきてるとは思うんですが、よろしくお願いします。
$5 from NeoDrake321 who says, "Here's my $5. Come on guys, let's get this $5 train starting. Thanks for that awesome event and keep up the good work. Thank you."
Really quickly, introducing the best version of Midna you'll ever see in this game.
さあ、ラスタンです。ここですね。ここが唯一の9回ポイントです。でかい。
Okay, you can keep reading. I just wanted to say that.
All right. We've got $25 from Vinny the Jackal. No more puns for this run, but how about rhymes? Aether is gunning for the true hero of time. With time jumps, skips, and frame-perfect clips, he races the clock, but it won't be a shock at the end of the run. When it's all said and done, the winner is who? SkyBlueAether.
ハイラル城の結界を壊すと。いうムービーなんですが、この結界を壊すということをスキップできれば、影の宮殿に行く必要がなくなるので、日本版が早くなる。
You mean watching this cutscene?
Yeah. Oh no, I'm talking about the other barrier skip.
Oh, the other barrier. Oh. We have several barriers.
さあ、ラスダン。
All of which are skipped.
Okay, so coming up, Aether's going to
Skip the
use
barrier.
Yes, but before that,
これは確実に4時間切ってきますね。
Red Bull Goblins are pretty annoying. They take a lot of hits to kill, but they die in one hit with a bomb.
EST 間に合いそう
So
で
he actually
す。
has 3 bombs here, so he has a spare in case something happens. But he shouldn't need more than 2. He's only use 1 bomb here, and then use 1 bomb later on in the castle to kill
かまされるのかな。
Alright, so now he's going to stand here and do nothing.
はい、ここ爆弾を待ってます。爆弾を待ってると、なんか寄ってきてくれます。はい。で、ここですね。はい、ここ、決壊ができるんですが、決壊ができる前に移動ができる。決壊の外に住んで出ることができます。
The barrier still takes, or skip the cutscene, and then the barrier still like takes the same amount of time to spawn, even if you watch the cutscene. And the cutscene controls Link's movement, so you can just skip the cutscene, regain control of Link, and then just roll out of where the barrier is. You could actually skip the fight with the Bokoblins that he did, but you need a certain attack that you don't usually only get in 100%.
おっと、ムービーと同時に、キングブルーリンが落ちてくるのは非常に難しいんですが、落ちてましたね。素晴らしいですね。
And like if you mess up an initial jump attack, quick spin on him, you can't really chain them anymore without needing to like reset it. Also, something Aether's been doing throughout the run is when you jump attack, you can actually just spin the control stick mid jump attack, and then Link will do a quick spin when he lands on the ground.
That's going to be really important in the final fight, especially.
Did we mention the differences between clockwise and counterclockwise on King Goblin?
はい、ここも、このムービーと次のミドナとのテキストの判定の間に1フレームだけリンクを動かすことができます。はい、1フレームだけ動かしてバック中横ジャンが出てる間にセーブすると3秒の短縮につながります。
Gotta be careful here not to clip back into the barrier. If you clip into the barrier here, though, you can just save warp and then go back to the start of the castle and not need to fight them. It's worth save warping instead of fighting them because of how much health they have.
So I know how everybody enjoyed one barrier skip, but let me give you that. But we're also gonna give you a second barrier skip.
This one's a little bit more precise.
はい、ここも結界が出ますが、ジャンプ利用して無理やり伸びます。
So right there, Aether just jumped into a pillar. Yeah, he jumped into the pillar, which stopped him from going forward, and then skipped the cutscene to regain control and just walked away.
I think it has more to do with like being airborne because like it can't control Link while he's airborne.
Something like that. I don't know. Well, I mean, you can't just jump into it.
Well, yeah.
Either way, you need like the pillar.
Yeah.
So he has another Dark Knight here. He's just do the same thing that he did for the one in Temple of Time.
はい、これでね、先ほど戦った、こいつ、タートナックっていうんですが、最初の鎧から10回攻撃すると鎧が全て外れます。
That's interesting.
Nice block.
He's good.
おっと。で、チェーンハンマー、第2段階になったらチェーンハンマーをうまくぶつけることによって簡単に倒すことができます。ここのギミックは初見プレイの時迷った人は多いんじゃないでしょうか。僕は確か30分くらい迷いました。
And hope that he guesses the right.
Yeah, he's got to guess the right order. Like I don't know why they keep putting things like this.
It's really dumb.
宿題を消すことによって足場が浮き上がります。
But there's one
really fast one.
ここは、順番通り食材に火をつけると先へ進めるようになります。
Okay, we're just kidding. It's always the same. So here's
we like to joke about those being random because like they do so much random stuff in here. Like if those were random right at the end of the run, that would suck. Like
really
you could lose a run to that if like.
That was a thing. Alright, so here's where the legendary clip happened, but Aether does a bit of a different strat, so no chance of seeing that, unfortunately.
爆弾を投げて処理すると。
Dinofosses react to your bombs really weird. Sometimes they kind of just ignore them. They notice them sometimes. Sometimes they play soccer with the bombs. It's really weird. but we can use that to just kill them pretty easily with some consistent strats.
Herval Castle is pretty much just a
は
gauntlet,
い。
like a bunch of
で、
fights.
スキップされた中ボスがここに出てきま
Okay, so
す。
now you're actually going to see an aerial foes
おっと、この人は普通
defeated
に剣で
normally.
倒すんですね
There's。not two phases to this aerial foes like there would be in City.
剣だと、4連撃を
So
1回
you
す
only
る
have to
と
do
倒せ
the
ま
first
す。
phase. There's a couple cool strats that you can do actually. And then coming up, he's just rolling and then watching a
We're gonna
cutscene.
go see our
森の神殿で似たようなギミック。あれです。ボス鍵の下の床のところですね。
cutscenes here and some brake sliding. Ooh, spicy. Ooh.
このリンクが後ろ向きに歩く技、何度か名前を出してるんですが、ブレーキスライディングって呼ばれる技なんですけれども、
Keep up the good work.
スティックを、アタックした直後にスティックを逆方向に中途半端に倒すことによって速度を維持したまま滑るという技です。
Sequence breaking is real. Greetings from me and my girlfriend in Norway.
その中途半端に倒すって言われるポジションの名前が ESS ポジションって呼ばれるゼルダ勢御用達のポジションなんですよね。
Yeah, we saw the bird, right?
Only Aura, right? Oh, no, Aura's not here.
No, we saw, he's right there. He's got the cannon.
He is? Okay.
Yeah.
And Russell
We see Russell as well.
at the beginning.
Oh, yeah. Oh. Listen.
In the cutscene.
Jim, that was 3 hours and 49 minutes ago. Okay. So the next couple rooms are pretty simple. There are theoretical skips, and by theoretical I mean like they do work, but you could theoretically skip items that
はい、で、ボス部屋、最後。
and have some insane any percent run if you could do barriers.
最後のボス部屋を、
All of those tricks are incredibly difficult.
最後のボス部屋の鍵を入手して、いよいよ向かうはラスボスへ。
There's going to be dodging
戦
invisible
闘。
rats and falling platforms. Okay, nice job.
あの中の一人とは知り合いですが、まあ、顔見知りといったところですかね。あと15分は余裕ですね。
Probably do like a donation or two more.
All right, we've got $20 from Yakubo the Chocobo. $5
さ
trade.
すが
Let's
とい
make
っ
it a
たところ
$20
でし
trade.
ょう。彼の実力から言ったら、遅れた、分をしっかりと
5, 10, how about 100? Twilight Princess
なく
is
し
my
ました。
favorite game. Love this event and love all the puns. Good luck, runners.
All right, so after the spinner track, shout outs to
おはようございます。
or Draconov.
So this is like one of the most straightforward things we could have
もうそろそろこんにちは
like,
の時間で
no
す
one
ね。
thought of
はい、
it like,
こ
what was it, like a year and a half ago?
う、待ってる敵がいますが、
point out, doing that took
な
10
ん
years.
と、スキップすることがで
No
き
one
ま
knew those
す。
were claw shot.
It took 10 years for someone to figure that out. So shout outs to DF for
な
that.
んと、
Yeah, he's over there.
これを見つけたのが、なんとバグなしをやってる、バグなしの練習をしてる人が見つけたという。
So we're coming up on the greatest fight of any Zelda game ever, Puppet Zelda. So this fight's 100% RNG.
This fight could
はい、
take
バグなしの練習をしてる人が見つけたバグ。
theoretically.
Theoretically, 2 hours. And we're being serious about that. Like, no memes. Like, this is awful.
バグなしではやってはいけません。
The time in between attacks is varied, and depending on that and the number of cycles you get depends on.
バグなしだと、とりあえず結界スキップはダメだっていうことになってて、結界をスキップするのダメです。
Let's count. 1.
We're gonna count here.
Counting what Zelda?
Ever seen Sesame Street?
Alright,
Two.
2.
はい、で、こいつ、
So he looks down here
ファント、パペット、パペットゼルダ。
Triangle attack, and then she can like charge at you. And
ガノン憑
it
依
doesn't matter which one. What
され
matters
た
more
ゼ
is
ルダ
how
なん
long
です
it
が、
takes.
最速は、
One extra cycle.
7サイクル
Usually
な
a
んです
perfect
が、
like 7 cycle
も
would give
う
you the ball there, so this could be like an 8
8
now.
サイクル以上が決定しました。
Hasn't been too slow so far, so this could still be a really good 8 cycle. Oh,
Never mind.
spoke too soon.
女性が空に浮かんでるんだから、これはもしかして、
So now the best thing
あ
you
と
get
なん
is
か
9.
覗き放題ではないんでしょうか。
Oh yeah, you gotta do the palm
こ
manipulation.
のゼルダはクソですね。 クソ運ですかなりの。
Okay, 5. Is she just taking after Armagoa?
Yeah.
はい、5。
We needed more woos.
本来であれば1回目、3回目、7回目の、に高弾打ってくるのが最速ですね。だからここから2回は高弾は打ってきません。もう1回別の方向をしていきます。
Yeah, as far as the 7 cycles go during this fight, due to the varied time in between each cycle, the difference between the best possible 7 cycle and the worst possible 7 cycle is about 35 seconds.
Yeah,
it gets to the point where if you got the worst 7 cycle, like a decent 9 cycle would still beat it.
It's really easy to like lose a run here, unfortunately.
はい、
Or
最後
That
です
wasn't
ね。
terrible.
Or save a run and get world record off of Zelda.
I've lost 2 runs in the same day before to Zelda.
It can be brutal.
Okay, so coming up, he's going to be doing Beast Cannon. Beast Cannon's a little bit different than what you would see casually.
はい、で、
So first things first, you just want to shoot an arrow at him and then dodge the
ガロン。
attack. And then
リーパーではかなり苦労する敵ですが、弓矢があるので、もう雑魚です。攻撃を7発入れて、ジャンプ切り7発入れて、6発入れて、最後4連撃のラストをぶち込みます。
Yeah, so between doing that twice, you actually get him down to like the lowest amount of health possible, so that way he goes into his like final phase where he always tries to attack you
こい
after
つは
only one
突っ込んでくるだけなので、弓矢で撃って、ジャンプ切り1、2、3、4、5、6、7、8と。なんか回数間違えてたな、今。はい、で、もうこの状態で、もうあと一撃で倒せます。雑魚ですね。虫の息です、相手は。
3 is the minimum if you don't do that.
Yeah. But it could be way more than 3.
And then since he only has 1 health, you can just hit him with a wolf blade.
Yep. So we're getting into like the final stretch right here. So there's only 2 more phases left. The first one is going to be horseback. Horseback is
annoying.
It's annoying.
It's not hard. It's just annoying sometimes.
はい、非常に弱いボスでしたね。まあ、スマブラ X でもあまり強い技とは言われてなかったマジオガノンですが、実際弱かったっていう話がね。はい、騎馬戦です。騎馬戦は注目して追いかけるだけです。注目して追いかけてぶつける。
And then once Ganondorf's knocked down, it's about a minute to the end of the game.
Alright, cool.
Alright. Last phase is coming up. Time is coming up shortly.
Yep.
はい、騎馬戦も終わりましたと。
Yeah, Morphle was
a little unfortunate.
The rest of this run was solid, so.
はい。ということでね、まあ、ここまで、ゼルダが1、2分ぐらい、ガロン、まあ10ガロンが1分ぐらい、騎馬戦が30秒ぐらい。まさかね、この形態が一番弱いっていうことはないでしょう。彼の自己ベは、3時間56分45秒ということでなんかもうだいぶ近いタイムが出てますね。でそうですね。はい。ダークロードガンドルフとめっちゃくちゃ強そうですね。めっちゃくちゃ強そうですね。はい、とどめを刺したらタイマーストップです。とどめを剣を刺したらタイムストップです。ああ弱いですね。GG ということでね。これはきっとこれはきっとガシャンガシャン言いますよ。
Yeah, that was
なんとか立ち上がってますけど。
I got like all the other hard tricks I think were first try besides EMS.
It was really hard to tell what to do there though, because like it was really close either way.
Yeah, my equips during Morpheal, I thought I had Claw Shot already equipped.
さあ、ブーツの重みも体重で受け止めてしまったから、ノンドロさんはここで死んでしまいます。
So before we actually wrap up the run,
そうです。魚ミスってなかったら本当52分で自己ベ更新ですね。
With the iron boots on. But while this is playing, thank you all for watching. Shout out to the couch. The last marathon run I did, I actually didn't have a couch at all, so I did this entire thing commentating by myself. So appreciate it.
戦隊ものの決戦ではないですね。ルピーリレのマジックアーマーでもガシャガシャしたはずです。
Dragon Bane, pretty much the whole TP community as well. If you want to learn Twilight Princess, you can join.
ここの謎は任天堂の社員でも分かってないらしいんで、みんな謎のままです。永久に謎のままですね、ここは。
It's a really fun run to learn.
Yeah.
Very challenging though.
Yeah, it's a very hard run.
And
But it's
shout
very
out,
satisfying.
and shout out to Sky who actually did a whole bunch of work working out like beginner routes and
Yeah, there's a lot
whole
of
bunch
beginner
tutorials.
stuff.
Yeah.
And an entire like tutorial
あれなんか知らない黄色に光ってるものがたく
And
さんあり
there's
ます
still a
ね
bunch of like active TP runners right now, so you can oftentimes end up in like their chats and ask them for help and such.
なんかモスラっ
So
ぽいの
here's
も
the
います
glitch
し。
cutscene. Link all of a sudden can run very fast in iron boots.
Yeah, it's the Wii version now.
Look at him go.
はい。
He's
こ
going.
こから
Look at him go.
大事です。
And then and the whole time you can just hear him clanking.
アイアンブーツで走るんかーいっていうツッコミをね、みんなが入れ
Yeah,
たが
other
る。
than that, I also will be after the event's over. I'll be doing a 200% speed run of this game as well, or speed run.
い
It
や、
was
そ
a
れできる
sub
ん
goal
だ
of
ったら
mine,
最初からしてくれよっていうね、
Definitely check that out.
RT 奏者の総意ですよ
It's gonna be
ね。
like 15 hours. But other than that, thanks everyone for having us, and yeah, thanks for watching.
All right, let's give it up one more time. Woo!
はい、お疲れ様でしたと。映った瞬間に
Thank
終わ
you
りま
so
したね。
much one more time to SkyBlueAether for that excellent run. You are
はい
watching
ということで
Awesome Games
あ
Done
お
Quick
疲れ様でした。
2019.
お疲れ様でした。
I am
4
Young
時
Kirby,
間
and all the
に
proceeds to this event
近い
go to
長
the
丁場
Prevent Cancer Foundation.
大変お
They're the
疲れ様
only
でした。
えー
解説ありがとうご
はい、
ざいます。
ありがとうございました。
solely dedicated to
ありが
cancer
とうございま
prevention
す。
拙
and
い
early
解説だ
detection.
ったとは思いますが、4時間お付き合いいただきありがとうございました。
So we
は
are
い、
going
じ
to
ゃあ
be
この辺で
heading
僕
into
は
our
さよなら
next
していただ
game
いていいで
very
すか。
soon,
はい。
which is
はい
going to be
ありがとうご
Octopath
ざいまし
Traveler.
た。
ありがとうござい
We
ま
met
は
that
い
in Senate. I know I'm excited for that run. You're going to want
は
to
い。
stick around for
ゼル
that.
ダの伝
That's
説
being
ト
run
ワイ
by
ライトプリンセス
Mermilio.
の
But we
解
have
説
some
カイ
other
ザーさ
great
んに
games
お
coming
願
up
いし
right
ており
after
ま
that.
し
We
た。
got Mega Man
お疲れ
X1. That's
様
a
でし
three-team
た。
relay
で
race.
途
And
中
after that,
か
we're
ら
going to be enjoying
モデレ
Mega
ーター
Man
を
10.
90
So
番
you
さんの
know
方
you're
か
going to
ら
want to stick around
交
all
代し
night.
まし
Got
て、
some great games coming
私
up.
が
I do have a few more donations I
交
want
代
to
して
read. We
ま
got
す。
so many
10
good
番
ones
さん
during
も
that
お
last
疲れ様
run.
でした。